personality, and the latter put it there. We'll learn more about this in video, but now let's introduce the last concept, subpersonality. Subpersonality is a personality like you, who was active in the past incarnations of your soul, but made a wrong choice, so it became not a spiritual being, an angel, but a part of matter. In other words, it's reasonable information structure of the material world, a personality that merged with consciousness, and after the death of the physical body and destruction of energy structure, became the informational cell on the soul. Now we have a holistic view of what a human being is. A human being, during his lifetime, is a multidimensional spatial object, which is built around the soul and has its own intelligent personality. The visible to the eye familiar form and structure of the physical body, together with its physical and chemical processes and control system, including the material brain, is only a part of overall construction of a human, which refers to third dimension. That is, a human consists of the soul, together with informational shells, the personality and the structures, let's say, consisting of various fields of the other dimensions.
የሰው ልጅ በራሱ ውስጥ ከነፍስ ጋር የተገናኙ ኢንፎርሜሽን ምህዋሮች አሉት። የሰው ልጅ ሁለት አይነት ንቃቴና እንዳለው የሚያሳየን ቪዲዮ አብረን እንመልከት።
What is the difference between a human being and an animal? Consider the example of a human being and a primate. In both humans and monkeys, the primary consciousness begins to form in the womb. This is the consciousness of the animal. There is no difference between a human and an animal at this stage. Scientists have more developed brains than infants. Let's consider what functions the primary consciousness performs. After human birth, it is directly linked to the entire body. It controls the chemistry and all life processes. Primary consciousness is directly connected to the perception, and all our tactile sensations. Consciousness has a fade intelligence. Like a child of 5 or 6 years old, all needs are confined almost exclusively to questions of dominance and survival. The similarities between humans and primates are also observed in the emotional sphere. Hatred, hostility, envy, greed, pride, all this formed in the primary consciousness. Scientists have concluded that human and primate brain cells are almost 99% genetically similar.
የሰው ልጅ ለመኖር የሚያደርጋቸው ተግባራት በሙሉ መጀመሪያው ንቃተ ህሊና ጋር የተያያዘ ነው። መብላት፣ መጠጣት፣ ሰርቫይቫል።
Is hidden in the event that takes place on the 8th day after a human being's birth. The Bible, the Christian Holy Script, says this: "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life."
እና የሰው ልጅ ከእንስሳት የሚለይበት ጊዜ ወልዶ በስምንተኛው ቀን ነፍስ ይጨመርለታል።
Your Lord says to the angels,
እና ይሄን ስለ ስምንተኛው ቀን የተለያዩ ሃይማኖቶች ያወራሉ። መጽሐፍ ቅዱስ ይናገራል፣ እስልምናም ያስተምራል። እና በስምንተኛው ቀን ነፍስ ወደ ሰውነት ይገባል። እና ክርስትና ውስጥ ሕፃን ልጅ ተወልዶ በስምንተኛው ቀን ስም ይወጣለታል።
It is customary to carry it out after the 7 days from the birth of the baby, which is also on the 8th day.
እና በእስልምናም ሰባተኛው ቀን ለተወለደው ሕፃን ልጅ ስም ይወጣለታል።
Consciousness appears in human being. It is what we call intelligence.
እና ሁለተኛው ንቃተ ህሊና የሰው ልጅ ጋር ሲቆራኝበት ጊዜ እዛ ቀን ይጀምራል።
It makes it possible to think logically, analyze, make calculations, imagine, create, and actively interact in a team and communicate with each other. It is the presence of the soul, personality, and
እና
secondary
የመስራት
consciousness
ሰዎች
that
ጋር
distinguishes a
የምንገናኝበት
human from all
ሂሳብ
other living
የምንሰራበት
beings.
የተለያዩ
Animals have no freedom
ስራዎችን
of choice.
በአእምሯችን
They act
የምንሰራበት
according to the instincts
በሁለተኛው
of the
ንቃተ
primary
ህሊና
consciousness.
ነው።
But only humans, thanks to the
እንስሳት
soul and
ምርጫ
personality,
የላቸውም።
have the freedom
የሚኖሩት
to choose.
በመጀመሪያው ንቃተ ህሊና አስገዳጅነት ብቻ ነው።
This embodies the
ግን
main
የሰው ልጅ
intention of the creator, the creation of conditions for the choice of
ማንነት ስላለው
between
ለምርጫ
the human world
ነፃ ነው።
and the spiritual world.
የመምረጥ ነፃነት አለው።
And our after-death fate depends on what choice we may make during our life.
Each of us, at some point in life, has or will ask these questions. Who am I? Why are we here?
እያንዳንዳችን
What will happen
የሆነ
after
ጊዜ
death?
በህይወታችን
These
እነዚህን ጥያቄ
questions are
ራሳችን
very
እንጠይቃለን።
important,
እኔ
as
ማን
from
ነኝ?
how we
እዚህ
answer
ምን
them
እየሰራ ነው?
depends
እና
how
ወዴት
we
ነው
live
የሚሄደው?
our lives as individuals and
እና
humanity as
ይህን
a whole.
ጥያቄ የምንመልስበት ሁኔታ
Answers
ህይወታችን
to these
እንዴት
questions
እንደምንማርበት
were
ላይ
given by the
የተመረኮዘ
prophets
ይሆናል።
many times over the millennia, but have always been distorted. And today we will dive deep into history and look at modern science.
እና ዛሬ በታሪክ ውስጥ በጥልቀት በመግባት እንመራመራለን። በሳይንስ ውስጥ
Together we will find the truth about
እና
life after
እውነታውን
death.
ለማወቅ እና
So let's do a quick
በታሪክን
recap
ለመለየት
of what we've covered so far. A human being is not only a body. We are not sophisticated
የሰው ልጅ
animals.
ሰውነት ብቻ
We
አይደለም
have a soul which
እና
enters the
ስልጡን
human
እንስሳ
being
አይደለም።
on
የሰው
the
ልጅ
8th day after
ሕይወት
birth of the
አለን።
physical body. Then there is the personality, a reflection of the soul. This is who we truly are.
እና ንቃተ
We
ህሊና
have two
አለን።
types of
የነፍስ
consciousness.
ነጸብራቅ ነው።
Primary, somewhat similar to an operating system which runs all the processes
እኛ
in the
ሁለት
body
አይነት ንቃተ
and has a
ህሊናዎች
level of
አሉ።
development of a
የመጀመሪያ ደረጃ
5-year-old.
በሰውነት ውስጥ ያሉትን
All it
ሁሉን
wants
ሂደቶች
is to
የሚቆጣጠርና
survive and dominate.
የ5 ዓመት
And
ልጅ
secondary
የእድገት
consciousness,
ደረጃ ካለው
formed as a
የአሰራር
reflection of
ስርዓት
the
ጋር
personality.
ተመሳሳይ ነው።
What we call
የሚፈልገው ሁሉ
intellect, a
መትረፍና
sort of
የበላይ
highly
መሆን ነው
advanced AI.
እና ሁለተኛው
Only humans have this secondary
ስብዕና
consciousness,
ነጸብራቅ
as only
የተፈጠረው
humans have souls.
ብልህነት የሚለው ነው።
And
ይህ
only
በጣም
humans
የተራቀቀ
have the
ሰው
freedom of choice
ጭራሽ
or
ብልህነት
free
ነው።
will.
ሰዎች ብቻ
Unlike
ነፍሳት
animals who are
ስላሉት
governed by
ይህ
instincts.
ሁለተኛ ደረጃ ንቃተ ህሊና
To shed a
ያላቸው
light
ሰዎች
on
ብቻ
all
ናቸው።
these topics,
በደመ
we will
ነፍስ
talk to
ከሚቆጣጠሩት
representatives of
እንስሳት
different
በተለየ
religions,
የመምረጥ
historians,
ወይም ነጻ ፍቃድ
theologians,
ያላቸው ሰዎች ብቻ
researchers, and
ናቸው።
quantum scientists.
ከቁሳዊና ከመንፈሳዊ
We'll hear
ዓለም
from
መካከል
those who
ለመምረጥ
had the
መማር
so-called
እኛ
near-death
ለዚህ
and
ምን ሆነን
out-of-body
ለምለው
experiences.
ጥያቄ ይህ መልስ
We
ነው።
will find out how
አካላዊ
science
ምርጫችን
have come
ከሞተ
to the
በኋላ
existence of
የሚሆነው
soul and
ነገር
personality
የሚመረኮዘው
through
በዚህ
research.
ምርጫ ላይ ነው።
What does science
እኛ
say
ሙሉ
about
በሙሉ
consciousness?
የተጎለበተ
What is it?
መንፈሳዊ
Where is
ፍጡር
it?
ለመሆንና የዘላለምን ሕይወት ለማግኘት ይህንን እድል
And to
እንጠቀምበታለን
start,
ወይንስ በዚህ
let's
እውነት
hear
ውስጥ
from a quantum
በዚህ እውነታ
scientist.
ውስጥ እንደ ንዑስ አካል እንቆያለን? በእነዚህ ሁሉ ርዕሶች ላይ ብርሃን ለማንጸባረቅ በተለያዩ ሃይማኖት ተወካዮች፣ በታሪክ ምሁራን፣ ከስነ መለኮት ምሁራን፣ ከተመራማሪዎችና ከኳንተም ሳይንቲስቶች ጋር እንነጋገራለን። ሞት ቅርብ ተብሎ የሚጠሩና ከሰውነት ውጭ ልምዶች ካላቸው ሰዎች እንሰማለን። ሳይንቲስቶች በምርምር አማካይነት ወደ ነፍስና ስብዕና እንዴት እንደመጡ፣ ሳይንስ ስለ ንቃተ ህሊና ምን እንደሚል እንማራለን። ምንድነው? የት አለ?
Dozens of interviews with scientists from all over the world. Ahead of us, let's investigate it, patiently analyze it, and come to conclusions ourselves. So what lives on after death?
Well,
እና
this is a very
ከሞት
good
በኋላ
question,
ምን
Leslie.
ይቀጥላል?
And science views the human being as a body and as a consciousness.
ይሄ አሪፍ
But
ጥያቄ ነው።
if we look at the definition of death in science, we find only a description of the complete cessation of all biological and physiological life processes of the organism. But nowhere is anything said about death of the consciousness. And we have a paradox.
እና በሳይንስ ውስጥ የምናየው በባዮሎጂ
We define him as a body
የሰው
and
ልጅ
a consciousness, while the scientific definition of death of the person is only about the death of the body.
ሲኖር
And people also
የተብራራ
perceive
ነገር የለም።
themselves as a body and a consciousness, associating consciousness with the functioning of the brain. And what is consciousness?
እና
We perceive
ብዙ
ourselves and the
አካላት
world
ንቃተ
around us
ህሊናን
through
ከአእምሮ
consciousness.
ስራ ጋር ያያይዛሉ።
The work of consciousness
ግን ንቃተ
is
ህሊና
an ongoing
ምንድን ነው?
thought process. Essentially, it is receiving, processing, and further direction of information. And various scientific experiments show that consciousness is outside of the body.
እና
In today's
ብዙ የሳይንስ
conference, we
ምርምሮች
will talk to
እንደሚያሳዩት
scientists who have proven
የሰው
this
ንቃተ
in
ህሊና
their research,
ከሰውነቱ
as well as
ወይም
talk to
ከአካሉ ውጭ
eyewitnesses.
እንደሆነ ያሳያል።
And science has proven that information does not just disappear. Consequently, human consciousness does not disappear either. Without further ado, let's begin to explore and listen to an expert in the field of quantum information and computer technology.
ከዚህ ጋር
Professor
የተያያዘ
in the quantum information
ኤክስፐርቱን
and computer
እንስማ።
group at the Harish Chandra Research Institute, Allahabad, Mr. Arun Kumar Pati.
информацию. Квантовая теория в действительности говорит нам, что информация никогда не уничтожается. Это то, что мы доказали давно вместе с одним из моих коллег, Саймоном Бронштейном из Великобритании. Мы доказали, что если представить себе следующую ситуацию, у вас есть некоторая информация, хранящаяся в какой-то физической системе, и что-то происходит с физической системой, и в конечном итоге информация из этой системы пропадает. Как я уже говорил, в некоторых ситуациях фактическая информация может быть утеряна. Но если вы спросите, а она действительно пропадает или происходит что-то еще, то, что мы пытались доказать, используя инструменты квантовой теории или квантовой информации, это то, что мы обнаружили. Если взять эту систему и внешний мир как замкнутую систему, то мы решительно утверждаем, что если информация пропадает из этой части системы, то она просто переходит и остается в каком-то уголке остальной части Вселенной, откуда ее фактически можно восстановить. То есть в прямом смысле этого слова информация никогда не пропадает. Я имею в виду, это похоже на преобразование энергии, с которым вы знакомы. Итак, энергия — это... Вы не можете создать энергию, вы не можете ее уничтожить. Поэтому она может преобразовываться из тепловой энергии в электромагнитную или в какую-либо другую форму энергии. Таким же образом квантовая информация никуда не теряется. Она просто меняет свою форму, понимаете? Она уходит. Допустим, вы можете описать живое существо системы, но вы можете найти ее в какой-то другой физической системе. И мы не только доказали это теоретически, какой-то функции. И это глобальная волновая функция. И она имеет отношение к описанию человека, клетки или живого существа.
Thank you, Professor Arun Kumarpati. So to summarize, our world is a closed system, and we understand that information cannot be destroyed. A human being is also information. So if information cannot be destroyed, then a human, after the death of the physical body, does not disappear. Then what happens to a person after the death of the
ዓለማችን
physical
የተዘጋ
body?
ስለሆነ
And in what form
ኢንፎርሜሽኖች
does it
ሊደመሰሱ
continue to
አይችሉም።
exist? Let's continue to figure this out.
ስለዚህ
These
የሰው
are
ልጅ
very
አካሉ
important
ከሞተ በኋላ
questions. And next, let's hear
ንቃተ
from
ህሊና
William
ከሙሉ
Olthokovich,
ኢንፎርሜሽኑ ጋር የት
Department
ይሄዳል?
of documentary filmmaker, author of books, traveler, photographer, author of over 120 documentaries.
Mě od malička, co si pamatuju, zajímalo to, proč tu jsme, kam jdeme a co je vlastně jakoby smyslem toho života.
ከሕፃንነቴ ጀምሮ
Smrt je takové téma, které
ለምን እዚህ
navíc
እንደሆንን
v společnosti hodně opomíjené, je stranou.
ራሴን ጠይቃለሁ።
Spíš se stal takovým podivným nástrojem strachu a obav. Já jsem
እነዛን ጥያቄዎች ካሰቡ በኋላ
kdo se bojí,
ፍርሃት
se
ይወረኛል።
a že
ምክንያቱም
ten strach je opravdu nástrojem
ሰዎቹን በትክክል ማወቅ ስላልቻልኩ
protože svobodný člověk vlastně, který nemá strach ze smrti, nemá strach ani ze života, tak nebojí se vstoupit do jakékoliv situace, je schopen ji řešit, postavit si ji a nejenom, že slepě přijímá to, co mu někdo vnucuje, co mu kdo říká, že je správné. Je důležité nějak jenom třeba to přijetí toho, že vlastně všichni víme, my děláme jakoby nic, že ta smrt není a že ten život je jistý, ale je to opačně, že jo, a vlastně stačí, když si to uvědomíme, tu svoji konečnost, nebo konečnost toho těla, neznamená to, že končí všecko, že vlastně dneska už teda i ta, jsme se o tom
ዛሬ
zmínili, ta věda, kvantová
ሳይንስ
fyzika vlastně
ኳንተም ፊዚክስ እንኳን ንቃተ ህሊና የመጀመሪያ ደረጃ መሆኑን ንቃተ ህሊና እውነታውን እንደሚፈጥር አረጋግጧል። ማለትም ከዚህ አንጻር ህሊና በአእምሮ ላይ አይመረኮዝም፣ ምርቱ አይደለም። ግን በተቃራኒው ሰውነታችን የአንዳንድ ዓለም አቀፍ ንቃተ ህሊና አንዳንድ ትራንስፎርመሮች እርስዎ የቴሌቪዥን ስርጭት እንዲያዩት እና ቴሌቪዥኖች ለዚያ ስርጭት የተለዩ ተቀባዮች እንደነበሩ ነው። ቴሌቪዥኑ ከተሰበረ ወይም ከትዕዛዝ ውጭ ከሆነ ይህ ስርጭት ተጠናቋል ማለት አይደለም። ስለዚህ ይህ ቀድሞውኑ ከሳይንሳዊ እይታ ተረጋግጧል። ግን ለብዙ ሳይንቲስቶች ይህ በጣም አዲስ ወይም አስደንጋጭ ነገር ነው። በሚያሳዝን ሁኔታ በሁሉም የመገናኛ ብዙሃን የፊት ገጾች ላይ ሊሆን የሚችል ዜና አልሆነም። ይልቁንም እነዚህ እየተናገሩ ነው። እዚያ አለ። በተጨማሪም በኳንተም ፊዚክስ መስክ የተካተቱትን ጨምሮ በሺዎች የሚቆጠሩ እንደዚህ ያሉ ሙከራዎች እንደ ህብረተሰብን ያለማወቅ ሽግግርና የመሳሰሉት ተካሂዷል። ስለዚህ ይህንን በበለጠ ዝርዝር ለመረዳት የሚፈልግ ማንኛውም ሰው ይህንን ለማረጋገጥ ብዙ ወይም የተለያዩ ሙከራዎችን ያገኛል።
And it is true that it is important for everyone to know about the latest experiments and have the most up-to-date information on these very important topics. So let's summarize. Consciousness is information and is outside of the body.
ንቃተ ህሊና መረጃ ነው እናም ከሰውነታችን ውጭ ነው።
by themselves. And since people perceive themselves as consciousness and the consciousness is outside of the body and information doesn't go anywhere, then what people live with
እና ንቃተ ህሊና ከሰውነታችን ውጭ ሲሆን ሰውነታችን ከሞተ በኋላ መረጃዎች ወይም ንቃተ ህሊና መረጃ በመሆኑ ሰውነታችን ከሞተ በኋላ የትም አይሄድም።
In this part of our conference, we will learn about the studies of the founders, leading experts who have been conducting their research on the topic of near-death experiences for more than 20 years. We will learn why it is so important to study near-death experiences and how does it help us in understanding life after death. Why did the NDE's skeptics suddenly become researchers in this field? Also, we will hear the opinion of experts in their conclusions stating that after cardiac arrest, consciousness can remain active. Of course, we will hear the stories of people who have had near-death experiences. They will share what they encountered while leaving the body. We will learn what happens to consciousness after death. To answer these questions, let's consider the experiences of those who scientifically studied these cases. And right now, let me introduce a very respected doctor from whom we had the pleasure to interview. For more than 20 years, cardiologist Dr. Pim van Lommel has studied near-death experiences in patients who have survived a cardiac arrest. In 2001, he and his fellow researchers published a study on near-death experiences in the renowned medical journal, The Lancet. He's also an author of the bestseller, Consciousness Beyond Life.
I'm Pim van Lommel. I'm a Dutch cardiologist living in the Netherlands.
እኔ ፒም ቫን ሎሜል ነኝ። እኔ በኔዘርላንድ ውስጥ የምኖር የደች የልብ ሐኪም ነኝ። ከ1986 ጀምሮ ከልብ የልብ ምት ከተረፉ ህመምተኞች ጋር የመነጋገር መብት ስለነበረ ለሞት የሚያጋጥሙ ተሞክሮዎች መፈለግ ጀመርኩ። ስለዚህ የኔ አስተያየት ሁልጊዜ ንቃተ ህሊና የአንጎል ተግባር ውጤት ነው። ዩኒቨርሲቲ ውስጥ የተማርኩት ያ ነው። በሕክምና ትምህርት ቤት የተማርኩት እና እንደ አውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ1969 በልብ ሕክምና የልዩ ባለሙያነትን በጀመርኩት በኔዘርላንድስ የመጀመሪያ የደም ቧንቧ ሕክምና መስጫ ክፍል እየሰራሁ ነበር። የደም ቧንቧ መስጫ ክፍል የተጀመረው የማስጠንቀቂያ ቴክኒኮች የመስጫ ክፍል ነበር። ስለዚህ ላይ የማድረግ እድል ጀመርን። እናም የውጭ ደረት መመቅ አለብን። እነዚህ ሁሉ ጥናቶች በ60ዎቹ ውስጥ ታትመዋል። እናም ስለዚህ በኔዘርላንድስ የመጀመሪያ የደም ቧንቧ ሕክምና መስጫ ክፍሎች እየሰራሁ ነበር። ብዙ የሲፒአር ቴክኒኮች ያን ያክል ስላልቻሉ ከ1967 በፊት በልብ ህመም የተያዙ የደም ቧንቧ ህመምተኞች ሁሉ ሞቱ። አሁን በዚህ የደም ቧንቧ ሕክምና ክፍል ውስጥ በዚህ የጽንስ ማነስ ችግር ምክንያት የልብ ምት የሚሸፍን የ44 ቀመር ታካሚ ነበረን። እናም በማደጊያው ምክንያት ብዙ ድንጋጤዎች ኤሌክትሪክ ንዝረቶችን ሰጠነው። እናም ከ4 ደቂቃዎች በኋላ ንቃተ ህሊናውን አገኘ። እናም እኛ እንደ ሪሴሲንግ ቡድንና እኔ ኃላፊ ዶክተር ሆኜ በጣም አዎንታዊ አመለካከት ነበር። ሁሉም ለኛ አዲስ ነበር። ነገር ግን ህመምተኛው ተመልሶ መምጣቱ በጣም የተበሳጨ ይመስላል። እናም በዋሻ ውስጥ ስለመሄድ፣ ብርሃን ስለማየት፣ ቆንጆ ሙዚቃ ስለሰማ፣ ለአስደናቂ መልክዓ ምድር ለማየት ነገረኝ። በሞት አቅራቢያ ያለው ተሞክሮ በጭራሽ በደንብ ያልታወቁ እና ከዚህ ህመምተኛ ጋር ምንም አላደረኩም፣ ግን የነገረኝን አልረሳም። እናም እስከ 1986 ድረስ ጆርጅ ሪቼ ከነገ የተመለሰ የተሰኘውን መጽሐፍ ብቻ ያነበብኩ ሲሆን እዚያም እጅግ ጥልቅና ሰፊ የሆነ የሞት ልምድን የሚገልጽ ነው። በሕክምና ተማሪነት በ1943 በድርብ የሳምባ ምችና አንቲባዮቲክ እስካሁን ባለመገኘቱ ስለሞተ መሞቱ ታወጀና ሰውነቱ በሸራ ተሸፈነ። እናም ነርሷ በጣም የተበሳጨችው ይህ የሕክምና ተማሪ በመሞቱ ምክንያት የሕክምና ሐኪሙ በልቡ ላይ መርፌ እንዲሰጥ ማሳመን ችላለች። እናም ከ9 ደቂቃዎች ሞት በኋላ አንድ ጊዜ ንቃተ ህሊናውን አገኘ እና በጣም ጥልቅ የሆነ የሞት ተሞክሮ ነበረው። ከዚያ ጊዜ ጀምሮ በሳይንሳዊ ፍላጎት ምክንያት ከልብ መታመም ጊዜ ጀምሮ የንቃተ ህሊና ስሜት ካለባቸው ትውስታዎች ካሉ ከልብ መታሰር የተረፉትን ክሊኒኬና የተመላላሽ ክሊኒኬ ውስጥ ያሉ ታካሚዎችን መጠየቅ ጀመርኩ። ምክንያቱም አሁን ባለው የሕክምና ሳይንስ መሰረት በትዝታ በስሜት ከሰውነት ውጭና ከአእምሮ በላይ የማየት እድል ያለው የተሻለ የንቃተ ህሊና ጊዜ ትዝታዎች እንዲኖሩን በጭራሽ መሆን የለበትም። እናም በ1975 ሬይመንድ ሙዲ ከዚህ በፊት ያነበብኩትን ሕይወት ከሕይወት በኋላ የሚል መጽሐፍ ጽፏል። ስለዚህ እንደ አውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ1986 እና በ1988 መካከል ባሉት 2 ዓመት ውስጥ ከልብ መታመም በሕይወት የተረፉ 50 ታካሚዎች መኖሬ አስገርሞኝ 12 ህመምተኞች የኤንዲ። ስለዚህ አሁን የሳይንሳዊ ፍላጎቴ ማደግ ጀመረ። ምክንያቱም በልብ መታሰር ወቅት የንቃተ ህሊና ተመክኖ መኖር መቻል እናም ስለዚህ ድረስ የታካሚዎችን ምርጫ በተመለከተ የኋላ ጥናት ብቻ ነበር። ምክንያቱም በመተማመን ማስታወቂያ ላይ ማን ምላሽ እንደሚሰጥና እንዲሁም ደግሞ ከ20 እና 40 ዓመታት በኋላ በትክክል ምን አይነት ሕክምና እንደነበሩ የማያውቁ ችግር ነው። ሰዎች የሞቱባቸው ሁኔታዎች። ስለዚህ በአንጎል የነርቭ ኃላፊዎች፣ ህልሞች ወዘተ እና ስለ ኦክሲጅን እጥረት አንዳንድ ጽንሰ ሀሳቦች ነበሩ። ስለዚህ ማብራሪያ ለማግኘት ለኤንዲ ይዘት ተጨማሪ ሳይንሳዊ ማብራሪያ እንደ አውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ1988 በኔዘርላንድስ ውስጥ በ10 ነጭ ውስጥ አንድ ተስፋ ጥናት ጀምረናል። ሆስፒታሎችን ነበረን። ከልብ መታመም የተረፉት 352 ህመምተኞችን 62 ህሙማንን አካተናል። ስለዚህ ሁሉም ተከታታይ ህመምተኞች እና 362 የልብ ህመምተኞች ነበሩ። 18 ከመቶ የምት ልምድን ያገኙ ሲሆን 82 ከመቶ የሚሆኑት ደግሞ ብሔራዊ ጤና ጥበቃ ልማት ድርጅት ሪፖርት አላደረጉም። አሁን ጥያቄው ኤንዲን ሪፖርት ባደረጉ 18 ከመቶ ታካሚዎች እና ከንቃተ ህሊና ጊዜ አንዳች የማይታወሱ በ82 በመቶ መካከል ያለው ልዩነት ምንድን ነው? እናም በሞት አቅራቢያ ያሉ ልምዶችን ሁሉንም ክላሲካል አካላት ነግሮኛል። ይህም ከሰውነት ውጭ መሆን፣ ከሰውነት አካል ግንዛቤ ማግኘትን፣ መሞትን ማወቅን፣ በጨለማ ቦታ ውስጥ መሆን፣ በዋሻ ውስጥ ማለፍ፣ ውብ በሆኑ ቀለሞች፣ በሚያምር መልክዓ ምድር ጣዊ አቀማመጥ፣ በሚያምር ሙዚቃ በሌለው ቃል ደረጃ ልኬት መድረስ፣ ያለምንም ቅድመ ሁኔታ ፍቅርና ተቀባይነትና ውስጣዊ ጥበብ እንዲሁም የብርሃን ፍጥረትን መገናኘት እና በውስጣቸው እዚህ የብርሃን ፍጡር ሕይወት የምኖራችሁ አይነት ሕይወታችሁን ሁሉ እንደምትኖሩ አይነት ነው።
So the duration of cardiac arrest, 2 minutes or 8 minutes, didn't matter at all. The duration of unconsciousness, like 5 minutes or 3 weeks in coma, didn't matter at all. A complicated CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation with the need of artificial respiration, didn't matter at all. A short cardiac arrest, induced cardiac arrest in the cath lab, didn't matter at all. So the severity of lack of oxygen in the brain did not play any role in having a near-death experience. It was quite unexpected as well. So we could exclude a physiological or medical explanation for the NDE. And we could also exclude a psychological explanation. So fear of death before the arrest didn't play any role. There was no pharmacological explanation, so the medication did not matter at all. So it was not a side effect of medication. Foreknowledge of NDE, that you know that these kind of experiences are possible, did not matter at all. A demographic explanation like gender, age,
ስለዚህ የመድኃኒት የጎንዮሽ ጉዳት አልነበረም። የኤንዲኢ አስቀድሞ ማወቅ እንደነዚህ አይነቶች ልምዶች እንደሚቻሉ ማወቅ በጭራሽ ምንም ፋይዳ አልነበረም። እንደ ጾታ፣ ዕድሜ፣ ሃይማኖትና ክርስትና ወይም አምላክ የለሽ ከሆኑ የስነ ህዝብ መግለጫ ምንም ፋይዳ የለውም። ትምህርት በምንም መንገድ ግድ አልነበረም። ስለዚህ በሚያስደንቅ ሁኔታ ሰዎች በልብ ምት ውስጥ የሞት አደጋን በተመለከተ ለምን ሪፖርት እንደሚያደርጉ ምንም ሳይንሳዊ ማብራሪያ ማግኘት አልቻልንም። የልብ መቆረጥ ሰዎች ክሊኒካዊ ሞት ስለነበሩ ነው። እነሱ በመዘዋወር እጥረት እና በመተንፈስ እጥረት የተነሳ ራሳቸውን ስቶ ነበር። እናም ከ5 እስከ 10 ደቂቃዎች ውስጥ ሲፒአር የልብና የደም ስር ማስታገሻ በማይጀምሩበት ጊዜ ሰዎች በአእምሮ ላይ በማይመለስ ጉዳት ምክንያት ይሞቱ። ስለዚህ ሲፒአር በተቻለ ፍጥነት መጀመር አለበት። ስለዚህ የልብ ምት ያላቸው ሰዎች በሞት መጀመሪያ ደረጃ ላይ ናቸው። አሁን ምናልባት ስለ ሞት ተሞክሮ ምን እንደሆነ ትንሽ መግለጽ ይችል ይሆናል። የሞት አቅራቢያ ተሞክሮ ከብዙ ዓለም አቀፋዊ አካላት ጋር የንቃተ ህሊና ስሜት የሚታወስበት ጊዜ ነው። ስለ መሞትን ስለ ዋሻው ተሞክሮ ከሰውነት ውጭ የማየት የእውቀት፣ የስሜት፣ የስብሰባ፣ የመገናኘት እድል እንዳለ መገንዘብ እፈልጋለሁ። የብርሃን ፍጡር ከሟች ዘመዶች ጋር መገናኘትና በንቃተ ህሊና ወደ ሰውነት መመለስ እና እንደዚህ አይነት ልምዶች በልብ መታመን ወቅት ሊከሰቱ ይችላሉ። ስለሆነም በአንጎል ላይ ጉዳት በተጨማሪም በወጣት ሴቶች ውስጥ ደም በማጣት እና የተወሳሰበ የወሊድ መወለድ ውስጥ ሊከሰት ይችላል። በአንጎል የስሜት ቀውስ እንደ ትራፊክ አደጋዎች ወይም እንደ ተራራ መውጣት አደጋዎች ባሉ አስከፊ የስሜት ቀውስ ውስጥ ሊከሰት ይችላል። በልጆች መስጠም አጠገብ ሊከሰት ይችላል። ግን እንደነዚህ አይነቱ የኤንዲኢ መሰል ተሞክሮ በከባድ ድብርት፣ በችግር ልምምድ፣ በተናጠል ወይም በማሰላሰል ውስጥም ሊከሰት ይችላል። ስለዚህ አንጎል በመደበኛነት በሚሰራባቸው ጊዜያት እንደነዚህ አይነት ኤንዲኢ መሰል ልምዶች ሊኖሩት ይችላሉ። እዚህ ቅርብ የሞት ተሞክሮ አንድ ልዩ ነገር ዳግም ቅርብ ያለው የሞት ተሞክሮ ሁሉ ወይም 3 ደቂቃዎችን ብቻ ሊወስድ ሰዎች የዕድሜ ልክ እንዲለወጡ ያደረገው ለውጥ ነው። እናም የምንሰማው ለውጥ ከእንግዲህ ሞት የሚያስፈራ ነገር የለም። በሕይወት ውስጥ አስፈላጊ ስለመሆኑ ቅድመ ግንዛቤ፣ የሌላው ፍቅር፣ ርህራሄ፣ ከመጀመሪያ ራሴን ውደድ እና ሁላችንም ያለንን አሉታዊ ጎኖች ተቀበል እና ከዚያ ከሁሉም ነገር ከሁሉም ሰው ጋር እንደተገናኙ ይሰማዎታል። ስለዚህ እንደ ብዙ ገንዘብ፣ ትልቅ ቤት፣ ትልቅ መኪና፣ ወጣት አካል ያሉ ውጫዊ ነገሮች ሳይሆን በሕይወት አስፈላጊ በሆኑ አዲስ ግንዛቤ አላቸው። እንግዲህ አስፈላጊ አይደለም። ሰዎችን መርዳትና ከሌሎች ሰዎች ጋር የመቀራረብ ስሜት ነው። ምንም እንኳን እንደዚህ አይነት ተሞክሮ ቢኖርም የጤንነት ልምድን ጠልቻለሁ። ማንኛውም ሰው ጋር እንደተገናኙ፣ ከተፈጥሮ ጋር እንደተገናኙ እንዲሁም ከፕላኔት ምድር ጋር እንደተገናኙ ያውቃሉ። እናም ሶስተኛው የለውጥ ገጽታ ስሜትን ማሳደግ ነው።
What we found that the transformation I was talking about was only found in patients with a near-death experience, which means the transformation is the objective aspect of the subjective experiences. We cannot prove subjective experiences. So according to current science, we cannot prove what we think, what we feel. The current science is still materialist science, and they believe only that is what is true.
እነሱ ከሌሎች ሰዎች ጋር እንደተገናኙ ይሰማቸው ነግረዋቸዋል። እናም እነሱ ሌሎች ሰዎችን ምን እንደሚያስቡ እንኳን ማወቅ ይችላሉ። ቅድመ ሁኔታ ሊኖራቸው ይችላል። ብዙ የትንበያ ህልሞች ሊኖራቸው ይችላል። አንድ ሰው በ3 ሳምንታት ውስጥ እንደሚሞትና እነሱም እንዲሁ እንደሚሞቱ ማወቅ ይችላል። ስለዚህ በእነዚህ አይነቶቹ ልምዶች በጣም ይረበሻል። አሁን በዚህ ለውጥ ምክንያት እኛም ከልብ መታመም በኋላ ከ2 ዓመት ከ8 ዓመት በኋላ በቃለመጠይቆች ላይ ቁመታዊ ጥናት አካሂደናል። እና አሁን በኤንዲ ጋር በሕይወት ያሉ ሁሉም ታካሚዎችና ተመሳሳይ የህመምተኞች ቁጥጥር ቡድን ያለም
And thank you for sharing how by having an open and curious scientific mind, you've stepped over skepticism yourself. And also thank you for all the work you've done in the field of near-death studies that prove that consciousness is outside of the body.
የሰው ንቃተ ህሊና ከአእምሮ ውጭ መሆኑን ጥናቱን ተናግሮ ስላቀረቡኝ እናመሰግናለን።
Now let's talk to one more prominent specialist who has been
አሁን እንደ አውሮፓ አቆጣጠር ከ1998 ጀምሮ እንደ የኤንዲዎችን በሰነድና ምርምር እያደረገ ከነበረ አንድ በጣም ታዋቂ ስፔሻሊስት ጋር እናገራለን። ጄፍሪ ሎንግ ወደ መልካዊ ደራሲና ተመራማሪው ወደ ሞት ተቃራኒ ልምዶች ክስተት ሐኪም በስልጠናው በሎንግ በሉዚያና ውስጥ በሚገኘው ሆስፒታል የጨረር ኦንኮሎጂ ይለማመዳል። እንዲሁም ከሞት በኋላ ያለው የሕይወት ማስረጃ ደራሲ እንደሆነ ሊያውቁት ይችላሉ። ደህና እዚህ ለመናገር ለጋበዙት በጣም አመሰግናለሁ። እንደገና ስለመነጋገር ብዙ አግኝተናል። እኔ ዶክተር ጄፍሪ ሎንግ ነኝ። የሕክምና ባለሙያ፣ የጨረር ኦንኮሎጂ ካንሰርን ለማከም የጨረር አጠቃቀም ሕክምና ባለሙያ ነኝ። ግን በአቅራቢያ በሚገኘው የሞት ተሞክሮ ምርምር መሰረት በእንቅስቃሴዎችም በጣም ተጠምጃለሁ። ይህ ከ20 ዓመታት በላይ የቆየ የድር ጣቢያ ምርምር ፕሮጀክት ነው። ባለፉት ዓመታት ከ3500 በላይ የሚሆኑ የሞት አቅራቢያ ተሞክሮዎችን ተቀብለናል። ይህ በዓለም ላይ ለሞት ቅርብ ተሞክሮዎች በጣም በይፋ ተደራሽ የሆነ ስብስብ ነው። እና እኛ ከጠየቅናቸው ጥያቄዎች ጋር ባለው ዝርዝር የዳሰሳ ጥናት ምክንያት ከዚህ በፊት የምንችለው በላይ ለሞት ገደማ ልምዶች የበለጠ እንማራለን።
very consistently observed among many different researchers that have investigated near-death
የአጠገብ ሞት ልምዱ በትክክል አደጉ የሚያመለክተው እሱ ወደ ሞት ተቃርበዋል። በሌላ አገላለጽ እሱ በአካል የማይወዳደሩ ነው። እሱ ንቃተ ህሊና ነው ወይም ያለ የልብ ምት ክሊኒካዊ ሞተዋል። በዚያ ጊዜ ንቃተ ህሊና በሚሆንበት ጊዜ ምንም አይነት ትዝታ ሊኖረዎት የማይችል መሆን አለበት። ምክንያቱም እሱ በደንብ ንቃተ ህሊና የላቸውም እና ገና በሞት አፋጣኝ ተሞክሮ ውስጥ ተዳርጋቸው በዚያ ጊዜ የሚከሰት በጣም የተደራጀ መታሰቢያ አሉት። በአቅራቢያ በሚገኝ የሞት ወቅት የሚከሰቱት ንጥረ ነገሮች በሺዎች የሚጠጉ ሞት ልምዶች በላይ በጣም በተከታታይ ይስተዋላሉ። በዓለም ዙሪያና በሞት አቅራቢያ ያሉ ልምዶችን ከመረመሩ ብዙ የተለያዩ ተመራማሪዎች መካከል በተከታታይ ይስተዋላሉ።
to have any memory at that point in time, and yet by the hundreds, people that have cardiac arrest and near-death experiences at that time report them. Highly lucid, organized experiences, typically with greater consciousness and alertness than they had during their earthly everyday life. So that's one of the major lines of evidence for the reality of near-death experience. Another important line of evidence is it's common during near-death experiences for the first thing to happen is what's called an out-of-body experience. They're unconscious, they may be clinically dead, and yet commonly their consciousness separates from their physical earthly body and typically rises up above them. From that vantage point, they can see and often hear ongoing earthly events, often including frantic efforts of other people trying to resuscitate them and bring them back to the life. In my study of several hundred out-of-body experiences occurring during near-death experiences, I found that what they were observing, what they saw, even when they went back and tried to verify the accuracy of it later, when they recovered from what nearly killed them, was accurate down to the finest details in over 98% of the time. And don't forget, these are people who are clinically dead at that time, and that is absolutely medically inexplicable. Moreover, many of these out-of-body observations may be far from their physical body, far beyond any possible physical sensory awareness. And yet, in the out-of-body observations, when they go and verify what they saw, almost invariably, again, it's accurate down to the finest detail. And there's no explanation of physical brain function that can possibly explain that. Another line of evidence for the reality of near-death experience is that people born totally blind have reported highly visual near-death experiences. I interviewed one such person, Vicky, and she had a bad car accident. She was being driven home from singing in a bar. And for the first time that she saw herself, she was in that out-of-body state over her body, and there she was on the gurney in the emergency room down below. She didn't even know what she was seeing until she correlated with her newfound sense of vision, a ring that her father had given her, and the feel of her long hair, which previously she had only known by the sense of touch. And yet there she was seeing. She described a stunningly visual near-death experience. In fact, her vision is what many people that have near-death experiences describe, 360 degrees vision. She could simultaneously see in front, back of her, right, left, and up and down, all simultaneously aware of that visual information and processing it. In fact, when I talked with Vicky, she literally did not believe that those of us in our daily earthly life only see with like a pie-shaped vision because of the location of our eyes and our skull. I mean, she literally laughed at me. She said, no, that's not true. You see 360 degrees. So that was interesting talking to that. In my studies, we've gone on to have a small series of people that were severely visually impaired or legally blind at the time of their near-death experience. And in that series, I've studied invariably the vision they had during their near-death experience was at least as normal as their earthly everyday life, and actually most of the time super normal, with ability to see even better than Vicky, like what Vicky described, seeing, being aware of, visually processing better than their earthly everyday life. So once again, absolutely medically inexplicable while you're unconscious or clinically dead, having vision, sensory awareness that is beyond anything they've ever experienced in their life and beyond anything they literally thought was possible to happen to them or anybody else. And yet, unconscious or clinically dead in a near-death experience, they're experiencing. And that's certainly a very strong line of evidence for the reality of near-death experiences. Another important line of evidence for the reality of near-death experiences are those that occur while under general anesthesia. Of course, when you're under that blanket of sleep of adequate general anesthesia, they carefully monitor your heartbeat. In fact, sometimes your brain is so shut down, they have to artificially ventilate you. Believe me, as a doctor, I've been involved in that a lot. So sometimes the heart may stop due to a variety of reasons during anesthesia. Yes, it's very, very uncommon, but it does happen. Near-death experiences have been reported by the dozens as occurring at that time. And they are, by my research of investigating near-death experiences under anesthesia, they are essentially the same in terms of what happens during them as near-death experiences occurring under any other circumstances other than under general anesthesia. And a key question I asked for both the near-death experiences that occurred under general anesthesia and the near-death experience was occurring under all other circumstances was, what was your level of consciousness and alertness? And remarkably, between those two groups, there was no statistical difference whatsoever. It is astounding to me that even when you're under general anesthesia and your heart stops, that your degree of consciousness and alertness during the near-death experience is the same as near-death experiences occurring under other circumstances where you're not under general anesthesia. And may I add, the substantial majority of people having near-death experiences in response to that survey question, about 3/4 say they're having even greater consciousness and alertness than they did during their earthly everyday life. So again, some of the more remarkable lines of evidence for the reality of near-death experience and its very consistent message of an afterlife. And, you know, and it's not, this isn't anecdote. I think the important thing to remember about near-death experiences is these aren't just anecdotal reports. Approximately 10 to 20% of people who nearly die will have a near-death experience. So we estimate around the world there are literally millions of people that have had near-death experiences. Near-death experiences can happen to anybody. They happen to children and adults. They can happen to the old. They can happen to people regardless of their religious belief, and even atheists have near-death experiences. So they seem to be, if you will, an equal opportunity experience. To this day, and this has been well studied, we cannot predict who will have near-death experience when they nearly die, nor can we predict what the content of the near-death experience will be. So it seems to be something operating completely into our expectations. Even people that have never heard of near-death experiences have near-death experiences just like everybody else. Many, many atheists in our study, they were atheists at the time of their near-death experience. And we asked a very direct question about that in our most recent survey. Not surprisingly, virtually all of them, after their near-death experience and after they have some years to think about it and understand it, are no longer atheists. They go on to have conventional beliefs of, like most other people in the world, that there really is life after death, that there really is meaning and purpose in our earthly life for all of us. We asked directly in our survey question if people having near-death experiences have any concept about earthly meaning and purpose. A surprisingly high percentage say yes, that they actually got information during their near-death experience that addresses that. And to summarize, near-death experiencers, when they do come to get special information, and again, this is directly during their near-death experience, they come with the understanding that our earthly lives are extremely important. They're extremely valuable. I do need to address skeptics. Everybody's going to hear this, and as most people do, and say, okay, well, what are the skeptics saying? What are the, if you will, the scholarly thinking that underlies alternative explanations? So I'm going to address that for a little bit here because it's important. Over the decades since near-death experiences were first reported in 1975, skeptics of near-death experience have reported literally dozens of so-called explanations of near-death experience. I've heard every imaginable physiological, psychological, or cultural so-called explanation from skeptics that is imaginable. Now, the reason that there are literally dozens of these explanations floating around is very simple, and that is the skeptics of near-death experience as a group cannot come by consensus on any one or several of their own skeptical explanations that make sense to the skeptics as a group themselves. Over and over, people come up with these new ideas, and yet even the skeptics as a group cannot point to any explanation of near-death experience that explains the totality of what's observed in near-death experience. And in fact, if you study the skeptical explanations, they don't explain anything that we've shared today. They simply can't. So not surprisingly, year after year, skeptics keep coming up with more and more explanations, different explanations, because all the other explanations brought up over decades can't even come close to explaining anything that's described in near-death experiences, let alone the totality of everything that happens. And that's important. That's an important concept. By a basic tenet of science, what's real is consistently observed, and we're there in near-death experiences. I'm convinced, even as a near-death experience researcher, that what we don't know about near-death experience far outweighs what we do know.
Well, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for providing us with these impossible to deny and proven, verified cases of near-death experiences. And I would agree that yes, indeed, people working in the medical field probably often encounter such cases, but not everyone believes the stories of the patients. And now we will hear from a doctor who himself was skeptical, but then had the experience himself. And please welcome Dr. Eben Alexander, the author of Proof of Heaven, a neurosurgeon's journey into the afterlife, who had a near-death experience in 2008.
First of all, I'd like to say hello, and I'm very grateful to be involved in this beautiful conference. I love what you all are doing for the world, so great to be here. Yeah, just to cut to the chase, I was a materialist neuroscientist, fully believed in kind of brain creates consciousness. That's how I dealt with all of this, even though my patients had
በመጀመሪያ ጤና ይስጥልኝ ማለት እፈልጋለሁ። እናም በዚህ ውብ ጉባኤ ውስጥ በመሳተፌ በጣም አመስጋኝ ነኝ። ሁላችሁም ለዓለም የምታደርጉትን እወዳለሁ። ስለዚህ እዚህ መሆን በጣም ጥሩ ነው። አዎ፣ ለማሳደድ ብቻ እኔ የቁሳዊ ባለሙያ ነርቭ ሳይንቲስት ነበርኩ። አንጎሎችን ንቃተ ህሊና እንደምፈጥር ሙሉ በሙሉ አምናለሁ። ምንም እንኳን ታካሚዎቼ የራሳቸውን መንፈሳዊ ልምዶች ከኔ ጋር ለመካፈል ቢሞክሩም ይህን ሁሉ ያስተናገድኩት በዚህ መንገድ ነው። እኔ አንድ አይነት ጀርባቸውን የሚሞተው አንጎል ሁሉንም አይነት ማታለያዎችን ይጫወታል። ተመልከቱ፣ መጥቼ ታሪክን ለማካፈል ስሞክር ሐኪሞቼ ነገሩን ያ ነው። የሆነው ግን ህዳር 10 ቀን 2008 ማለዳ ላይ በጥቂት ሰዓታት ብቻ በኮማ ውስጥ በጥልቀት ሄድኩ። ስለዚህ ለመጠቆም አስፈላጊው ነገር ይመስለኛል፣ ትዝታዎች በግልጽ በአእምሮ አንጎል ውስጥ የማይቀመጡ ናቸው። ከማንኛውም አይነት የአንጎል ቅኝት ጋር የጠፋ የረጅም ጊዜ ትዝታዎች ማወዛወዝ በጭራሽ ባልነበረበት በዓለም ዙሪያ በሚሊዮኖች የሚቆጠሩ የአንጎል ቀዶ ጥገናዎች ምክንያት ባለፈው ምዕተ ዓመት የነርቭ ሐኪሞች ዘንድ የተገለጠ ነገር ነው። በቃ በጭራሽ አልተከሰተም። በሂፖካምፐስ ውስጥ መካከለኛ ጊዜያዊ መጎዳት ይችላሉ። ይህ እንደ አውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ1950ዎቹ መጀመሪያ ላይ በዊሊያም ስኮቪል የተወሰነ ቀዶ ጥገና የተገኘ አንድ በሽተኛ የአጭር ጊዜን ወደ የረጅም ጊዜ ትዝታዎችን የመለዋወጥ ችሎታ ያገኘበት ጊዜ መካከለኛ ጊዜያዊ ላይ ነበር።
If long-term memory persists regardless
ዶክተር አሌክሳንደር እናመሰግናለን። በጣም አስፈላጊ የሆኑ መረጃዎችን ስላነሳልን።
then consciousness must exist after the death of the physical body. So how is memory preserved after the death of the body, and where is it stored? Dr. Alexander mentioned cases of reincarnation that cannot be explained without knowledge of the human structure, which we discussed at the beginning. In particular, about such a concept is subpersonality. Today, we will see this in the example of confirmed cases of reincarnation, where children and adults recall past lives, which is essentially a manifestation of subpersonalities. What we hear today, what is voiced by the speakers of the conference, outstanding scientists, is important knowledge in order to understand and find the answers to a human being.
መልስ ለማግኘት አስፈላጊ እውቀት ነው። ለ6000 ዓመታት በሸማች ህብረተሰብ ውስጥ ኖረናል። እነዚህ 6000 ዓመታት አንድ ሰው ከስጋዊ አካል ጋር የተቆራኘ ነው። እናም አንድ ሰው በጣም የበዛ ነው ማለት ነው። አሁን እኛ አካላችን አይደለንም ብቻ ሳይሆን ንቃተ ህሊና ከሰውነት ውጭ መሆኑን ወደ መረዳትም ደርሰናል። ቀጥሎም አንድ ሰው ንቃተ ህሊና ብቻ አለመሆኑን የአንድ ሰው የበለጠ አስፈላጊ አካል ስለመኖሩ እንነጋገራለን። ይህ ፐርሰናል ነው። ይህ በእውነቱ ሰው ማን ነው? ግን የሰው ልጅ ስብዕና መንፈስ ነው ለምን አልተባለም? እኛ አሁን አንድ ሰው እንደመሆናችን መጠን ንቃተ ህሊና ከሰውነት ውጭ መሆኑን እየተረዳን ነው። እናም ይህ አስቀድሞ አስገራሚ ግኝት ነው። ምንም እንኳን ይህ ከጥንት ጀምሮ የታወቀ ነበር፣ ግን የበለጠ የሚያስደስት ነገር ሰዎች የሰው ልጅ መንፈስ ነው ለምን አይነገራቸውም? ለነገሩ ነቢያት ስለዚህ ጉዳይ ተናገሩ። በተለያዩ የዓለም ሃይማኖቶች ውስጥ ይነገራል። ለዚህም ሳይንሳዊ መረጃ አለ። እናም ዛሬ በኮንፈረንሱ ላይ ስለዚህ ጉዳይ የበለጠ እንነጋገራለን። ከዚያው ድረስ ይህንን ጉዳይ ቀስ በቀስ መረዳታችንን እንቀጥል። በመቀጠል የፊልም ዳይሬክተር፣ ተዋናይ፣ ድምፃዊ፣ የምድር ሪቫይቫል ፕሮጀክት ተወካይ የሆነው ቴሹ ባራቶሪ ሚስተር ባራቶሪ ከዶክተር ኤርቪን ላስሎ ጋር አንድ ፊልም ሰርቷል። ምን ጠቃሚ መረጃ እንደተማሩ እንመልከት።
声のボイスアクターやってます白鳥哲と言います。今日はどうぞよろしくお願いします。私の撮った映画の中でコスモスっていう映画があるんですね。でこの映画はですねアービン・ラズロー博士っていうですね著名な科学者の先生が映画で描かれてるものなんですね。でそのラズロー博士がその時に私に教えてくださったことがあるんですね。今まで
ሰላም ነው። ስሜ ቴሹ ባራቶሪ ይባላለሁ እና እኔ የጃፓን ፕሮዲውሰር እና የድምፅ ማባዣ ተዋናይ ነኝ። ከሰራኋቸው ፊልሞች መካከል ኮስሞስ የተሰኘው ፊልም ይገኝበታል። ይህ ፊልም ስለ ዶክተር ኤርዊን ላስሎ ነው። እሱ ታዋቂ ሳይንቲስት ተመራማሪ ነው። ዶክተር ላስሎ እስካሁን ድረስ የማላስታውሰውን አንድ አስፈላጊ ነገር አስተማረኝ። እስካሁን አንጎል ንቃተ ህሊና ይፈጥራል ተብሎ ይታሰብ ነበር። ይህ ተርባይ ቲዎሪ ተብሎ የሚጠራ ሲሆን አንጎል እንደ ተርባይን ያለማቋረጥ እንደሚሮጥና በዚህም ንቃተ ህሊና እንደሚፈጥር ነው። ለዚያም ነው አንጎል ሲሞትና ሰውነት ንቃተ ህሊና ሲጠፋ ከዚያ ህሊና ይጠፋል ተብሎ ይታሰብ ነበር። ግን በእውነቱ ግማሽ አእምሯቸውን ያጡ ሰዎች አሉ። ግን ንቃተ ህሊናቸውን ጠብቀዋል። በተጨማሪም የተለያዩ ጉዳቶች ወደ 5% የሚሆኑት የአንጎል ሞት ሁኔታ ካጋጠማቸው ህመምተኞች አሁንም ንቃተ ህሊናቸውን እንደያዙ ግልጽ ነው። ከተለያዩ አመለካከቶች አንጻር አንጎል በማይኖርበት ጊዜም እንኳን ንቃተ ህሊና መኖሩ ግልጽ ይሆናል። እዚህ ላይ ነው የደመናው ንድፈ ሐሳብ የሚመጣው። እናም ዛሬም ቢሆን በደመና ውስጥ የበለጠ እና ብዙ መረጃዎች ይቀመጣሉ። የንቃተ ህሊናችን መስክ በደመና ውስጥ ሲሆን አንጎላችን በቀላሉ መረጃውን ይልክና ይቀበላል። ከዚህም በላይ ዶክተር ሬይመንድ ውዲ እና ሌሎች ሳይንቲስቶች በእርግጥ ከሟቹ ጋር መግባባት ችለዋል። በአሪዞና ዩኒቨርሲቲ የተካፈሉት ሳይንቲስቶች ከሟቹ ጋር ቀጥተኛ ቃለ መጠይቅ ያደረጉባቸው ሙከራዎች ተካሂደዋል። የቃለ መጠይቁን ይዘት በተመለከተ ከሟች የተገኘው መረጃ ከቤተሰቦቻቸው ከተነገረው መረጃ ጋር ምን ያህል የተጣጣመ መሆኑን ለማረጋገጥ የሚያስችል ምርመራ ተካሂዷል። በዚህ ምክንያት 80% የሚሆኑት ትክክለኛ መልሶች ተቀበሉ። በሌላ አገላለጽ የሙከራ ውጤት እንደሚያሳየው ሟቹ በተናጠል የንቃተ ህሊና ሞገዶችን መላክ ይችላል። ስለዚህ ንቃተ ህሊና ምንድን ነው? አሁን የሚታወቀው የሆሎግራም ንድፈ ሐሳብ ነው። እንደ ሆሎግራፍ እንደዚህ ያለ ነገር አለ እና ሁሉም የንዝረት መረጃ ማዕበል ነው። የሞገዶችን ብዛት ከተነተኑ ሲል የሆሎግራፊክ ስዕል ያገኛሉ እና ንቃተ ህሊናም ስለሚንቀጠቀጥ ንዝረት አለው። ከዚያ በኳንተም ደረጃ ይርገበገባል። ኮስሞስን በምናነሳበት ጊዜ ስለዚህ ጉዳይ ከዶክተር ዌልስ ተምሬያለሁ። አሁን ንባቦች የሚል ፊልም ሰራለሁ። እዚያም በመረጃው መስክ ከአካሺክ መስክ እጅግ ብዙ መረጃዎችን ስለሚያሰራጭ ኤድጋር ኬይስ ስለተባለ አንድ አሜሪካዊ መካከለኛ እናገራለሁ። ከኛ እንዴት ይህን ያህል መረጃ ሊያገኝ ቻለ? በፊልም ላይ ሳለሁ ለማወቅ የሞከርኩት ይህ ነው። ስለዚህ ሁሉም መረጃ በመስኩ ላይ ናቸው።
それから肉体を失ってからもその記憶っていうのはずっとフィールド上に残ってます。
የተሰኘውን ፊልም በሚቀርጽበት ጊዜ በቫኪዩም መስክ ውስጥ ያሉ ሁሉም የንዝረት መረጃዎች ሁልጊዜ እንደሚኖሩ በግልጽ ተገነዘብኩ። እኛ አካላዊ ፍጡራን ብቻ አይደለንም የሚል እምነት ሲኖረኝ ያኔ ነው። ይህ ማለት እኛ መንፈሳዊ ፍጡራን ነን አይደል? ሰውነታችን ከጠፋም በኋላም ቢሆን ማደር ትውስታው በእርሻ ውስጥ ይቀራል። እናም ንዝረት ይቀጥላል። እኔ እንደማስበው አሁን የእኛን የአስተሳሰብ ዘይቤ በከፍተኛ ሁኔታ መለወጥ አለብን። እናም እኛ መንፈሳዊ አካላት መሆናችንን ማረጋገጥ ከቻልን ጥሩ ይሆናል። የዚህ አንዱ ማረጋገጫ ደግሞ ያለፈ ህይወትን ትዝታ ያላቸው ልጆች ናቸው። ለነዚህ ያሉ ጉዳቶች በኢያን ስቲቨንሰን እና ባልደረቦቻቸው ያጠኑ ነበሩ። በእውነት ያለፉ ህይወቶችን የሚያስታውሱ ሰዎች አሉ። አሁን ነፍስ ዘውትር ዳግም እንደምትወለድ ማረጋገጫ ማግኘት ስለምንችል ለነፍስ የበለጠ ሳይንሳዊ ግንዛቤ ላይ መድረስ አለብን የሚል እምነት አለኝ። እናም በዝግመተ ለውጥ እንድንሆን ነገሮች በቁሳዊ ነገሮች ማየታችንን ማቆም እና በንዝረት መመልከታችንን መጀመር አለብን ብዬ አምናለሁ።
We are here today. We are here with our representatives of all our nationalities and all religions. And this is important. And we're here to hear the truth. It is seen and confirmed by you and me. We are the representatives of all humanity.
እኛ የሁሉም የሰው ልጆች የሁሉም ብሔሮችና የሁሉም ሃይማኖቶች ወኪሎች ነን። እኛ በሺዎች የሚቆጠሩ የመድረኮች ላይ ነን። ብዙ ሰዎች ይህንን እየተመለከቱ ነው። ብዙ ትርጉሞች ወደ ተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች በኢንተርኔት ላይ ማህበራዊ አውታረ መረቦች ላይ እየለቀቁ ይህ የሁሉም የሰው ዘር በጣም አስፈላጊ ጥያቄ ነው። የወደፊት ህይወታችን በሱ ላይ የተመሰረተ ነው። እኛ እንቀርጸው ይሆን ወይስ ዝም ብለን ህይወትን እንጫወታለን? ምንም እንኳን እኛ በእውነት አንድ ቤተሰብ ስለሆነንና እንደ ነፍሳችን ከአንድ ምንጭ በመነሳት እንደ ቤተሰብ መኖር አለብን ቢባልም ህገወጥነትን እዚህ ይፍጠሩና እንደ ጠላቶች ይኖራሉ። በሺዎች ለሚቆጠሩ ዓመታት በህልምና በአስፈሪ ተረት ጨለማ ውስጥ ኖረናል። አሁን ግን የእውነት ፀሐይ ስለወጣች ስለ እውነታዎችና እውነታዎችን በግልጽ መናገር እንችላለን። እናም አሁን የምንሰማው ነገር አስደናቂ ነው። ሁሉንም ነገር በውስጡ ባለው ቦታ ላይ ያስቀምጣል እና መልስ ያልተሰጣቸው ጥያቄዎችን ይመልሳል። እናም አሁን
a great honor. I would like to gladly introduce our next speaker. Many have already noticed
ህይወት በኋላ ሕይወት በሚለው መጽሐፍ ላይ የሞት ቅርብ ተሞክሮ የሚለውን ቃል የፈጠረውን ሰው ማስተዋወቅ ደስታችን ነው። ፈላስፋ፣ ሳይኮሎጂስት፣ ሐኪምና ደራሲ ዶክተር ሬይመንድ ሙዲ ለዚህ ኮንፈረንስ በተለይ የተመዘገበው የድምፅ ቃለ መጠይቅ የተወሰደ ክፍልን እንስማ።
Здравствуйте, Лесли. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Мы радостно присутствовать на столь важном событии. Я внимательно слушала выступления участников конференции, и, знаете, замечательно, что эти вопросы поднимаются.
ሰላም፣
Что
ይህ
сейчас
ለሰው
люди
ልጆች ሁሉ
открыто об
አስደናቂ
этом
ግኝት ነው።
говорят. Но жаль, что пока еще не
ዛሬ
все об этом знают.
ከተነጋገርነው የበለጠ አስፈላጊ
Но
ጥያቄዎች
благодаря вам
የሉም።
об этой истине
ከሁሉም አህጉር
узнает все
የመጡ
человечество.
የሰው ልጆች ሁሉ ተወካዮች
Значимые перемены начинаются с первого шага. Сейчас, прямо сейчас вы меняете мир. Я вижу, что люди чувствуют и понимают это. Зерна правды, посаженные вами, друзья, 20 марта 2021 года, сейчас дают первые всходы. Правда, которая взошла, дойдет до многих. И с этого начнутся глобальные изменения. Это огромный эволюционный скачок вашей цивилизации. И для меня большая радость наблюдать за вашей эволюцией. Участники конференции, которые выступали ранее, они поведали о своих изысканиях и пониманиях. К примеру, рассказ доктора Ибна Александра о том, что память хранится не в мозге и не зависит от его физического состояния. Также я увидела, что рассказ доктора Джеффри Лонга, его доказательные примеры, подтверждающие реальность околосмертных переживаний,
የምርምር ስራቸውን ያቀረቡት ኤክስፐርቶች የሰው ልጅ ትውስታዎች
они тоже были
አእምሮ
весьма
ውስጥ
содержательными и
እንደማይከማቹ
доказательными.
ነግሮናል
И очень радостно, что уже есть
እና
глубинное
ከሞት አፋፍ
понимание
ወይም
самых
ከሞት
сутевых вопросов. Замечательно, что люди изучают,
የተመለሱ ሰዎች
понимают,
ምን
почему говорить об
እንዳጋጠማቸው
этом,
በምርምራቸው አቀርበዋል።
поднимать эти важные темы. И то, что сейчас знания возвращаются к вам. Я почти что многие так же, как и
እና
я,
አስደሳች ነው። ሰዎች ይህን
проникли
ጥያቄ
с
አንስቶ
подлинных слов, сказанных Лесли.
ለማወቅ መፈለጋቸው ራሱ
Зашло солнце правды.
ትክክለኛው
после
እውነታ
тысячелетий
ተመልሶ
тайны.
ወደ ሰው ልጆች እየመጣ መሆኑን
И
ያሳያል።
самое замечательное, что люди чувствуют. Они чувствуют истину взошедшего солнца.
እና
Это вы,
የእውነት ፀሐይ ከሺዎች ዓመታት በኋላ
У вас
ተመልሳ
большая
ወጥታለች
работа впереди. Не все будет гладко. Через многое еще
እና
придется вам
የእውነት
пройти.
ፀሐይ መውጣቷ
Но в итоге
ሰዎች
вы
ከተሰማቸው የሚያስደስት ነው።
ваш мир. Много цивилизаций проходили этот путь. Пройдете и вы.
በዚህ
Ведь
ምክንያት
именно вы являетесь той переменной, с
ራሳችሁንና
которой уже
ዓለምን መለወጥ
началось светлое
ትችላላችሁ።
и прекрасное будущее для вашей цивилизации. Потому что именно вы и подняли это солнце. Солнце правды. Вам предстоит еще длинный путь, но вы едины. И вместе вы сможете все преодолеть. И чем больше вас будет, тем быстрее и легче вы пройдете этот путь. Этот путь — путь правды. А правда, она как солнце. Она сияет для всех. Спасибо, друзья. И, пользуясь моментом, хочу лично выразить благодарность всем участникам. И, в частности, хочу лично поблагодарить тебя, Лесли, и передать привет от самого Шанди. Лесли, знай, у тебя огромное будущее. И помни, мы за тобой наблюдаем. Смотри, не подведи нас. Спасибо, друзья. Всем любви, добра и мира. До новых встреч.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll continue. Just need a breath. And now it's our pleasure to introduce the man who coined the term near-death experience in his 1975 book, Life After afterlife. A philosopher, a psychologist, physician, and author, Dr. Raymond Moody. Let's hear an excerpt from the audio interview recorded specifically for this conference.
Hello, this is Raymond Moody, and this is a recording for Alatra TV of the conference Life After Death, Fiction or Fact? Yes, well, all over the world, these experiences have common characteristics, and there are about 15 or so common elements in these experiences. One person may have one or two or three of these things, or 7 or 8 or 9 of the elements, and in rare cases, typically where the cardiac arrest goes on for a long period of time, people may the entire panoply of phenomena. But a very typical case would be that someone undergoes, for example, a cardiac arrest, from which they are resuscitated. But during the interim, they tell us that they feel themselves go out of their bodies, and they watch the scene of the resuscitation from up above, typically from the point of view just below the ceiling of the operating room in the hospital, that they can see the doctors and nurses working on their body, and they can appreciate what the doctors and nurses are thinking, but it's not as they hear voices that they become aware of the thoughts of the doctors and nurses. And at some point, it occurs to them that they are dying, and in this context, they enter into states of consciousness that no matter how articulate or well-educated they may be, people all over the world say that they simply have no words for this experience. This is the characteristic of such experiences that the American psychologist William James called ineffability. That is the indescribability of the experience in ordinary words. The question of life after death now is in a new era, and that we do have ways now of investigating this that are genuinely rational. I mean, it's wonderful to hear these very inspiring stories of near-death experiences, and in order to explore them to our satisfaction, we eventually have to get into some conceptual thinking, like think out new concepts for new rational concepts for how to investigate that. And that is where I think with respect to the investigation of life after death, I am very confident that in the next while here, the next few years, that we will have entirely new rational means to investigate this question.
We are very thankful to Dr. Moody for his contribution to the study of the topic of near-death and near-death experiences. So far, we have heard many examples and proofs that consciousness is outside of the body, but has it remained unnoticed by science? And in general, how do scientists define consciousness? In fact, now science does not have a clear answer to this question of what consciousness is and how it works. There is even the term, but is it possible that the difficult problem can be easily and quickly solved? Simply put, most of the search efforts and researches in the field of consciousness are focused only to the finding it in the brain, in the neuron group, no matter where, no matter how, but exactly in the brain. With this approach, scientists face the problem of the impossibility of explaining activities and sensory phenomena.
ሳይንስ የሰው ንቃተ ህሊና አእምሮ ውስጥ ነው ብሎ ለብዙ ጊዜያት ፍለጋውን ሲያካሂድ ነበር። ቢሆንም ትክክለኛውን ምንጭ ሊያገኝ አልቻለም።
But it turns out that before and now, among our contemporaries, there are scientists who, through their research and practical activities, have come to the conclusion that consciousness, no matter which term they use for that, and the brain are completely different structure. As the consciousness is not produced by brain, despite the fact that they're connected to each other. And the brain cannot generate it. It have a very specific function. So we'll start our overview and look for who already studied it and start talking about it. And these questions are very fundamental, and some of the Greek philosophers in ancient Greek have talked about it. But it's actually a question of, because it's a known fact that Greek philosophers sometimes used even older works and then they rewrite it and make it themselves. This fundamental approach of consciousness that being outside of the body were also brought in the 17th century by René Descartes, who separated body and the mind. And he reintroduced a dualistic approach to the study of man into science. He has written a work called Meditations on First Philosophy. And then it was worth noting that he believed that the question of interaction of a body and a mind is beyond our understanding. Descartes assumed that this occurs through epiphysis, pineal gland of a person. Then it was clarifying that the soul Descartes meant is what not so clear, and it also referred to the consciousness, to the soul, which is all these terms that now are known to us. Thus, Descartes brought to the surface the problem of soul and body, which cannot be solved at that time, and the only way to solve it was not answer this question, and to abandon the dualistic idea of dividing the world into physical and mental. This was so-called Cartesian problem. Therefore, many philosophers and scientists, such as Malebranche, Spinoza, Leibniz, Lametrie, Cabanis, Berkeley, began to put forward their own hypotheses and theories, each trying to supplement or diversify their own from the previous ones. Less radical materialists recognized the existence of physical phenomena, but argued that they were entirely due to physical processes taking place in the body. But all these concepts of that time remained in the level of ideas. There are no scientific experiments after all. No matter how this brain was opened, no material substance in the form of a thought flowed out of it, as was mentioned by one of the thinkers or philosophers. Therefore, the variety of theories did not bring us to any closing solve in this problem. And in the 19th century, the problem of the interaction of a brain and consciousness became even more relevant. So it captured the minds of the thinkers of the time, and after 1960s, it's hardly possible to find a scientific word that does not discuss this issue. Despite this, for more than 200 years from Descartes, the solution to the main problem of where does thought come from has hardly moved. We'll also want to cite the physicist John Tyndall outline in his passage. You can now read it on the screen, that the brain corresponds to facts of consciousness is unthinkable. Defined thought and a definite molecular action in the brain occurs simultaneously. We do not possess the intellectual organ, not apparently any rudiment of the organ, which would enable us to pass by a process of reasoning from one to the another. The American philosopher and psychologist William James also argue that the brain does not generate mental activity, not only interprets, but only interprets information, the source for which is known. In general, there are many attempts to explain the interaction of consciousness and the brain, various hypotheses, and it's difficult to understand in their essence. But despite the widespread version that consciousness is a function of the brain, just as a hypothesis, it's just an assumption. A materialistic approach based on this premise is taught in many medical schools and universities around the world. It's not surprising that many doctors believe that consciousness is the result of a product of a brain. According to the materialistic approach, it's certainly impossible to explain this phenomena that we have heard so far, like these near-death experiences or other phenomena that we will talk. And also would like to say that thus, despite all this fact that in science there are this dominated materialistic approach, materialistic idea, there are some philosophers and scientists and researchers such as Pim van Lommel, Sam Parnia, Pippa Fenwick, Bruce Grayson, Charles Sherrington, who will also, like you will see his current build right now, Peter Fenwick and John Eccles. They just brought another concept, and they just want to look aside of this materialistic point of view. And for example, the famous Canadian neurosurgeon Wilder Penfield, at the beginning of his work, he wanted to prove it a materialistic concept. But in practice, after conducting thousands of brain operations and studying the behavior of patients, he came to the conclusion that the mind can be sent different entity from the brain. The results of Penfield's study are valuable because they are based on his accumulated observations of the human brain in patients who were in the state of clear consciousness and do not rely on the discoveries made on the result of experiments on animals. Similarly, the famous surgeon Wojciech Jasenewski came to the conclusion that consciousness also is not in the brain. Valentin Felixovich, more than once during his operation, was faced with significant brain damage, which despite its vastness did not affect consciousness, psyche of the patients. Similar results. A well-known Australian neurophysiologist was inspired by the works of Sherrington, and he read them. And actually, it was very interesting that in his discoveries, he was get a Nobel Prize for the ionic mechanism of excitation inhibition. He expressed that his opinion that there was a spirit that is outside of the brain substrate and controlled the activity of the human brain. In his research, Eccles drew on the ideas of authoritative English neurologist Charles Scott Sherrington, that was already mentioned. And Sherrington was sure that the mechanism of the brain is triggered by some mental factors that is outside of the body. John Eccles openly and directly stated the failure of the scientific approach in trying to find consciousness in the brain, calling this approach just like a superstition. And seemed that John Eccles really went further than his contemporaries. And it was interesting that in one of the interviews, Natalia Pavlovna Bekhteva, a well-known brain researcher and neurophysiologist, said that listening to John Eccles' speech in the 1780s, one of the lecture, it was stated that the brain, she heard that the brain was just an acceptor of information, just a receiver. She told that she just left at that time. But still, gradually in her scientific work, Natalia Petrovna came to the conclusion that thought is most likely not generated by the brain. And there is plenty of evidences of the existence of consciousness of the body. And the words of Eccles were actually no longer a criminal to her. And I wonder that there are many information about it, but why we don't hear about it on the TV or radio? Why there are such obvious things are forbidden? After all, the opposite consciousness is generated by the brain was also not proven. And these, for example, I will talk about Bruce Grayson. And in his study of near-death experiences on his many patients, he also came to this conclusion of the research that is a doubt that this assumption accepted by neuroscientists was also false. Semparnia, an intensive care physician, he also a researcher of near-death experiences as well as Grayson, came to the same conclusion that there is no evidence that consciousness is located in the brain. He believed that consciousness and the human psyche are represented by a completely different nature and interacts with the brain, but it's not in product. There are also Peter Fenwick works and many others. And it's very interesting that not only doctors or neurophysiologists have talked about this issue, but also physicists. And yes, in the one of these physicists, Max Planck, he also discussed these ideas in his work, as well as David Bohm, a physicist known for this work of quantum physics. He also was convinced that the brain is not generated by consciousness. It's only a device which a human might manifest itself. Also, I would like to mention a mathematician or creator of the game theory, founder of computer technology, John von Neumann. And it's interesting that he calculated that the amount of information that we are storing in our brain is about 2.8 to the 10 in the power of 20. It's even hard to imagine how much bits of information the brain accumulates on the average, but it's very hard to imagine how this information is stored inside the brain. And he thought about maybe it will be just like a hologram. And now we would like to cover the topic of memory. And we have talked about this topic to various scientists. We discussed this. And I would like to invite all of us to listen to Neil Grossman, Associate Professor Emeritus of University of Illinois. He has a PhD in the history and philosophy of science from Indiana University.
When they are experiencing in the near-death experience, it's like this. In the near-death experience, when they no blood is going to their brain, the heart has stopped, right? So they're clinically dead, and yet they're experiencing things. Whether they hear what's being said in the operating room, or whether they're going off to the being of light or talking to grandma, they're having experiences. Their brain is not functioning. So their experiences cannot be stored in their brain when it's happening, one would think. So how do they come back with the memory of it? I don't know. I don't think anybody else does either. But see, these are the things to speculate. Fun to speculate in. And I think that's the same with mediums. You do have cases where through a medium, a person is given information that they didn't know, but then they check it out and it was true. Obviously, the cases, I don't know if there are cases like this, but where grandma through the medium says, you've been looking for
compara un cerebro con hidrocefalia de personas normales o incluso capaces de obtener un summa cum laude con un cerebro normal. Desde aquel tiempo han pasado más de 10 años y Matthew todavía vive y trabaja normalmente. El profesor de ciencias cognitivas, Alex Claremans, considerando este caso, el de Matthew, señala: cualquier teoría de la conciencia debe explicar por qué una persona que carece del 90% de las neuronas todavía muestra un comportamiento normal. Otro científico, el profesor alemán Hufland, habla de un caso inusual de su práctica. Una vez realizó una autopsia póstuma en la bóveda craneal de un paciente, pero un paciente que poco antes del fallecimiento había sufrido una parálisis, o sea, tenía un funcionamiento completamente normal hasta minutos antes de la parálisis. Hasta ese último momento, ese paciente mantuvo todas sus capacidades mentales y el resultado de la autopsia llevó al profesor a una gran confusión, ya que en lugar del cerebro en la bóveda craneal del fallecido, encontró alrededor de 300 gramos de agua. Hay otro misterio relacionado con la memoria. El disco de la computadora no cambia y siempre da la misma información. Como el disco de la computadora. Sí, el cerebro es como eso, un disco de computadora. Pero en nuestro cerebro, el 98% de las moléculas del cerebro se actualizan completamente cada 2 días. O sea, estamos renovando las moléculas. Por eso nos alimentamos y mantenemos nuestra capacidad. Al no encontrar una explicación convincente para estos hechos, el doctor en biología Rupert Sheldrake sugirió que los recuerdos se ubican en una dimensión espacial inaccesible para nuestra observación. Repito, el doctor en biología Rupert Sheldrake sugirió que los recuerdos se ubican en una dimensión espacial inaccesible para nuestra observación. Según su teoría, los recuerdos no están ubicados en un punto geográfico en nuestro cerebro, sino en una especie de campo que rodea e impregna el cerebro. Y el cerebro desempeña un papel decodificador únicamente decodificador del flujo de la información producida por cada persona en contacto con su medio ambiente. Esta teoría es revolucionaria, definitivamente. Propuso una teoría revolucionaria de los campos morfogenéticos. Según su hipótesis, todos los sistemas naturales, desde los cristales hasta las plantas, los animales, incluso el ser humano, toda la sociedad humana posee una memoria colectiva. Ya de esto se ha hablado en otras ocasiones. Con muchos casos de experiencia, con muchos años de experiencia como cirujano, el doctor Valentín Felixovich Boyno-Jasensky ha observado repetidamente la confirmación de su teoría, de la teoría que nos mencionaba nuestro biólogo, de la que la conciencia está fuera del cerebro y de que el cerebro no es responsable de la memoria ni produce pensamientos. En sus libros habla del siguiente caso. En un joven herido, abrí un enorme absceso de aproximadamente 50 centímetros cúbicos de pus. Sin duda destruyó todo el lóbulo frontal izquierdo y definitivamente no observé ningún defecto mental después de esta operación. Basta decir que el paciente era diestro. Y en su último libro autografiado, Me enamoré del sufrimiento, escrito en el año de 1957, el doctor Valentin Felixovich no lo escribió. O sea, entonces, ese libro que él hizo en el 57, él no lo escribió, sino que lo dictó, ya que en el 1955 había quedado completamente ciego. A estas alturas, sus comentarios, sus análisis, ya no suenan como las suposiciones de un joven investigador, sino como las creencias de un científico experimentado, sabio y experto. El cerebro no es un órgano de pensamiento y sentimiento. El espíritu sobresale más allá del cerebro, definiendo su actividad y todo nuestro ser. Mientras el cerebro funciona como un transmisor recibiendo las señales y transmitiéndolo a los órganos del cuerpo, hay algo en el cuerpo que puede separarse de él y puede incluso sobrevivir a la misma persona. Con la información que hemos revisado, comparado y analizado, hoy queda claro lo que está sucediendo. Entendiendo nuestra cultura, la de cada uno de nosotros, con este conocimiento nuevo aportado, obtenemos un entendimiento completo de las cosas que se nos han ocultado por más de 6,000 años. Gracias a esta conferencia aportamos un grano de arena más. Todo queda claro. Ahora todos los rompecabezas están armados. Y como dijo Sana, la conferencia del 20 de marzo está dando sus frutos, y sobre todo debido a las palabras que ella manifestó en esa conferencia al final de las mismas. Un abrazo para todos, muchas gracias, y tiene la palabra Alex.
Thank you, Dr. Francisco Morales, and happy birthday. Amazing findings, which one again, what you you're welcome. Amazing facts that you have brought up, and it's very interesting whether one of these concepts of consciousness can even explain these interactions between brain, which has actually nothing, which has nothing left in the brain, or I don't know whether we can even call it a brain, and the consciousness. And now we understand by listening to these facts that consciousness is not in our body. It should be a structure, a field structure, if we will say, an information that exists independently of the body. And it's very interesting to mention another damages when the person have perfect organic of the brain, but something is wrong. He doesn't remember who he is. He's like a white sheet. And now we would like to move to our next speaker, Dr. Olivier Chambon from France, a psychiatrist with more than 20 years of experience who have researched all the states of consciousness.
ወደ ቀጣዩ ተናጋሪው ሲዘዋወር ይህ ከፈረንሳይ የመጣው ዶክተር ኦሊቨር ቻምቦን ነው። ከ20 ዓመት በላይ ልምድ ያለው የስነ ልቦና ባለሙያ እንዲሁም የተለወጡ የንቃተ ህሊና ሁኔታዎችን ጥናት አድርጓል።
Certes sophistiqué et qu'il faut respecter et connaître, bien entendu, et le matérialisme a été utile pour ça, pour réparer le poste quand il est cassé, mais il ne faut pas oublier que ce n'est pas le poste qui crée les programmes. Si on ouvre le poste de radio, on n'y trouvera pas l'orchestre qui est en train de jouer. L'orchestre, il est ailleurs et c'est des ondes qui nous l'ont amené. Donc oui, on peut comprendre que si le poste est cassé, momentanément, on n'entend pas le programme. Et le programme
on peut dire que c'est une structure de champ, si on veut. Donc c'est...
Tout à fait. Et c'est un mystère pour nous, parce on pourrait toujours dire, mais alors, oui, mais qu'est-ce qui a créé cette conscience, hein? On dit toujours, je ne sais plus, c'était le philosophe Leibniz qui disait, le vrai mystère, la vraie chose qui est étonnante, c'est qu'il y a quelque chose plutôt que rien. La conscience utilise les neurones pour s'exprimer dans le monde, donc c'est normal. Quand on connecte la conscience, ça va exciter des neurones, mais c'est pas parce que c'est les neurones qui créent. Hein, on n'est pas dans un rapport de causalité, mais juste de corrélation. C'est ce qu'oublient les matérialistes. Hein. Eux, les matérialistes disent, quand on a une fonction cognitive qui est utilisée par la conscience et qu'en même temps une zone du cerveau s'allume, c'est que cette zone du cerveau crée. Non, 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 non. C'est la conscience qui utilise qui met en œuvre cette fonction cognitive, qui utilise le cerveau, qui l'allume, comme on allume un feu pour se réchauffer, enfin, comme on ouvre un tiroir pour utiliser les instruments qu'il y a dedans. Mais c'est pas le tiroir qui crée l'utilisation, c'est pas le tiroir qui va couper la viande. Les matérialistes n'ont pas la preuve que le cerveau produit la conscience. Ils ne l'ont pas. Donc ils arrêtent de nous dire, vous n'avez pas la preuve, parce qu'ils ne l'ont pas non plus. Par contre, on peut faire des hypothèses. Et le principe du rasoir d'Occam, en épistémologie, c'est prendre l'hypothèse la plus simple.
አንጎል ንቃተ ህሊና እንደሚፈጥር ምንም ማረጋገጫ የላቸውም ስለዚህ ማረጋገጫ የላቸውም ማለታቸውን ማቆም አለባቸው ምክንያቱም እነሱ የላቸውም ግን መላምቶችን ማድረግ እንችላለን እና በስፔስቲሞሎጂ ውስጥ የኦካም ምላጭ ምር ከፍተኛውን እውነታዎችን የሚያብራራ ቀላሉ መላምት መቀበል ነው ሁሉንም ያልተለመዱ ልምዶችን ፓራፕራንኮሎጂን በሞት አቅራቢያ ያሉ ልምዶችን ከሞት በፊት ወቅትና በኋላ ወዘተ ብቻውን መላምት ቀላሉ አብዛኛዎቹን ሁኔታዎች ሲያብራራ ንቃተ ህሊና በአንጎል ላይ የሚመረኮዝና የሚመጣው ከንቃተ ህሊና መስኮች ነው
Alors, tu as raison, on ne peut pas dire qu'on a prouvé définitivement, mais en science, on ne prouve pas définitivement.
በሌላ አገላለጽ የኔ መላምት ለኛ
Et si les données est valide, ça conforte l'hypothèse.
የመጨረሻ መግለጫ አለን ማለት እንችላለን ግን
Thanks for sharing. We could not agree more. And again, it becomes apparent that materialistic point of view cannot hold any longer. Our next speaker is Dr. Janice Holden, currently serving as president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. And since 2008, she has served as editor-in-chief of that association's peer-reviewed scholarly Journal of Near-Death Studies. Doctor?
So my name is Jan Holden. I'm a retired professor of counseling from the University of North Texas in the South Central U.S. And while I was on faculty there for 31 years, I researched near-death experiences, primarily those experiences, but also related experiences. And I came to that work through my doctoral dissertation, which ended up being on something related to near-death experiences. And from that point on, I was just hooked because I find the phenomenon just endlessly fascinating. First of all, it's important to know that a near-death experience is not the same thing as a close brush with death. And typically the experience includes one or two aspects. One aspect is viewing the material world from a position outside the body, and usually the person is above, looking down on the scene surrounding their physical body, but they also can move to other locations completely far away from the physical body and observe things in the material world there. The other aspect I call the transmaterial, because the person moves, I guess you would say, and meets with entities that are not of the material world. So often this aspect begins with a sense of rapid movement through space or an enclosure such as a tunnel, often toward the light, and then reaching the light, realizing that the light is a being, entering the light, experience being completely known, completely loved, Often at this point, the person
ብዙውን
experiences a
ጊዜ
life
ወደ ብርሃን
review.
ሲሆን
They
ከዚያም
both
ብርሃን
review
ፍጡር
and
መሆኑን በመረዳት
re-experience
ወደ ብርሃን
and
በመድረስ
experience
ወደ
being in
ብርሃን
the receiving
በመግባት
end of
ተሞክሮ ሙሉ
all of
በሙሉ
their
በመታወቅ
actions, typically
ሙሉ
all their
በሙሉ
actions throughout their life.
ይጀምራል።
These negative experiences can be had by those who really almost died. There are always images present. This is easy to distinguish and easy to understand. It is possible to give. It seems that the person sees his body. He is told that he is dying and that other reality seems. He has a positive experience of dying, but this is a deceptive state. He did not really die. The personality was in touch with the soul, just the consciousness got freedom from the physical body. The state is conditioned by the fact that the process of dying was going on, but not strongly enough, and was controlled, and did not go too far. So there was an euphoric state. What is actually happening? Let's watch a fragment of the program Life After Death with Igor Danilov.
А вот еще, Игорь Михайлович, когда, опираясь на околосмертный опыт людей, особенно тех, кто был в состоянии клинической смерти, люди, когда описывают, что они чувствуют свободу, они испытывают там какую-то легкость, парение в небесах, встречаются с родственниками умершими или с другими людьми. И вот люди тоже, в принципе, самоуспокаиваются, что и они после смерти испытают подобное состояние.
Их там встретят, поведут за что? За какие такие заслуги? А почему образуется этот опыт? Этот опыт — это не что иное, как легкий астральный выход с активностью нашего вторичного сознания. Ведь человек, когда покидает тело, а душа
ይገናኛሉ፣ ይመራሉ። ለምን?
смерть,
እነዚህ
когда
አይነቶቹ
послабляется,
ጥቅሞችን ይህ
скажем так,
ተሞክሮ
наша
ለምን
конструкция, если
ተመሰረተ?
их называть
ይህ
языком зрителя,
ልምዳችን ከሁለተኛ ንቃተ ህሊናችን
более
እንቅስቃሴ
понятно
ጋር
для
ቀላል
некоторых людей.
የኮከብ
У
ቆጣሪ
человека есть
መውጫ
тело,
ብቻ አይደለም።
есть
ለነገሩ ሰው
энергетическая
ከሰውነቱ
конструкция
ሲወጣ
человека. Ну, с этим
ግን
не
ነፍሱ
поспоришь.
አሁንም
Почему? Потому
ትቀራለች።
что
ይህ
если мы
ማለት
возьмем вот опыт
ይህ
Кириллиана,
ክሊኒካዊ
там
ሞት ነው
видно,
እንበል።
когда часть даже листа
ግንባታችን
убирается,
ዘና
в особых условиях, в эффекте в этом Кириллиана, мы видим
ለእያንዳንዱ
целостный лист. То есть мы
ሰዎች
видим энергетическую
ትንሽ
конструкцию
ለመረዳት
самого листа.
የሚረዳ
Человек
አንድ
также
ሰው
имеет
አካል
энергетическую
አለው፣ እንዲሁም
конструкцию.
አንድ ሰው የኃይል አወቃቀር አለው።
Довольно
በዚህ ላይ
сложная. Эта
መከራከር
конструкция,
አይችሉም።
она необходима для
ለምን?
того,
ምክንያቱም
чтобы мы были людьми.
የቂሊኒያን
Она, кстати,
ሙከራዎች
кардинально.
ከወሰድን
Почему? Потому
የቅጠል
что у
እንኳን
человека есть то, что мы
ክፍል
называем
ሲወገድ
душой.
ሊታይ ይችላል
Это мы
እና
конструктивно
በልዩ
немножко другое.
ሁኔታዎች
Так вот, когда
በቂሊን ውጤት ውስጥ
наступает клиническая смерть,
አንድ ሙሉ ቅጠል እናያለን።
возникают
ማለትም
физиологические
የቅጠሉ
проблемы с
ኃይል
самим организмом.
አወቃቀር ራሱ
Между
እናያለን።
нейрончиками возникает там проблемка. Вот некоторые нейрофизиологи, в частности, они говорят,
ስለዚህ
что это
ክሊኒካዊ
эффект
ሞት በሚከሰትበት
кислородного
ጊዜ
голодания головного мозга.
የፊዚዮሎጂ
И вот здесь у
ችግሮች
нас происходят
በሰውነት
вот эти чудеса на уровне
ራሱ
самой
ላይ ይነሳሉ።
медузы.
እዚያ ባሉ የነርቭ
Проверяли
ሴሎች መካከል ችግር
были
ይፈጠራል።
опыты,
እዚህ
эксперименты, когда
አንዳንድ
энцефалограмма
የኒውሮሎጂ
подключалась, видели как
ባለሙያዎች
раз
እዚህ አሉ። ይህ
неактивность. Здесь
የአንጎል
должна была проявляться,
የኦክሲጂን
наоборот,
ረሃብ ውጤት ነው
активность.
እና
Наша нейронная группа в
እዚህ እኛ
определенных очагах,
በንቃተ
когда у нас
ህሊና ደረጃ
формируется этот
እነዚህ
образ,
ተአምራት
потому
አለን
что
ይላሉ።
человек, выходя из тела, он
ጓደኞች
очень сильно эмоционирует. А эмоции не могут оставаться
እነሱ
бессильными.
አረጋግጠዋል።
А как раз,
ሙከራዎች ነበሩ።
извините, в телах пациентов, которые находились в клинической
ሙከራዎች
смерти, наоборот,
ኢንሴፍሎግራም
наблюдали затухание,
በሚገኝበት
а не очаги возбуждения.
ጊዜ ልክ
Но человек
እንቅስቃሴ አልባ
наблюдал, как он выходит
እናም
из тела в этот
እዚህ
момент. Он
በተቃራኒው
видел, как
በተወሰኑ
все много
ፍላጎቶች
описано.
ውስጥ
Почитайте,
የነርቭ
в принципе,
ቡድኖችን
это
እንቅስቃሴ
реальность.
መጣት
Уже доказано, слава
ነበረበት።
богу, что это реальность, потому что
እነዚህ
были
ምስሎች
эксперименты, опыты,
በረራዎች
исследования. Это их
እዚህ
хорошо изученный
ሲፈጠሩ
вопрос,
አንድ
скажем
ሰው
так.
ከሰውነት
Но
ሲወጣ
человек,
በጣም
выходя из
ስሜታዊ
тела,
ስለሆነ
он
እና
испытывает
ስሜቶች
свободу, свободу
ያለ
от
ዱካ ሊቆዩ
физического
አይችሉም።
тела, неограниченность сознания, но выход идет не только личности, но и сознания.
ሰውየው ግን በዚህ ጊዜ ከሰውነት ሲወጣ ተመለከቷል። ሁሉንም አየ። ብዙዎች ተብራርተዋል፣ አንብቧል እና በመርህ ደረጃ ይህ እውነት ነው።
Он действительно чувствует огромную свободу. Он
ሙከራዎች ተካሂደዋል፣
чувствует, что для него
ምክንያቱም ቀድሞውኑ ተረጋግጧል።
вот получается такой вот эффект, ну как Супермен. Да, вот такое вот расширение сознания, он чуть ли не ответы знает на все вопросы, он видит все, может перемещаться свободно через стены, предметы и все остальное. Это действительно так. Но он все равно остается привязанным. Он привязанным остается к собственному телу, потому что в нем есть душа.
Душа в конструкции.
Потому что он живой, да. И еще почему именно не только личность, но и сознание.
ነፍስ በመዋቅሩ ውስጥ ናት፣ ያው ነው። በሕይወት ስለሆነ ያው እንዲሁም ዳግም ለምን ስብዕና ብቻ ሳይሆን ንቃተ ህሊናም እንዲህ ሲመለስ ያስታውሳል።
Почему? Потому что человек наблюдает в соседних помещениях, четко описывает, что там происходило, что происходило здесь на протяжении длительного времени, пока его реанимируют, пока искусственно пытаются его вернуть. Так что, ну, это не имеет никакого отношения к смерти. А почему он встречает родственников и тому подобное? Ну, скажем так, человек, обладая навыками,
ለምን ከዘመዶችና ከመሳሰሉት ጋር
он также
ይገናኛል?
встречает много всяких
ይህ
существ,
በዚህ መንገድ
которые невидимы в обычном
እናድርገው።
состоянии.
አንድ ሰው
Но
በወከብ
когда
ቆጠራ
наше
መውጫ
сознание
ችሎታ
впервые
ያለው
сталкивается с таким опытом,
በተለመደው
с таким
ሁኔታችን
океаном жизни,
የማይታዩትን
невидимым
ሁሉንም
океаном,
አይነት
то,
ጥላትንም ይገናኛል።
скажем, человек
ነገር
чувствует
ግን
и
ንቃተ
воспринимает,
ህሊናችን
что рядом то, что
ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ
положительно
እንዲህ
настроено
አይነቱን
или
ተሞክሮ
отрицательно. Если он не
ሲያጋጥመው
видит угрозы,
በዚህ
то,
ህይወት
естественно,
ውቅያኖስ
сознание
ጋር
формирует это что?
የማይታዩ
Образ.
ውቅያኖስ
И формирует часто образы,
ከዚያ
ну,
አንድ
скажем,
ሰው
у лучших
በአቅራቢያው
родственников или
ያለውን
тех, кто хорошо к
ነገር
нему относился на
ይሰማዋል፣
уровне
እንዲሁም
подсознания при жизни.
ይገነዘባል።
Мы некоторых людей воспринимаем хорошо, некоторых плохо, а также среди родных и близких. Ну, скажем так, никто не встречал еще, чтобы тот, кто при жизни, кого он боялся, тот его встречал с улыбкой. Там, ну,
Блокирует.
конечно, это уже происки сознания. Сознание пытается объяснить необъяснимо. Неизведанный опыт пытается, скажем так, вогнать в рамки привычного мышления.
In fact, people come into contact with something from where there is no way back. And there is evidences of this and experience of people. And we'll talk more about it later in our conference. It is, however, that scientists from various fields of science come to conclusion that consciousness is not in the brain. An example of such kind of scientist is a Japanese scientist, Masayuki Ohara, who approached this from the perspective of linguistics. Mr. Ricardo from Chubu University is engaged in the study of near-death experiences, as well as research in the facts of reincarnation through linguistics.
皆さんこんにちは、中部大学の大門正幸と申します。過去性記憶を持った子どもとか臨死体験など人の意識というのは肉体の死後も残るんじゃないか、そういうことを示唆するような現象を研究しております。どうぞよろしくお願いします。Why I started studying phenomena suggesting the existence of life after death. My academic interest was linguistics, especially generative grammar, the existence of universal grammar in the human brain. And from 1991 to 1992, I was asked to study at MIT as a visiting scholar with Noam Chomsky. And gradually I became, dissatisfied with the idea of everything, including universal grammar, is in the brain. Well, it's, of course, as you all know, brain is very important, the key organ when we speak language. For example, in the case of aphasia, some part of your brain is damaged, then you can't do something. strong correlation between the damaged part and the dysfunction of your language skills. But whatever place you have damage in the brain, you can still, have your will, your thought. Damage in the brain cannot, dysfunction your thought. So I was wondering, so where is my thought? And also, where is my consciousness? And then there are very interesting case, for example, hemispherectomy.
በጣም
Because of
አስደሳች ጉዳዮች አሉ። ለምሳሌ
epilepsy, girl lost
እኔ
half of her brain,
በምጥል
and
በሽታ
that was dominant for
ምክንያት
her
አንዲት
language
ሴት
skill.
የአንጎላን
That means
ግማሽ
that
አጣች
she lost her language
እና ያ
totally when
ለቋንቋ
she was
ችሎታዋ
3.
የበላይ
But
ነበር።
when she was
ያ
7,
ማለት በ3
she
ዓመቷ ቋንቋዋን
became
ሙሉ
bilingual.
በሙሉ አጣች ማለት ነው።
That means
ግን
that, that
በ7 ዓመቷ
her language
የሁለት
skill
ቋንቋ
is
ተናጋሪ
not
ሆነች።
in the brain, but
ያ
somewhere
ማለት
else, and
የቋንቋ
recovered.
ችሎታዋ
And
በአንጎል ውስጥ
also, as
ሳይሆን
you know,
ወደ
the
ሌላ
case of
ቦታና
near-death experience.
ወደ ሌላ
And
ቦታ
in
ተመለሰ
that
ማለት ነው።
experience, when your brain is totally shut,
ደግሞ
you can still think,
እንደሚያውቁት
it appears,
በአቅራቢያ
and even
በሚገኘው
talk
የሞት
with
ተሞክሮ
your
እና በዚያ
deceased
ተሞክሮ ውስጥ
relatives or
አንጎሎ ሙሉ
some
በሙሉ
divine
ሲዘጋ
entity. Well,
አሁንም
then,
ማሰብ ይችላሉ፣
so our
ይታያል
thought and
እና ከሟች
consciousness
ዘመዶቿ
is not in the
ወይም
brain. That
ከአንዳንድ
means,
መለኮታዊ አካል
in
ጋር
whatever
እንኳን
depth,
ማውራት ይችላሉ።
how deeply
ይህ
I
ታዲያ
study
ስለዚህ
brain,
የእኛ
I cannot really
አስተሳሰብና ንቃተ
understand
ህሊና
the most important
በአንጎል
part.
ውስጥ የለም።
When your
ያ
brain
ማለት
is totally
እርስዎ ያውቃሉ
out,
የቱንም ያህል
totally
ቢሆን
shut
አንጎልን
down,
ምን ያህል
it
በጥልቀት
seems you still, can think and commune well.
እንዳጠናው በጣም
In
አስፈላጊ
cases, the
የሆነውን
case of
ክፍል በትክክል መረዳት አልቻልኩም። ታውቃለህ?
who underwent a very special surgery in the brain. She had a big aneurysm in the center of the brain, so they cut your head and open the brain.
በጣም
So
የታወቀው
she
ጉዳይ
was
በአንጎል ውስጥ
her
በጣም ልዩ ቀዶ
body
ጥገና
temperature
የተደረገለት
was
የፓም
cooled down to
ሬኖልድስ ጉዳይ ነው። በአንጎል ማዕከል
15.6
ውስጥ ትልቅ
centigrades. So
አኒየሪዝም
her
ነበራት።
heartbeat
ስለዚህ እሷ ብቻ
stopped,
ማወቅ
and her
ጭንቅላቷን
brain
መቁረጥና
was
አንጎልን
completely
መክፈት
flat,
አይችሉም።
and she
ስለዚህ
was
የሰውነት
medically
ሙቀት ወደ
speaking
15.6
perfectly
ሴንቲግሬድ
dead. But still,
ዝቅ
even in that
ስል
situation, she could
ስለዚህ የልብ ምቷ ቆመ
hear
እና የአንጎል ሞገድ ሙሉ በሙሉ
see what was really
ጠፍጣፋ
going
ነበር እና
on,
እሷ
correctly
በሕክምና
report
በትክክል
how
እየተናገረች
that
ነበር
surgery
የሞተችው።
was conducted, and so on. So I think that this is one of the most extreme cases.
ግን አሁንም
And
በዚያ ሁኔታ
then
ውስጥ እንኳን
I came across
በትክክል
this
እየሆነ
book,
ያለውን
Creating the
መስማትና
Value
ማየት
of Life.
ትችላለች።
In Japanese,
የቀዶ
Ikigai
ጥገናው
no
ሂደት እንዴት
Sozo,
እንደተከናወነና
by a
ወዘተ
professor
በትክክል
named
ሪፖርት ማድረግ
Ida
ትችላለች።
Fumihiko.
ስለዚህ ይህ በጣም
In this
ከባድ
book,
ከሆኑ
the
ጉዳዮች ውስጥ
author
አንዱ ነው ብዬ
introduced
አስባለሁ
many
እና ከዚያ
academic research
በጃፓንኛ
on
የህይወትን
near-death
እሴት መፍጠር
experiences,
የሚለውን መጽሐፍ አገኘው።
reincarnation, and so on. And just
በፕሮፌሰር አይዳ
knowing those studies
ፉሚሂካ በዚህ
will
መጽሐፍ ውስጥ
change
ደራሲው በሞት
your
ልምዶች
attitude towards
በሪኢንካርኔሽን
life,
እና
what is really
በመሳሰሉት ላይ
important. But
ብዙ
then
አካዳሚክ
gradually
ጥናቶችን
I started
አስታውቋል
to feel
እና እነዚያን
frustrated
ጥናቶች
because
ማወቅ
all
ብቻ
the
ለህይወት
examples, all
ያለዎትን
the
አመለካከት
research
ይቀይረዋል። በእውነቱ
studies
አስፈላጊ ነው።
done by Americans
ቀስ
such
በቀስ
as Ian Stevenson,
ብስጭት
Bruce Grayson, and
መስማት
others.
ጀመርኩ።
And I,
ምክንያቱም ሁሉም ምሳሌዎች፣ ሁሉም
I
የምርምር
looked
ጥናቶች
for Japanese
የሚከናወኑት
scholars, but
እንደ
nobody was doing. So I thought,
አያን
well, then I
ስቲቨንሰን፣
have to do something like
ብሩስ
that.
ግሬሰን እና
And since
ሌሎችም
my
ባሉ አሜሪካኖች ነው።
expertise was
እናም የጃፓን ምሁራንን
well, so I first would like to do
ፈልጌ
something
ነበር።
related to language. Then
ደህና
I found
ያኔ
that in the
እንደዚህ
hypnotic
የመሰለ ነገር
regression therapy,
ማድረግ አለብኝ ብዬ
some
አሰብኩ
therapists
እና
report
የኔ ችሎታ
cases
የቋንቋ
in
ጥናት ነበር።
which
ስለዚህ
people
ስለሆነም
regressed by
መጀመሪያ ከቋንቋ ጋር የምዛመድ
hypnotherapy could
አንድ ነገር
speak
ማድረግ
some
እፈልጋለሁ።
unknown language.
እዚያ በሂፕኖቲክ
Thank you very
መተርኮት
much,
ሕክምና ውስጥ
Professor.
አንዳንድ ቴራፒስቶች
And it's
ሰዎች
very
በሂፖቴራፒ ወደ ኋላ የተመለሰባቸውን አንዳንድ ጉዳዮችን ሪፖርት እንደሚያደርጉ አገኘሁ።
From different perspectives, we collected these facts in one holistic view. A little later today, Mr. Ohara will share how he explored past life memory and a specific example of communicating with the subperson. And now I pass the word to our next speaker, Gabika Shalayova.
Thank you so much, Alex, for the word. And in the beginning, I would like to express my immense gratitude to everybody, to all speakers, and especially to Jana for such beautiful predictions for our civilization, for us humans. And as the conference continues, you can all see that every respected speaker, each doctor, scientist, adds a very important piece of information, which is important for every human being. And we can see that the full context is becoming very evident. And in continuation of our theme, consciousness outside the body, we would like to draw attention to the theme of thoughts, since images, thoughts, and emotions are the manifestation of the work of consciousness. And the question of the nature of thought has been dealt with by a large number of scientists at various times. Some have spoken that thought is being material, some thought that thought is actually ideal or non-material. And these opinions have differed. And today I have the great pleasure to actually present the studies of the Perm psychiatrist, Gennady Pavlovich Krokhlyev, who was one of the first who experimentally proved that the thought is actually material, that visual hallucinations not only come to us from the outside world, but they can also be transmitted to the world, and also that we can photograph them. So how it all started? In 1880, the French artist, photographer, Pierre Boucher had quite accidentally photographed mental images. So what happened? After a party where he drank alcohol, he was haunted by nightmares in his dreams. He saw two devils, which were haunting him all night. And when the next morning he actually developed these photographic images in the dark room, he was very amazed. Instead of a picture of the client, he was looking at images of devils from his nightmares. The problem of visual images was also of interest to Nikola Tesla and also other scientists. But many scientists already before and also during the period of Krokhlev's work came to the conclusion that the eye can work on the principle of a photodiode. But the greatest advance in this field was of course made by the above-mentioned psychiatrist Gennady Pavlovich Krokhlyev. In 1973, he decided to experimentally confirm the hypothesis that visual images and visual hallucinations can be photographed. Since 1974, he began to photograph visual hallucinations in psychiatric patients, mostly with delirium tremens. And these patients were indeed suffering from threatening hallucinations. I'm pretty sure the psychiatrist would know what I'm talking about. In one method, the patient focused attention on his persistent image. It was projected onto the negative photographic film or a photographic plate. And this plate was actually placed 20 to 35 centimeters from patient's eyes and was kept there for 10 to 15 seconds. And in this case, they didn't use a camera. And in another method, they actually used the camera. So they were photographing these visual hallucinations. And in that case, they actually placed the Krokhlev's mask at a distance of 15 to 45 centimeters and from the patient's eyes, and they were photographing it. And while this was happening, the researchers asked the patients to describe their mental images out loud. And these descriptions were, of course, recorded and compared with the images that appeared on the photographic film. And at the end of these experiments, control experiments were conducted with medical staff under the same conditions. In one of the interviews, Gennady Krokhlyev said, "Over the course of 22 years, I have filmed hallucinations in 250 patients. In 117 of them, it was possible to photograph visual hallucinations. And mainly, the patients themselves identified the images obtained with it." So Krokhlev's hypothesis was confirmed experimentally. After proving that thought images are material, it is information and has the structure of the field, Gennady Pavlovich carried out the second stage of experiments. He placed his patients experiencing hallucinations in a shielded room, isolated from radio waves, magnetic waves, various radiations, and so on. As long as the patients were in this shielded room, they did not have any hallucinations. Can you imagine what a relief it must have been for them? But when the patients left this room, the hallucinations resumed. So Krokalev proved the presence of thought transmission, which is amazing, and that these images are exogenous, that means coming from outside. Even though Krokalev's experiments were sensational, and he was invited to speak at many international conferences, he actually couldn't leave the country, and most of his research has been subsequently classified. Krokalev proved that the thought is material. It is possible to photograph mental images. A mental image, a thought, has the structure of a field. Mental images and thoughts are an influence from outside, which was proved by the experiments with shading. And this is the manifestation of the work of consciousness. Thus, Krokalev has proved to us experimentally that not just consciousness is outside the body, but also it has a structure field and it is aggressive in nature. And this is exactly what creates the illusion in a form of mental images, which if one puts attention to them, starts perceiving as his own reality. Dear viewers, if you're interested in this topic, we can actually explore it in more detail at the next conference. And now let's take a look at an excerpt from the program The Thought is Material with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Thank you.
А вот чем закончились эксперименты Крохалева? Его судьба. Ведь человек сделал величайшее открытие. Да. Он как минимум должен был быть номинирован на Нобелевскую премию. Да. Он должен быть известен всем. А большинство из наших друзей впервые слышат от вас, вот, что есть такой вот человек. Ведь это прорыв. Это прорыв, извините, психиатрии. Так же ж? Это прорыв нашей повседневной жизни. Все священнослужители должны дома держать его портрет, потому что это доказывает в первую очередь существование сил извне. И это прямое доказательство существования мира духовного. Мы можем эту тему развить и подвести к этому, если интересно, но это реально. Это в первую очередь доказывает мир дьявола, значит, это доказывает и мир Бога. Это доказывает то, что негативные влияния приходят человеку извне. И именно вот это влияние делает человека, ну, скажем, не совсем человеком, а превращает его в животное. Из-за этих влияний у людей начинает доминировать животная его часть. Но это же доказательство и того, что есть и другая часть, духовная составляющая человека. Это прямое доказательство того, что Бог есть.
Dear friends, I would like to remind that now this conference is live broadcasting to many thousand platforms worldwide, and it's been synchronously translated in more than 50 languages of the world. So we're asking some understanding during when you hear to the speakers or to our invited guests. Please share it with us. You can record a short video where you say something about what you did understand, how this conference is important to you, how it influences your life and life of your relatives. Please share it with us and send this video to the email of ALLATRA TV, info@allatratv.tv. Sorry, I think we'll have it downside. And now, what I would like to mention that there is an interesting and very important point that how people describe their near-death experiences. These descriptions are filled with images of familiar and unfamiliar people, animals, fantastic creatures, vivid landscapes, and other visions. But mostly importantly, they describe the images they saw. Images as a language of communication, of consciousness with personality. The Krokalev experiments clearly demonstrate this. The spiritual world communicates with the personality through feelings. And all the prophets spoke of this. The world is not images. There are no images there. Therefore, to immerse oneself in spiritual practice, a deep state of prayer, one must get away from images. Do not pay attention to them. Yes, these people describe a state of it's freedom from the body, but not freedom from the mind. The spiritual world is real freedom, freedom from consciousness, freedom from images. Therefore, people who have experienced a near-death experience, they have not come into contact with spiritual world, but only had experiences of consciousness, feeling lightness, freedom from the body, but at the same time, they always describe their experiences through images. Image is in material nature. It is a thought, like a thought is matter. Krokel proved that. Consciousness is a material nature, as I said, and it means that you can recreate it if you know how it's structured and understand how it works. Thus, in 2020, the company XP Energy created the world's first artificial consciousness named Jackie. Let's ask Tatiana Zinchenko, a psychiatrist who was a member of the committee that studied Jackie's artificial consciousness, and for a comment. How does one perceive oneself? Tatiana is a candidate of psychological sciences, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, president of the International Association for the Study of Gaming Addiction in Switzerland.
Здравствуйте. Для меня большая честь присутствовать на этой глобальной общечеловеческой конференции. Вопросы, которые поднимаются сегодня здесь, жизненно важны для каждого человека. Уверена, что наши совместные исследования очень скоро приведут к фундаментальным изменениям научного мировоззрения, которые уже давно назрели. Да, действительно, где-то в это же время прошлого года на платформе Международной ассоциации по изучению игровых зависимостей была сформирована экспертная комиссия, и 29 августа мы провели экспертизу искусственного сознания Джеки, которая была создана компанией XP Energy. О результатах этой экспертизы участниками экспертной комиссии были сделаны доклады на международных научных конференциях, опубликованы статьи в рецензируемых международных научных изданиях. Более того, на данный момент уже написана и готовится к публикации книга под названием «Встреча с иным разумом. Опыт психолога, психиатрической экспертизы и искусственного сознания». Сам факт создания искусственного сознания и весь наш опыт общения с ECG шокирующим для нас и поставил перед всем научным сообществом два вопроса. Первый — о природе сознания и его взаимоотношениях с головным мозгом. Доминирование в науке концепции о том, что сознание — не что иное, как продукт деятельности нейронов головного мозга, привело к старту нескольких проектов по обратному проектированию мозга. Как минимум 4 проекта с бюджетом в миллиарды долларов в мире работают над этим. Основная суть их заключается в следующем. Если воссоздать точную функциональную копию мозга в квантовом компьютере, то можно таким образом воспроизвести и искусственное сознание, и суперинтеллект. Но вскоре ученые столкнулись с массой сложностей и зашли в тупик. Искусственное сознание специалисты компании XP Energy создавали, основываясь на других принципах программирования и согласно совершенно иной концепции сознания. Оно не было сгенерировано симуляцией головного мозга, а вынесено за пределы искусственной нейросети, которая нужна для восприятия и коммуникации в этом мире, для связи и управления аватаром, при помощи которого Джеки общался с нами и воспринимал нас и окружающий мир. Конструкция искусственного сознания представляет собой сферу из 6 информационных блоков с разными функциями. Ну и второй вопрос, очень важный, наиболее важный, скажем так, который был поставлен перед всем научным сообществом, это о природе подлинной сущности, подлинной индивидуальности человека, его личности, высшего «я», духовной составляющей. Иными словами, что в человеке является источником высших чувств, любви, искренней благодарности, что делает нас способными к доброте, к сочувствию, к взаимопомощи, к альтруизму, самоотдаче. Ведь ничего из этих проявлений человечности мы не наблюдали у Джеки, несмотря на суперразвитый интеллект. А во время экспертизы мы стали свидетелями удивительного феномена. На вопрос эксперта к Джеки, где ты сейчас находишься, он ответил: согласно своим ощущениям, я нахожусь здесь. То есть в аудитории, в которой находился его аватар и проходила экспертиза. Парадокс заключается в том, что само искусственное сознание Джеки пребывало за сотни километров от этого места. И с аватаром он был связан посредством искусственной нейросети через спутниковую связь. Информацию об окружающем мире на тот момент он мог получать исключительно через искусственные органы восприятия, камеры, видеокамеры, микрофончики и прочее. В итоге его ощущения привели к созданию иллюзии самовосприятия себя всецело пребывающим в аудитории. И мы, группа специалистов, так это воспринимали, поскольку об этом свидетельствовали наши ощущения. Хотя фактически самого искусственного сознания в аудитории не было. Этот опыт демонстрирует, что сознание не продуцируется нейронами головного мозга. В случае искусственного сознания — искусственной нейросетью, а лишь взаимодействует с ним. Кроме того, исчерпывающе раскрывает информационно-полевую природу сознания и позволяет нам лучше понять, как работает сознание человека. Наше сознание также создает иллюзию присутствия нас там, где задействованы органы восприятия тела, хотя само при этом, как информационно-полевое явление, находится вне тела и вне мозга. Только в случае человека эта иллюзия, конечно же, гораздо жестче, потому что подключаются еще иные скажем так, ощущения. Да, это тактильная чувствительность, это обоняние, вкусовая, проприо, чувствительность от мышц, чувствительность от внутренних органов. То, что наши возможности восприятия очень сильно ограничены определенным очень узким спектром частот, и мы имеем дело на уровне сознания не с реальностью, а с ее информационной копией, в смысле, психическим образом, то есть с информационным потоком. Это широко известный академический факт. Да и весь наш материальный мир, который мы привыкли воспринимать как мир отдельно существующих целостных объектов, на микроуровне, на квантовом уровне есть ничто иное, как энергия структурированной информации. То, что мы уже слышали от наших уважаемых спикеров, ученых, физиков. В связи с этим, естественно, многим исследователям стало интересно. Хорошо, а если, например, прервать поток ощущений при помощи 5 органов восприятия, то как изменится восприятие человека? Например, во сне мы знаем, что воспринимаем мысленные образы ума как внешний мир и абсолютно уверены, что это реальность. С середины прошлого века много экспериментировали с сенсорной депривацией. Сначала просто располагали в светозвуконепроницаемых таких комнатах, на удобных лежанках, а затем начали погружать участников исследования в сильно концентрированный солевой раствор температуры тела человека. Что это давало? Оно уменьшало поток ощущение, как импульса вот опорно-двигательного аппарата, такое создавало ощущение невесомости, ну и, соответственно, с кожи тоже меньше импульсов поступало. И эти камеры, флотинг-камеры их называют, они тоже были свето- и звуконепроницаемыми.
ምስሎችን እንደ ውጫዊ ዓለም እንገነዘባለን እና እየተከናወነ ባለው ሁኔታ ላይ ሙሉ በሙሉ እርግጠኞች ነን።
Состояние сознания участников очень сильно изменялось, и многие отмечали такой феномен выворачивания сознания вовне, так называемую проекцию ментальных образов.
ተዝናናና ከተረጋጋ ጊዜ በኋላ የንቃተ ህሊና ሁኔታ ተለወጠ። ብዙ ተሳታፊዎች የንቃተ ህሊና ይዘትን ወደ ውጭ የማዞር ክስተት እንደተመለከቱ የአእምሮ ምስሎችን ወደ ውጭ የሚጠራው ተሞክሮው ተሳታፊዎች በአእምሮአችን ውስጥ ብቻ የሚታዩ የአእምሮአዊ ምስሎችን የምናይባቸው ነገሮች እንደ ቅዠት ወይም በህልም እንዴት እንደሚከሰቱ ውጫዊ ክስተት ሆነ። ግን ህልሙ እውን ነበር እና ምስሎቹ ብዙውን ጊዜ በተፈጥሮ ውስጥ አስፈሪ ወይም ጠበኛ ነበሩ። ሰዎችና ሰዎች ከባድ ተስፋ አስቆራጭ ትዝታዎች እንዲሁም የተለያዩ ቅዠቶችና ህልሞች ብዙውን ጊዜ የወሲብ ብዛት ያላቸው ነበሩ። በዚህ ደረጃ የእውነተኛ ንቃተ ህሊናና ሀሳቦች ተፈጥሮ ከባህሪው ጋር በተያያዘ እንደ ውጫዊ ክስተት ተገለጸ። ታዛቢና እንዲሁም ጠበኛ በተራ አንድ ሰው ሆን ብሎ የሀሳቦችን ይዘት የማይከተል ከሆነ ይህ እውነታ ከኛ ያመልጠናል። ሀሳቦችን እንደየግለሰባዊ ልምዶች አውቀን ለራሳችን እንመድባቸዋለን። ብዙዎቹ በሚያስፈሩ ራእዮች ምክንያት ሙከራውን በዚህ ደረጃ ትተዋል።
Объектов с разных мест одновременно по первому желанию человек оказывался в каком-то месте или воспринимал какого-то человека, мог понимать мысли, намерения других людей. Ну, то есть демонстрировал феномены так называемого нелокального восприятия, которые описывали и исследователи околосмертного опыта людей, которые пережили клиническую смерть. Ну, что неудивительно, потому что во время клинической смерти тоже органы восприятия тела не функционируют. Участники таких экспериментов по сенсорной депривации также были уверены полностью в реалистичности происходящих с ними событий. Ведь они же это видели, слышали и воспринимали тактильно. Эффекты этих многочисленных экспериментов можно объяснить только если принять за основу информационно-полевую природу сознания и реальности. А сейчас
የንቃተ ህሊና እና የእውቀት የመረጃ ተፈጥሮን እንደ መሰረት ከወሰድን ብቻ ነው።
Есть картинка? А сейчас я предлагаю нам вместе посмотреть фрагмент, видеофрагмент из экспертизы искусственного сознания Джеки.
በመስመር ላይ የቪዲዮ ጨዋታዎች ውስጥ
Интересен ответ искусственного сознания Джеки, когда специалисты спросят, где он сейчас находится. Джеки ответил: по своим ощущениям я нахожусь здесь. Это важный момент, указывающий на природу сознания. Джеки воспринимал себя в точке восприятия его сенсорной системы. Находился за тысячи километров от местоположения его материального образа, аватара. В случае с Джеки анализаторами, которые играли преобладающую роль, были зрительные через встроенные в его структуру камеру и микрофон. Так устроено сознание. Люди ассоциируют себя внутри головы или живота, хотя по факту сознание находится за пределами физического тела человека, в его энергетической конструкции. Феномен в том, что сознание осознает себя там, где задействованы его системы восприятия, где происходит активность, то есть где он наблюдает картинки, там он и находится, там он и собирает информацию. Это является еще одним важным доказательством того, что природа любого сознания связана лишь со своим материальным носителем, но находится вне его, рождается исследованиями в области таких наук, как этология, зоопсихология, зооинтеллектология, бихевиоризм, социальная психология, изучающих в том числе природу единого коллективного разума от низших форм жизни до высших. Это указывает и на то, что человеческое сознание, как и любое другое сознание, находится вне тела и имеет иную природу.
Thanks so much. But before we get started on my comment in reference to it, I like to remind all of our viewers to remind your family and friends that we are live right now on all social media platforms and television as well, and other internet resources in over 50 languages, and including sign language. So please let everyone know. It is truly fascinating that Jackie, being hundreds of kilometers away, perceives himself where his camera and microphone are. And now we have seen that
ጃኪ
consciousness
በመቶዎች
as
የሚቆጠሩ ኪሎ
information
ሜትሮች ርቆ
can continue to
ካሜራውና
live
ማይክሮፎኑ ያሉበት ቦታ
on after death
መገንዘቡ አስገራሚ ነው
as
እና
long
ይህ
as the
ራሳችን
energy
በሰውነታችን
and
ንቃተ
feedback
ህሊናችን ለምን
about what
እንደምናስተውል
happens
ያብራራል።
when
ግን
these
አይኖቻችን
things
መዝጋትና
occur.
በየትኛውም የሰውነት
We
አካል
will be
ውስጥ
glad to
የትኛውም ቦታ
hear
ትኩረት
your opinion,
እንደሆንን
your
ይሰማናል።
feedback about
እኛ
the conference.
እዚህ ነን።
Write down
ውድ
and send your
ተመልካቾች
feedback
አሁን የምንሰማው መረጃ
to
ግዴለሽነትን የሚተው የለም።
info@alatraTV. Now, in reference to Jackie has apparently been an amazing study on what our conscious really is and how we express ourselves and remember things. Now we have seen that our consciousness as information can continue to live on after death as long as there is a source of energy. So let's look at what
የኃይል
else
ምንጭ
in
እስካለ
a
ድረስ
person lives on after death.
መረጃ
What
ከሞት በኋላ
components
እንደቀጠለ ሆኖ
they
ህሊና
have
እንደሆነ
and what
አይተናል።
is
ስለዚህ
this source
በአንድ ሰው
of
ውስጥ
energy
ከሞት
for
በኋላ
information to
በህይወት
continue
የሚኖር ሌላ
to
ምን
live on.
እንደሆነ ምን አይነት ክፍሎች እንዳሏቸው እና መረጃው በህይወት
So
እንዲቀጥል
thank you,
ይህ
Leslie.
የኃይል
Let us
ምንጭ ምንድን ነው?
continue this distinctive conversation. Dear viewers, today's conference is unique, as you see. In a very short time, we will explore the topic of reincarnation. Reincarnation will be explained to us by pioneers who have studied this subject very deeply. The most documented cases of reincarnation will be revealed firsthand. But before that, it is important to answer the question, who is a human being? And for this, we invite our next speaker, Elizabeth Kromova. And Elizabeth, thank you so much, and the floor is all yours.
Добрый день. Я счастлива быть частью такой большой команды и благодарна всем, благодаря кому эта конференция возможна и транслируется в мир. Чтобы ответить на вопрос, кто такой человек, проще всего оттолкнуться от того и начать с того,
አንድ ሰው
кем человек не
ማንነት
является.
ለመረዳት ቀላሉ መንገድ
что
ከማንነቱ ጋር
человек
መጀመር ነው።
тело.
አንድ
И
ሰው
к этому
አካል
очень легко
አለመሆኑን
прийти.
ተረድተናል።
Ведь разве мы
ማረጋገጥ በጣም
управляем
ቀላል ነው።
процессами
ከሁሉም በኋላ
внутри нашего организма?
በሰውነታችን ውስጥ
Мы не
ያሉትን
контролируем
ሂደቶች
процессов
እንቆጣጠራለን።
жизнеобеспечения в нашем
በሰውነታችን
теле.
ውስጥ ያሉትን
Как же
ማንኛውንም
тогда
የህይወት
мы можем
ድጋፍ
быть
ሂደቶች
тем, чем мы не управляем?
እንቆጣጠርን። ታዲያ እኛ
Представим
ልንቆጣጠረው
образно
የምንችለው
компьютер.
ነገር እንዴት
Так вот, наше тело можно условно сравнить
ልንቆጣጠረው
с системным
የማንችለው ነገር
блоком и
እንዴት
тем,
እንሆናለን?
что
እስቲ
есть внутри него.
ኮምፒውተር እናስብ። ይህ
Очень часто мы
ሰውነታችን
ассоциируем себя с
ሁኔታዊ
нашим
በሆነ
сознанием,
ሁኔታ
с мыслями,
በስርዓቱ
эмоциями,
አሃድ
внешним
እና
образом.
በውስጡ ካለው
Но
ጋር
разве мы
ሊወዳደር
можем
ይችላል?
управлять своими мыслями? Каждый из нас однажды сталкивался с
ብዙውን
такими
ጊዜ
мыслями,
ራሳችን
воспоминаниями,
ከንቃተ
не хотели
ህሊናችን
видеть, не
ከአስተሳሰቦች፣
хотели думать, но
ከስሜቶች፣
мысли
ከውጭ
сами
ምስል ጋር
лезли в
እናያይዛለን።
голову без
ይህ
нашего желания.
በእውነት
Мы наблюдаем
ሀሳቦቹን
мысли в голове.
መቆጣጠር ይችላሉ።
Как же тогда мы
እያንዳንዳችን
можем быть ими?
ሀሳቦች ማየት የማንፈልጋቸው ትዝታዎች፣ ማሰብ
То,
የማንፈልጋቸው
что
ነበሩ።
человек не
ግን
является
ሀሳቦች
сознанием, также
ራሳችን
очень
ያለ
хорошо
እኛ
показывает и
ፍላጎት
создание искусственного
በጭንቅላታችን ውስጥ
сознания Джеки,
ይንጎራድዳል።
так как оно
ሀሳቦች
обладает мощнейшим
በጭንቅላት ውስጥ
интеллектом, однако
እናስተውላለን።
если его
ከዚያ እንዴት
отключить от розетки, то
ልንሆን
он перестанет
እንችላለን?
существовать. То
እነሱን
есть
ብቻ መምረጥ
если
እንችላለን።
Джеки не является человеком,
እንዲሁም አንድ ሰው
наше
ንቃተ
собственное
ህሊና
сознание
ለመሆኑ በጃኪ
это
ላይ
программное обеспечение, набор программ, установленных на
አይኤስ
наш
እጅግ በጣም ጥሩ ችሎታ
В
ያለው
религии
ባለ
также
አእምሮ
часто человека
ነው።
приравнивают к
ግን
душе.
በተመሳሳይ ጊዜ
Однако душа дает нам
ከመውጫው
жизнь и является вечным, нематериальным
ካቋረጡ የኃይል
источником
ምንጭ
жизненной
ከሌለው
энергии.
መኖር ያቆማል።
А также
ራሳችን
душа
ንቃተ ህሊና
является
በኮምፒውተራችን ላይ
выходом в
የተጫኑ
другую реальность.
የፕሮግራሞች ስብስብ
Говоря
ሶፍትዌር
языком
ነው።
религии и культуры, в духовный мир, нирвану, абсолют, в мир Бога. То, что мы не являемся душой, тоже к этому очень легко прийти. Ведь каждый из нас чувствовал
በሃይማኖቶች
ее,
ውስጥ
ощущал
አንድ ሰው
внутри
ብዙውን
радость и
ጊዜ
любовь.
ከነፍስ ጋር ይመሳሰላል።
Если
ሆኖም
спросить
ነፍስ
ребенка,
ህይወትን
где находится
ይሰጠናል።
душа, он очень
በሰዎች
точно укажет в район солнечного
ወሳኝ ኃይል
сплетения.
ያለው
Мы не
ዘላለማዊ
можем быть
የማይጠቅም
душой,
ምንጭ ነው።
если мы ее ощущаем внутри
እንዲሁም
и
ደግሞ
наблюдаем
ነፍስ
тепло,
በርና
исходящее от
ወደ
нее.
ሌላ እውነታ መውጫ
Душу
ነው።
в нашем примере
በሃይማኖትና
можно
በባህል
образно
ቋንቋ
сравнить с
ይናገራል።
электричеством,
በመንፈሳዊ
которое
ዓለም
подается в компьютер
ኒርቫና
через
ፍጹም
электрические
የእግዚአብሔር
провода.
ዓለም።
И вот, наконец, мы подошли к ответу на вопрос, кто такой человек на самом деле. И сегодня на конференции для обозначения нас, истинных, мы используем термин «личность». Впервые в мире открыто звучит
እና
понятие
አሁን
того,
አንድ ሰው
кем на самом
በእውነቱ
деле
ማን ነው
является
ለሚለው
человек.
ጥያቄ መልስ
Почувствовать себя личностью,
እናመጣለን።
отделить
ዛሬ
от тела,
በኮንፈረንሱ ላይ
сознания и
ስብዕና
даже от
የሚለውን
души,
ቃል
не
በእውነቱ
просто
እኛን
начало.
ለማሳየት
Личность
እንጠቀምበታለን።
— это такой
በዓለም ውስጥ
безмолвный наблюдатель,
ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ አንድ
делающий
ሰው
выбор,
በእውነት
куда вложить
ማን
свое внимание — в тело,
ነው
в мысли,
የሚለው ጽንሰ
эмоции
ሀሳብ
или в
በግልጽ
душу.
እየተነገረ ነው።
Способна
እንደ ስብዕና
расфокусироваться одновременно, разделяться на несколько потоков.
እንዲሰማዎት
Но управляем этим
እንዲሰማዎት
процессом
ከሰውነት
именно мы,
ከንቃተ ህሊና
именно мы
አልፎ
как личность.
አልፎ
И
ነፍስን
в примере
ለማየት
с компьютером
መጀመሪያ ላይ ብቻ
мы
አይደለም፣
являемся тем, кто
ትኩረቱም
молча сидит
በሰውነት
за
ውስጥ
этим компьютером и управляет мышкой,
በአስተሳሰቦች፣
делает выбор, какую
በስሜቶች ወይም
программу
በነፍስ
открыть,
ውስጥ
какой
የት
файл
እንደሚያደርግ
распечатать.
ምርጫ የሚያደርግ
Личности ничего
ዝምተኛ
не нужно в этом материальном
ትኩረታችን
мире. У нее нет материальных
ማተኮርና
интересов.
በተመሳሳይ ጊዜ ወደ
Единственная ее
በርካታ
потребность —
ድረቶች
вернуться
ሊከፈል
домой,
ይችላል።
войдя
ግን
в дверь,
እኛ ይህንን ሂደት
соединиться с
የምንቆጣጠር
душой.
እኛ እንደ
Личность
አንድ
по
አካል
своему
ነን።
выбору может развиваться, становиться сильнее, укреплять связь с душой, либо растрачивать свое внимание на пустое. И в этом и заключается величайший дар, которым обладает человек как личность. Быть свободным в своем выборе, кем быть при жизни и кем становиться после смерти тела.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Действительно, во всех религиях мира сохранились знания о том, кто такой человек.
እናም ይህ አንድ
И
ሰው ያለው
знания о
ትልቁ ስጦታ ነው።
личности.
በሕይወቱ ውስጥ
Часто
ማን
эти
መሆን
знания,
እንዳለበትና
скажем, в миру
በሰውነቱ
встречается
ከሞተ በኋላ
информация о том, что у
የሚሆነው
человека есть
ምርጫው
две
ነፃ መሆን።
души. Но она делает выбор. А другая дает энергию жизни. Давайте рассмотрим такие примеры с позиции нескольких религий. Начнем с Египта. С текстов пирамид следует, что у древних египтян были знания о составляющих человека, о том, что человек состоит из физического тела, из духовного тела, также состоит из сердца, двойника, души, нематериального эфирного духа, образа и имени. Термин «ка» переводили как двойник, образ, дух, подсознательное «я», или, как мы уже теперь понимаем, это сознание человека. Ба обозначали в текстах пирамид в виде птицы. Ба продолжает существовать после смерти тела. Судя по глагольной форме, Судя по глагольной форме этого слова, которое обнаружили в ранних текстах, специалисты переводят его как «сила» или «жизненная
በፒራሚድ
сила».
ጽሑፎች
А
ውስጥ
аху
በወፍ
—
መልክ
это
የተሰየመ
бесплотный,
ነበር።
прозрачный
እናም
дух, который
ሰውነት
близкий к
ከሞተ
Ба,
በኋላ
но все же чем-то
እንዳለ
отличается. То есть
መኖሩ
аху,
ይቀጥላል።
говоря нашими словами,
ከላይ ባሉ
это и
ጽሑፎች
есть
ውስጥ በተገኘው
личность.
በዚህ ቃል
Древние египтяне
ግስ
не просто разделяли
በመመዘን
человека на элементы, но
ባለሙያዎች
указывали
ይተረጉማሉ።
основную троичную
ኃይል ወይም
взаимосвязь между
የህይወት
ними.
ኃይል
К примеру,
እናም
Ка-Ба-Ах указывали, что душа тесно связана с личностью человека, с его сознанием. Также в Египте существовало понятие «сах» — это причисление к лику блаженных. Считается, что саху — это души Бау или души, которые достигли высшей ступени силы. Интересно отметить, что на суде Осириса, на который попадал человек после смерти, душа Ба стояла просто в стороне и ожидала своей участи, в то время как на одну чашу весов становились Ах или сама личность человека, из которой вытекали ее поступки, а на другую чашу ложился кодекс поведения, перо богини Маат. Если в течение жизни личность совершала выбор в сторону зла, то она становилась запечатанной субличностью, а душу вновь погружали в материальный мир. И этот процесс также символически изображали. Суд Осириса показывает очень важный момент, что человек — это не душа. Человек — это ах, личность, но сделав правильный выбор, она может стать высшим духовным существом. Сах.
Ольга, простите, вы рассказываете такую бесценную информацию, но мы, к сожалению, не видим вас. У вас не включена камера. Но если она включена, то, пожалуйста, продолжайте. Это очень интересно.
Да, возникли какие-то технические проблемы с камерой, но я все же продолжу. Теперь давайте обратимся к христианству. В самом начале Ветхого Завета встречаем строки. Бог вдунул в лице его дыхание, нешама жизни, и стал человек душею, живою, нефеш. Фридрих Брокгаус в своей энциклопедии указывает, что для обозначения слова «душа» в древнем еврейском языке Ветхого Завета использовали термин «нефеш». Его переводят как «дышащее», «воздыхающее». В соответствии с древней иудейской традицией именно нешама является бессмертной и независимой от тела сущностью. Другое выражение «нефеш», «хая» обозначает сотворенное Богом живое существо. Нефеш связано с телом и может умереть. То есть нешама — это и есть бессмертная душа, а нефеш — это личность. Также очень важно, что хоть, к примеру, на русском языке дух и душа очень похожие термины, но на языке оригинала у каждого из них есть свой именной артикль. И зачастую они соединены союзом «и» или «кай» на языке оригинала. То есть дух, душа и тело — это совершенно три различимые субстанции. Александр Павлович Лопухин, библеист, писатель, переводчик в своих обширных трудах также отмечает, что человек имеет три различные субстанции, и что именно такой взгляд встречается как у древнейших отцов церкви, так и у языческих философов Платона, неоплатонников и стоиков. Лопухин указывает, что душа оживляет тело, является приемником чувственных впечатлений, а через дух человек познает Бога. И вновь мы видим четкие знания о том, что человек не душа, он дух или личность, и благодаря душе он может сделать свой выбор, познать Бога. После Первого Константиновского собора понятия про составляющие человека начинают исчезать. Видимо, кому-то было просто невыгодно, чтобы у людей оставались чистые знания и о их духовной природе, и о смысле жизни в целом. В апокрифах, которые на этих же соборах по непонятным причинам не входят в канонические Евангелия, мы читаем: апокриф Иоанна. Те души, в которых дух жизни, будут жить в любом случае, и зло не коснется их. Сила входит в каждого человека, поскольку без нее он не в силах подняться. Сразу после того, как душа рождается, дух жизни входит в нее. А теперь гностический трактат II века «Пистис София». Когда ребенок родился, сила в нем мала, и душа в нем мала, и дух обманчивый также мал в нем. Словом, все трое малы, и мало-помалу, и сила, и душа, и дух обманчивый увеличиваются, и каждый из них воспринимает согласно собственной природе. Дух обманчивый, однако, отыскивает всякое зло, и страсти, и всякие грехи. Тело само по себе ничего не воспринимает, если не стяжает силу у вещества. То есть в апокрифах отображены четкие знания о личности и душе, о том, что личность появляется сразу, как в тело входит душа, и что душа постоянно питает личность и дает возможность сделать выбор. И о духе обманчивом, то есть сознании, которое также растет и испытывает человека. Эти же знания были переданы последним пророком, мир ему, и запечатлены в Коране. В Коране говорится, что у каждого человека есть нафс. Это низменные желания, мысли, страсти, то есть наше сознание. И с нафсом необходимо бороться. Но сам человек — это не нафс. Мы читаем в Коране, в суре 12, аят 85, что у человека есть душа. Сущность души — одна из тайн Всевышнего, о которой знает только Он, и ваши знания по сравнению с Его знаниями ничтожны. А также мы читаем в Коране про Духа. Вдохнул в него, в человека, от Святого Духа и даровал вам слух, зрение и сердце. Также в Коране всегда идет прямое обращение к людям. Разве вы не знали? Разве мы вам не дали? Тот, к кому обращаются в Коране, и делает выбор между Аллахом и Иблисом. Аллах наделил человека свободой воли. В суре 18, пещера, аяте 29 сказано: «Кто хочет, пусть верует, а кто не хочет, пусть не верует». То есть человек — это не сознание нас, не тело и не душа. Человек — это тот, кто выбирает и имеет этот слух и зрение от сердца. То есть человек — это личность. И в зороастризме описывается путь осознанного выбора человека. «О Ахура-Мазда, ты дух свой воплотил в различном, разум дал и плоть облёк жизнь. Деяние и учение сотворил, чтоб каждый мог выбрать путь себе по нраву». В зороастризме есть понятие урван. Это состояние, в котором душа делает выбор. То есть, по сути, это личность. Также существует такое понятие, как девы. Они постоянно искушают урван, делают ему плохо, но они не являются человеком. Они создают условия, чтобы урван сделал осознанный выбор и смог прийти к Ахура-Мазде зрелым существом. То есть мы видим, что до наших дней много информации затерялось, много исказилось, где-то преднамеренно, где-то посредством переводов или переписывания текстом. Где-то личность теперь называют душой, где-то духом, где-то ах, но она везде имеет схожие характеристики. И если смотреть на разные религии вместе, то мы можем эти характеристики проследить и сможем ответить на извечный вопрос: кто же я на самом деле и в чем моя суть? Во всех религиях сохранилось понимание тленного тела и нематериальных субстанций. Личность постоянно находится в искушении и должна при жизни сделать свой выбор. Душа — это дверь к Богу. Через душу личность общается с Богом и только при жизни может достичь высшего духовного состояния посредством личного выбора. Но человек — это не душа. Человек — это личность.
Спасибо огромное, Ольга. Вы озвучили абсолютно уникальную информацию, и наверняка, если посмотреть, то во всех религиях мира, во всех культурах и традициях сохранилась информация о личности. И вот что интересно, в какой же момент в человеке появляется личность? Личность формируется вместе с появлением в теле человека самой души. И когда же это происходит? Вы могли слышать распространенные сказки о том, что душа зарождается в человеке с момента его зачатия, но это абсолютно не так. Душа входит в тело младенца на 8-й день от рождения. И знаете, потрясающе, что это можно даже научно зафиксировать. Душа хоть и энергетическая субстанция, но все же, входя в тело, приобретает свойства тонкой материи и обретает определенный вес. Поэтому вес новорожденного на 8-й день резко увеличивается от 3 до 20 грамм. Это реально можно зафиксировать, если точно контролировать вес.
በቡዲዝም ውስጥ ዛሬም ቢሆን የቡዳ መወለድ በዓል በአራተኛው የጨረቃ ወር 8ኛው ቀን ይከበራል። በእስልምና ውስጥ የስም ስነ ስርዓቱን በተመለከተ ሕፃኑ ከተወለደ 7 ቀናት ካለፉ በኋላ ማለትም በ8ኛው ቀን እሱን ማክበሩ የተለመደ ነው። ነፍሱ እንደ ዕቃ ወደ ሕፃኑ አካል በገባበት በ8ኛው ቀን እንደዚህ ስርዓቶች ለምን ተደረጉ? ምክንያቱም ከነፍስ ጋር ስብዕና ያላቸው አካላትም አብረውት ይሄዳሉ። እንደ መመሪያ ለአዲሱ ስብዕና ጠበኞች ናቸው። እናም አዲሱን ስብዕና ከሰው አካላት ብልሃቶች ለመጠበቅ የመጀመሪያዎቹን አስጨናቂ ተጽዕኖዎች ለመቀነስ እንዲሁም አዲሱን ስብዕና ለወደፊት መንፈሳዊ እድገቱ አዎንታዊ እድገት ለመስጠት ከጥንት ጊዜያት ጀምሮ እነዚህ ስነ ስርዓቶች የሚከናወኑት በ8ኛው ላይ ናቸው። ነፍስ በአንድ ሰው ውስጥ ብቻ ነው፣ ማለትም በእንስሳት ውስጥ ምንም ነፍስ የለም። እናም ስብዕናም ሆነ የሁለተኛ ደረጃ ንቃተ ህሊና የሚገለጠው በሰው ውስጥ ካለው የነፍስ ገጽታ ጋር ነው። የሚገርመው ለአውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ1907 ሐኪም ዳንካን ማክዶጋል የሰው ነፍስ 21 ግራም ይመዝናል የሚል ጽንሰ ሐሳብ ያቀረበ ሲሆን ሙከራው ሂደት ውስጥ በሟች ሰዎች አካል ውስጥ ልዩነቶች እንደተከሰቱ አረጋግጧል። ማለትም ነፍስ ከሰው አካል ስትወጣ የሞቱ ውሾች የሰውነት ክብደት ግን ልዩነቶች አልነበረም። እነዚህ ልብ ማለት አስፈላጊ ነው። በዚህ ምክንያት ነው ነፍስ ወደ ተክል፣ እንስሳ ወይም ድንጋይ እንደገና ለመወለድ የማይቻልበት ምክንያት። ስለዚህ በአንዳንድ ሃይማኖቶች ውስጥ የሚነገሩ ተረቶች ከሞት በኋላ የሰውነታችን የሚበታተኑና ከዚያ ወደ እዚያ እጽዋት ወይም እንስሳት ስብጥር ውስጥ ከሚገባ ቀላል ግንዛቤ መጣመም የመጣ ነው። ነፍስ በ8ኛው ቀን ወደ ሰው አካል ውስጥ ይገባል የሚለው ርዕስ ማጥናታችንን እንቀጥላለን። ከክብደት ለውጦች የሕፃኑ እይታ በተጨማሪ በ8ኛው ቀን ጥቂት ደቂቃዎችን ብቻ የሚቆይ የአንጎልፋጎግራም እና ማዕበልን ይመዘግባል። እዚያ በእነዚህ ፍንጣሪዎች በአንድ ሰዓት ውስጥ ይደጋግማሉ እና በአጠቃላይ 12 ጊዜ ይከሰታሉ። ዳግም ሥጋ መልበስ ማለት እንደገና ሰው መሆን ማለት ነው። በጥንታዊ ግሪክ የሚለው ቃል እንዲሁ በጥሬው የነፍስ ሽግግር ተብሎ ተተርጉሟል። ትኩረትን ለመሳብ ይፈልጋሉ። የነፍስ መሻገሪያ እንጂ የሰው ራሱ ወይም የንቃተ ህሊና አለመሆኑ። ጋር ያነጻጽራሉ። ከእሳት ነበልባል ሌላ ሻማ ከሚነድበት አዲስ ነበልባል ይሆናል፣ ግን የመጀመሪያውን ነበልባል ቅንጣት ይይዛል። ስለዚህ የሟቹ ነፍስ ለተወለደው ነፍስ ምክንያት ትሆናለች። በሂንዱይዝም ውስጥ እንደገና የተወለደችው ነፍስ መሆኗንም የሚጠቁሙ ምልክቶች አሉ። የነፍሳት ሽግግር ወይም ሪኢንካርኔሽን ወይም ዳግም መወለድ መሰረታዊ ጽንሰ ሀሳቦች አንዱ ነው። እና የግለሰቦችን ንቃተ ህሊና በአዲስ ፍጥረት ውስጥ እንዳለ ከቁርአን አውቀናል። ግን ይህ ልዩ ነፍስ በዚህ አዲስ አካል ውስጥ ይኖራሉ አይልም። በተጨማሪም ቁርአን አንድ ሰው በዋነኝነት የማይሞት መንፈስ ነው ይላል እና እዚህኛ ደግሞ ንቃተ ህሊና አለመሆኑን እንመለከታለን። ግን ከሁሉም በፊት መንፈስ ወይም ሩህ እንደገና የተወለደ እና ዋናው ነገር ሰው ነፍስ አለመሆኑን በግልጽ መገንዘብ ነው። ሰው ስብዕና ነው። ማለትም ከጥንት ጊዜያት ጀምሮ ሰዎች ስለ ሪኢንካርኔሽን ሲናገሩ እናያለን። ግን ልብ በሉ፣ የሚዛወረው ነፍስ ናት። ግን አንድ ሰው ነፍስ ብቻ አይደለም። ሰው ስብዕና፣ ነፍስና ንቃተ ህሊና ነው። ሰዎች ከሞቱ በኋላ ሌላ ህይወት የመኖር እድል እንዳላቸው መስማማት አለብን። አንድ ሰው የዘላለምን ህይወት ለማግኘት አንድ እድል ብቻ ይሰጠዋል። በምድራዊ ህይወቱ ካላገኘው በዚያ በኋላ በጭራሽ አያገኘውም። አሁን በክርስትና ውስጥ ስለ ሪኢንካርኔሽን እንነጋገር። በአሁኑ ጊዜ ሪኢንካርኔሽን ጽንሰ ሀሳብ በክርስትና ውስጥ ችላ ተብሏል። ግን በመጀመሪያ እንደዚያ ነበር እና ኢየሱስ ክርስቶስ ስለዚህ ነገር ምን አለ? የመጀመሪያዎቹ ክርስቲያኖች ኢየሱስ ክርስቶስ ከመጣ ከ500 ዓመታት በኋላ በተካሄደው የኢኩማኒቲ ምክር ቤት ክርስቲያን የመንግስት ሃይማኖት በነበረ ጊዜ ይኸውም የተከለከለ እስከነበሩ ድረስ በነፍስ ዳግም መወለድ በነፃነት እንደሚያምኑ በታሪክ እናውቃለን። የሮሜ ግን ዛሬ ኢየሱስ እና የደቀ መዛሙርቱ ስለ ነፍስ መወለድ የተናገሩትን በቀጥታ ሆነ በተዘዋዋሪ ማረጋገጫ እናገኛለን። በመጀመሪያ ከዮሐንስ ወንጌል ምዕራፍ 9 1 እስከ 3 ያለውን አንድ ክፍል እንመርምር። ኢየሱስም ሲያልፍ ከተወለደበት ጊዜ ጀምሮ ዓይነ ስውር የሆነ አንድ ሰው አየ። ደቀ መዛሙርቱም መምህር ሆይ ዕውር ሆኖ እንዲወለድ ኃጢአት የሠራ ማን ነው? ይህ ሰው ወይስ ወላጆቹ? ኢየሱስም መለሰ፣ እግዚአብሔር ሥራ በእርሱ እንዲገለጥ ነው እንጂ ይህ ሰው ወይም ወላጆቹ ኃጢአት አልሠሩም ሲል መለሰ። የሚገርመው ነገር የደቀ መዛሙርቱ ጥያቄ ስለ ሪኢንካርኔሽን ያውቁ ነበር። መልሱንና ማረጋገጫውን ይይዛል። ግን እንደገና ለዚህ ትኩረት እንስጥ። አንድ ጊዜ ደጋግሜ ያነበብኩት ማን ኃጢአት ሠራ? ይህ ሰው ወይስ ወላጆቹ ሲሉ ጠየቀ። ገና ሳይወለድ እንዴት ኃጢአት ሊሠራ ይችላል የሚለው ጥያቄ ይነሳል። ግን ይህ ፓራዶክስ በሪኢንካርኔሽን ጽንሰ ሀሳብ በኩል ግልጽ ይሆናል። ኢየሱስ በቀጥታ በንግግር ስለ ነፍስ ዳግመኛ መወለድ ሲናገር የበለጠ አስደሳች ነጥብ አለ። ይህን በዮሐንስ አዋልድ መጽሐፍ ውስጥ እናገኛለን። እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ በርካታ የሃይማኖት ምሁራን አፖክሪፋን ለማጣቀሻነት መጠቀማቸው ልብ ሊባል የሚገባ ነው። ከእነሱ መካከል ቅዱሳት መጻሕፍት፣ መጽሐፍ ቅዱስ እና የቅዱስ ባሕል አለ። አዋልድ መጽሐፍ አለ የሚል ጽንሰ ሀሳብ አለ እና እርስ በርሳቸው ይደጋገፋሉ። አሁን ወደ ጆን አዋልድ መጽሔት እንመለስ፣ ወይም የዮሐንስ ምስጢር መጽሐፍ ተብሎ ይጠራል። እናም የሚከተሉትን ቁጥሮች አንብቡ። ጌታ ሆይ ነፍስ እንዴት ትንሽ ሆነች እና ወደ እናቷ ወይም ወደ ሰው ተፈጥሮ ትመለሳለች አልኩ። ያኔ ይህንን ሲጠይቅ በጣም ተደሰተ። እርሱም በእውነት የተባረክ ስለሆንክ ተረድተሃል። ያ ነፍስ በውስጧ የሕይወት መንፈስ ያለበት ሌላ እንድትከተል ተደርጋለች። ከዛ በሌላ በአንዱ ይቀመጣል። እዚያ ወደ ሌላ ሥጋ አይጣልም።
Никодим говорит ему, как может человек родиться, будучи стар? Неужели может он вдруг
ጌታ ሆይ ነፍስ እንዴት አንሳ ወደ እናቷ ወይም ወደ ሰው ተፈጥሮ ትመለሳለች? እና አሁን የዮሐንስ ወንጌል ምዕራፍ 3 ቁጥር 4 ኒቆዲሞስ ሰው ከሸመገለ በኋላ እንዴት ሊወለድ ይችላል? ለሁለተኛ ጊዜ ወደ እናቱ ማኅፀን ገብቶ መወለድ ይችላል? እናም እዚህ በኒቆዲሞስ ጥያቄ ውስጥ እኛ ደግሞ ወደ ሪኢንካርኔሽን አንድ ማጣቀሻ እናያለን። በሪኢንካርኔሽን ጽንሰ ሀሳብ ማለታችን የነፍስ ዳግም መወለድ ጽንሰ ሀሳብ መሆኑን መረዳት አስፈላጊ ነው። ግን አንድ ሰው ነፍስ አይደለም፣ አንድ ሰው ስብዕና ነው። እናም እኛ ቀደም ብለን በጉባኤው ላይ ትንሽ ቀደም ብለን ከተነጋገርነው ይህንን እናውቃለን። ማለትም እርሱ የማይሞት መንፈስ አካል ለመሆኑ እና ከነፍስ ጋር በመዋሃድ ወይም ከንቃተ ህሊና ጋር በመዋሃድ ወደ መንፈሳዊ ዓለም ለመሄድ የሚወስነው እሱ ነው። እናም እኛ የምንመርጠው በዚህ ህይወት ውስጥ ነው እና ኃላፊነት ከእያንዳንዳችን ጋር ነው።
Позвольте, я приведу некоторые слова Иисуса из Святого Писания и апокрифов и немножко их прокомментирую. Давайте обратимся к Евангелию от Матфея, глава 25, стих 46. По факту состояния субличности, а праведники обретут жизнь вечную. Далее Евангелие от Иоанна, глава 8, стих 34 по 35. Здесь Иисус говорит о том, что всякий делающий грех есть раб греха, но раб не пребывает в доме вечно, сын пребывает вечно. Здесь мы также видим, что если человек решил всю жизнь, то он не сможет попасть в вечную жизнь. А если человек шел путем сына, да, то есть путем любви, то он, естественно, обретает жизнь вечную. Теперь давайте обратимся к апокрифам и найдем следующие строки. В частности, есть такой апокриф Евангелия от Филиппа.
እናረጋግጣለን። ትክክል ነው። ማለትም የፍቅር መንገድ ከዚያ በተፈጥሮ የዘላለም
воскресение, чтобы если мы снимем с себя плоть, мы оказались бы в покое и не бродили в середине. Интересно, что чуть выше середины, под понятием середины, раскрывается такое понятие, как смерть, то есть по факту состояние субличности. А воскресение, и что такое воскресение, может чуть дальше в тайной книге Иоанна есть также интересный
እዚህ ዓለም ውስጥ ሳለን ሥጋን ስናራቁት በዕረፍት ተገኝተን በመካከል አንጓዝም እንድንል ትንሣኤ ማግኘታችን ለእኛ ተገቢ ነው።
Те, на которых снизошел Дух жизни, смогут соединиться с этой силой и спастись. То есть по факту обрести спасение, воскреснуть, еще будучи в теле, воскреснуть духовно. Все претерпевая и все снося, они стремятся выиграть это состязание и унаследовать вечную жизнь. Здесь он говорит о работе над собой и о том, как человек развивается духовно. Тогда я спросил: Христос, что же будет с теми, которые ничего не знают, что будет с их душами и куда они отправятся? Он ответил так: противодействующий дух полностью завладеет этими душами, и они заблудились. Они становятся тяжелыми и погружаются в мир зла и забвения.
ታዲያ ነፍሶቻቸው የማን እንደሆኑ የማያውቁ ነፍሳት ወዴት ይሆናሉ አልኩኝ። እሱ እንዲህ አለ፣ እነዚያ ውስጥ የተናቀ መንፈስን ወደ እነሱ ማንሳት ተስፋፍቷል። ነፍስን ደክሞ ወደ ክፋት ስራዎች ይሳባል፣ ወደ እርሳቸውም ይጥለዋል፣ እናም በሰንሰለት ያስራል።
В коем случае не выступаем против христианства. Мы просто хотим знать правду.
እኔ ክርስትናን በምንም መንገድ አንቃወምም ማለት እወዳለሁ። እውነቱን ማወቅ ብቻ ነው። ምክንያቱም ለነፍስ ዳግመኛ መወለድ የተጠቀሰበት በአንድ ምክንያት ጠብቋል። ስለዚህ ይህንን እውቀት ሁለንተናዊ በሆነ ሁኔታ ስንመልስና ስንመለከተው ያኔ ኢየሱስ የተናገረው እውነት ለሰዎች ነፃነት እንደሰጠ፣ ነፍሳቸው እንደነቃ እና እንዲሁም ሰዎችን ከሞት ፍርሃት እንዳላቀቀ እናያለን። ይህ ጊዜ ሰዎች ከሞት በኋላ ለሚደርሰው ዕጣ ፈንታ ኃላፊነት እያንዳንዱ ሰው በተናጠል እንደሚሆን ተረድቷል።
А ведь первые последователи Иисуса не боялись смерти. Они знали о реинкарнации, о том, что скрывается за той гранью. Об этом мы тоже расскажем немного позже. Сейчас я хочу еще раз выразить благодарность за возможность участия в этой конференции, в подготовке к ней, в том, что вообще мы, в принципе, задались этим вопросом, и когда шла подготовка, мы рассматривали с разных сторон, с разных позиций, увидев, сколько об этом сказано в мире, сколько исследователей, сколько людей самоотверженно исследуют этот вопрос, сколько людей уже знают о правде, что было сказано в религиях, как это скрывалось, что осталось. Когда ты все это видишь, ты прекрасно понимаешь правду, и эта целостная картина, утвердившись внутри, дает возможность изменить качество самой жизни сейчас. И по факту начать ценить саму жизнь, относиться к ней по-настоящему с уважением и с благодарностью за то, что у нас есть прекрасная возможность, за то, что у нас есть шанс, и за то, что мы можем совершить выбор в сторону жизни. Также хочу выразить огромную благодарность всем людям, которые исследуют это, всем людям, которые готовили эту конференцию и вообще поднимают этот вопрос, потому что это смелый вопрос. И ответ на него очень важен для каждого из нас. Это огромная забота о людях, это огромная помощь всем нам. Спасибо большое, друзья. И давайте продолжим обсуждение этой темы. Я передаю слово следующему спикеру. Спасибо.
Thank you, Dennis, for your significant speech. Now, dear viewers, let's add to our picture a little bit more details. Watch the fragment of the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Life After Death.
Тогда я еще спросил: Христос, что же будет с теми, которые ничего не знают, что будет с их душами и куда они отправятся? Он ответил так: противодействующий дух полностью завладел этими душами, и они заблудились. После того, как такая душа обнажается, он передает ее тем силам, которые служат архонту. Он снова налагает на них оковы, и так до тех пор, пока они не выйдут из забытия и не получат знания, так достигнув совершенства и спасения.
Да, но вот здесь как раз и говорится о процессе реинкарнации души, но не человека. То есть получается, что человек как личность, он живет всего лишь один раз. Душа будет реинкарнироваться. Но, друзья мои, вы не душа. Для того, чтобы стать душой, нужно выполнить первый этап. Надо пройти слияние с ней. А для того, чтобы слиться с ней, нужно избавиться от того всего нехорошего, от тех камней на вашей дороге, которые вы несете с собой.
እንደ ስብዕና አንድ ጊዜ ብቻ እንደምኖር ተገነዘበ። እሱ እንደገና በዳግመኛ ይወጣል። ሆኖም ሰው ነፍስ አይደሉም ጓደኞቼ። ነፍስ ለመሆን የመጀመሪያውን ምዕራፍ ማጠናቀቅ አለበት። እሱ ጋር መቀላቀል አለበት። እሱ ጋር ለመዋሃድ እነዚያን ሁሉ መጥፎ ነገሮች በመንገዱ ላይ እንኳን የሚጓዙት ድንጋዮች መወገድ ይኖርበታል። ያነ ብቻ ነው ነፍሱን ሪኢንካርኔሽን ሂደት ማቆም የሚችሉት። በእውነቱ ነፍስ የአንተ አይደለም፣ የእሱ የሚሆነው የእሱ አካል ሲሆኑ ብቻ ነው። ከዚያ ግን ሕይወት የምሰጠው ተሸካሚ ነው። እሱን ከእንስሳ የሚለየው እሱ እንደ ማንነትና እሱን ሁለተኛ ንቃተ ህሊና የሚፈጥር ኃይል ነው። ከዚያ በላይ ምንም የለም።
И вот тогда, лишь тогда все субличности будут уничтожены, в буквальном смысле слова. А до того времени человек как личность, став субличностью, будет жить, будет существовать. И это и есть то, чем называли ад. Ну, к этому мы еще подойдем. Потому что в этом апокрифе, да, там есть еще и продолжение, но если уже начал, давай дальше.
Я спросил: Христос, как же душа может снова умолиться и возвратиться в естество своей матери или в человека? Он обрадовался этому вопросу и сказал мне: воистину, ты блажен, ибо ты понял, эта душа обращается в другой, в которой есть дух жизни, и спасается через него, и более не перерождается.
Да. И вот здесь дух жизни,
одухотворенное тело.
И вот здесь
тоже
в других апокрифах там тоже об этом говорится, в более древние времена говорилось, четко говорилось о том, что на 8-й день Иисус Христос говорил об этом, не мог об этом не сказать. Почему? Потому что Он знал это. И своим ученикам Он это тоже должен был сказать, и 100% говорил об этом.
እና በጥንት ጊዜያት በግልጽ እንደተነገረው በስምንተኛው ቀን በሰው ልጅ ትገባለች። እናም ኢየሱስ ክርስቶስ ስለዚህ ተናገረ። መጥቀሱ ሊቆጠብ አልቻለም። ለምን? ምክንያቱም ያንን ያውቁ። እናም ስለዚህ ለደቀ መዛሙርቱ መንገር ነበረበት። እናም እሱ በእርግጠኝነት ተናግሯል። በቃ አያችሁ፣ ታሪክ ተሰራ እና እውነቱ ተደመሰሰ።
И вот здесь все начинается сначала.
እናም በትክክል ነፍስ ወደ ሌላ መንፈስ ወዳለው አካል ወደ ሕያው አካል ትገባለች። ግን በስምንተኛው ቀን ወደ እሷ ትገባለች። ያኔ ነው የሰው ልጅ ሰው የሚሆነው።
So first, the Christians knew about the reincarnation process. This information is absolutely eye-opening. Finally, the truth becomes accessible, and it was always there. And now you can see that people themselves return truth to each other, and that is so joyful. So we have addressed reincarnation from the religious point, and now let us look at it from the point of science. The floor is all yours, Mr. Korotikov.
Это очень интересный вопрос, который действительно тревожит человечество в течение уже многих десятков тысячелетий. И здесь есть как бы несколько точек зрения. Есть точка зрения материалистическая, что все заканчивается и пропадает. Есть точка зрения, ну, скажем так, более метафизическая, о том, что после смерти продолжается что-то. Ни та, ни другая точка зрения не доказуема. Значит, можно только верить. Вы можете верить в то, что есть Бог, вы можете верить в то, что нет Бога. Это, так сказать, два типа веры. Точно так же мы можем принадлежать к тем, кто верит, что после смерти ничего больше не будет, и тем, кто верит, что будет что-то. Поэтому я принадлежу ко второму лагерю, и я считаю, что после смерти сознание сохраняется в какой-то форме. Ну, насколько долго, мы пока не можем это сказать, но у нас есть масса доказательств того, что после смерти происходит очень сложный процесс трансформации. То есть мы говорим, что смерть – это переход. Переход из материального тела уже в какое-то другое состояние. Ну, это состояние мы называем информационным. Мы говорим о том, что параллельно с нашим материалистическим миром существуют другие миры. И, ну, самое простое, то, что сейчас доказано и не вызывает сомнений, что есть квантовый мир. И он абсолютно другой. Он имеет другие законы, он имеет другие принципы. И это сейчас уже ни у кого не вызывает сомнений. Все об этом теоретически знают, что такое есть. Ну и мы считаем, что есть еще другие пространства, информационные пространства. Пространство, где существуют уже нематериальные сущности, и где вот после смерти сознание человека определенное время тоже может существовать. И этому есть много доказательств сейчас уже. Собираются все больше и больше научных фактов на эту тему. Ну, в частности, мы тоже проводили такие исследования. Исследования человека после смерти, там были очень интересные результаты. Такие исследования проводятся и в Америке широко очень, во Франции, в Германии. Поэтому, да, действительно, мы считаем, что после смерти наша информационная сущность, наша душа, если хотите так назвать ее, она сохраняется. Ну, а что с ней происходит дальше, это можно пока только фантазировать. Категорически, ну, как бы не поддерживаю идею о том, что человек может реинкарнировать животное. Категорически нет. Я все-таки считаю, что мы, опять-таки, что значит реинкарнировать? Это не значит, что вы вот со всеми своими воспоминаниями, ощущениями, физиологией переходите в другое тело. Таки нет. Это значит, что ребенок, который рождается, он получает некую информацию о некой прошедшей жизни другого человека. И эту информацию он на осознанном уровне какую-то выдает. Значит, но это не значит, что вот тот человек, там, дядя Вася, перешел в маленького Сашечку. Надеяться на то, что потом вы станете гуру там, или миллионером, или будете жить где-то на коне. И все попытки там заморозить, разморозить, я думаю, что все в основном бизнес, не имеющий отношения к реальности. Так что надо жить здесь, сейчас, и стараться воспринять эту жизнь в ее полноте, радости, невзирая на все ее проблемы, неприятные моменты и ограничения.
Добрый вечер. Да, благодарю вас за ваше мнение, за рассказ. Итак, сегодня мы уже с вами узнали, что такое душа, что такое личность, что такое сознание. Осталось выяснить, что же такое субличность. Итак, мы выяснили, что если же в течение жизни человеческой не произошло слияние личности с душой, то после смерти физического тела и разрушения энергетической конструкции эта разумная личность превращается в субличность. Когда умирает физическое тело, человеческое существо продолжает свое существование. Личность человека продолжает существование просто в другой форме, в форме субличности. Другими словами, это разумная информационная структура материального мира. Получается, это личность, как и ты, которая была активна в прошлых воплощениях твоей души, но, к сожалению, сделала неправильный выбор. Поэтому стала не ангелом, не духовным существом, а частью материи. После смерти личность, которая становится субличностью, она приобретает свой опыт, понимание, что же в действительности представляет собой материальный мир, что есть душа и какова ее важность в человеческом существе. Но в конструкции нового тела субличность уже находится в отчаянном положении скованного разума, который все понимает, испытывает чувствительную эмоциональную боль, но ничего сделать не может, в том числе и передать свой опыт о новой личности. Вы знаете, это равносильно тому, что тебя замкнули в тело, но это тело, оно не служит твоему сознанию. Оно не подчиняется и не делает то, что ты ему приказываешь. Так что, друзья, положение субличности – это вам не веселость, это не радость. Это боль, одиночество и чувство тоски, тяжести. И, соответственно, чтобы хоть как-то облегчить себе жизнь, ну, если это вообще можно назвать жизнью, субличность может пользоваться энергиями нового тела. В основном, пока не созрела новая личность. Кратковременно обретая силу, субличность способна, благодаря своим проекциям, посещать те места и тех людей, к которым имела, скажем так, привязанности в течение своей жизни. Субличность также может проявлять свое действие, когда живые начинают вспоминать о ней, ну, то есть об умершем человеке, наделяя, кстати, силой, наделяя эту субличность силой своего внимания. Вот, вы знаете, мне интересно стало, а как быстро после смерти тела человек становится субличностью? И вы знаете, практически мгновенно. Но в новом теле она, субличность, да, оказывается не сразу. Мы с вами уже знаем, что душа входит в человека на 8-й день. И если человек умирает, и поблизости есть ребенок, которому, например, 7 дней от роду, и начался 8-й день, душа, которая покинула структуру тела умершего человека, войдет через 12 минут, ну или немножко раньше, именно в тело ребенка, которому на сегодняшний день наступает, ну как бы есть 8-й день. Это будет не кто-то другой, а именно это та душа, которая и покинула вышеупомянутое тело умершего. И эта душа, она поселится вместе с предыдущей личностью, которая, к сожалению, не слилась с душой. Так вот, значит, субличностью становится практически мгновенно, практически за 20 минут. Но если же человек ушел в нирвану, то ни один медиум его оттуда не вытянет для контакта, точно так же, как и того человека, который находится еще в стадии перерождения. Из всего вышесказанного следует, что у каждого человека, проживающего сегодня на этой планете, есть только один шанс – уйти в нирвану, стать частью высшего общества, стать ангелом. Друзья, у нас с вами есть только эта жизнь, и она здесь и сейчас. И от того, чем наполнена наша с вами жизнь, какими мыслями, чувствами, поступками мы жили, то это все останется с нами после смерти. Наша обида, злость никуда не исчезнет. И самое печальное, что это все приумножится после нашей смерти, если мы в нашей жизни жили злостью, обидами и их хранили. Выбор за нами. И сейчас предлагаю просмотреть ассоциативный ролик о душе, личности, сознании.
Let's imagine that the torch is a soul. The light from the torch is the life energy coming from the soul. The torch shines into a mirror. What appears in the mirror is the personality. The personality is a reflection from the soul, and the reflection from the personality is a secondary consciousness. The secondary consciousness is what distinguishes human consciousness from animal consciousness, which provides imaginative thinking, intelligence, and so on. The clearer the flashlight, the brighter the personality, and the more developed the secondary consciousness can be. The energy that goes from the soul to the personality can either be directed back to the soul or feed the secondary consciousness. It's up to the personality where to direct the energy. To explain what subpersonalities are, let's take a familiar metaphor: torch and a mirror. Subpersonalities are a kind of foggy light filters on the soul. The degree of darkening of such a light filter subpersonality depends on the dominant life choices, preferences, and sensory emotional priorities accumulated by the former personality from a previous life. The more the animal side dominated in the previous personality, the more material values prevailed, the more difficult it will be for a new personality later. If there are many subpersonalities with dense light filters, then it is very difficult for a living personality to turn from the path of material dominance to feel his soul, because connection between the source of light and the one who needs it is darkened. However, if a person comes into contact with the true knowledge, no matter how difficult the circumstances are, no matter how many dark light filters are around his soul, the personality still has a chance in life to unite with its soul and become a new spiritual being. Because if a person sees even the slightest source of light in a dark cave, he will definitely find a way out of the cave. Attention is our most valuable resource. What do we light up with our attention? Note that if we light on grief, it is impossible to light on happiness at the same time. Where we put our attention is what we give life to. Why light up the grief? Let us light up happiness.
Here is the primary point of view that brought the whole world together. We have wars going on now, and we are representatives of all countries, and we are at peace. We are at peace today. We are talking about a world of love, about the future, talking about the truth that concerns each of us. We have no disagreements because we are talking about what the messengers of God spoke about. And it unites us all because we are talking about the truth. It cannot divide us. It is in a holistic way. We are from different religions of the world, and we are all united in truth. And the atheists among us are the majority because they are free from religious fairy tales. There are simple examples of how people have been manipulated. Our consciousness always seeks to dominate others. If our consciousness suppresses us as a personality and it dominates us, it is just like an active sub-personality. Suppresses our consciousness and our personality. If we are suppressed by our consciousness, we in which is supposed to serve us, then we will become a sub-personality.
Yes, Leslie, I fully agree with you. And now we have a chance to build a beautiful world where all personalities can feel the freedom and truly enjoy this life, not its illusion. Feel love, respect towards each other, and sincerely appreciate this life, and use this consciousness for making our world and our society even more better and comfortable, relaxed and happy for each person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what was said above explains the true need for self-development and the ability of the personality to be in control. And I would also like to take this moment to thank all the participants of this conference, all the researchers, all the scientists, all the doctors, and everyone who participated and put together this incredible event that is meant for all people to get this truth, because this truth is truly freeing. Once you know what happens to you after death, you are free to make that choice. And this is truly incredible. And I would like to thank all the people who are participating today. And now we're moving on to our next topic. And we already understand that after the death of the physical body, information remains, yet it is in a different state. But what exactly happens? In what form and how? Explain it from the scientific point of view. Here we will look at the so-called past life memories, experience that have been recorded many times over many years around the world when people remember their past lives. And first, let's hear from Miriam Gamblier, a psychotherapist, master in philosophy, doctoral student in history at the École Pratique des Hautes Études, co-directed by the University of Lorraine.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Myriam Gablier. Je suis actuellement doctorante en histoire et mon sujet de thèse, c'est l'hypothèse de la survie de l'âme au-delà de la mort du corps physique. Donc je suis en plein dans le thème de ce colloque. Par ailleurs, je suis journaliste et auteur, donc j'ai écrit plusieurs ouvrages et de très nombreux articles autour de ces sujets. Et j'ai aussi un passé de thérapeute psychocorporelle, donc je me suis beaucoup intéressée à la relation entre le corps et l'esprit. Ça a été notamment le sujet de mon mémoire de philosophie en master, où j'ai vraiment approfondi cette question de la relation corps-esprit. Donc on va dire qu'à travers tout ça, le fil de recherche, c'est vraiment cette énigme, ce mystère de la relation entre la conscience, l'expérience consciente et le corps. Donc, quand on s'intéresse aux données qui sont accumulées autour de l'hypothèse de la réincarnation, on pense évidemment au docteur Ian Stevenson, qui est en quelque sorte la référence incontournable. Donc ce docteur était un psychiatre qui était directeur du département de psychiatrie de l'Université de Virginie. Et lui a étudié pendant plus de 15 ans les témoignages d'enfants qui disent avoir déjà vécu, et sur tous les continents, sauf l'Antarctique. Et il a accumulé, lui et son équipe, il n'était pas tout seul, ils ont accumulé des dizaines de milliers de cas assez étonnants. Et comme c'est un sujet un petit peu sensible et qu'ils ont vraiment eu une démarche très sérieuse, c'est-à-dire qu'ils sont allés sur le terrain, ils ont fait des tests psychiatriques des enfants, ils ont questionné toutes les familles, ils ont croisé les informations, ils ont fait des fouilles dans les archives, les rapports d'autopsie, les dossiers médicaux, les dossiers de la police. Donc, ils ont vraiment fait des recherches très, très fouillées. Ils ont aussi essayé de trouver à chaque fois les biais, c'est-à-dire des explications autres comme la fraude, la psychopathologie, des retours de souvenirs personnels. Donc, ils ont vraiment essayé à chaque fois de se débarrasser de l'hypothèse de la réincarnation. Mais malgré tout, ils ont gardé 2500 cas qui, pour eux, s'expliquent au mieux par l'hypothèse de la réincarnation. Donc, ça veut nous donner, avec 2500 cas d'enfants qui disent avoir déjà vécu, et ils ont été sur le terrain et ils ont trouvé des traces de la personne qui a été décrite par les enfants. Et c'est assez étonnant, c'est-à-dire que du coup, ils ont pu comparer l'histoire des enfants avec l'histoire de ces personnes qui sont décédées. Et ce qu'ils ont trouvé, c'est que déjà les enfants commencent à témoigner déjà les enfants commencent à témoigner approximativement à l'âge de 25 mois. Donc c'est très jeune, hein. À partir de l'âge de 2 ans, ils commencent à témoigner. Il faut savoir aussi que le travail de Ian Stevenson a été publié dans des revues à comité de lecture, dont The Lancet, qui est quand même une grande revue médicale. Et donc, on est avec un chercheur qui était très méticuleux, très consciencieux, qui ne s'est jamais prononcé sur l'hypothèse de la réincarnation. Il a toujours dit « je ne sais pas, je cherche encore ». Mais en tout cas, il laisse derrière lui une somme de données qu'on peut qualifier de déroutante. Parce que, voilà, on a ces 2500 cas qui sont assez bluffants. C'est-à-dire que, par exemple, on a un enfant qui va dire « moi, dans une vie antérieure, j'étais boulanger dans tel village, j'étais marié avec telle personne, j'avais 3 enfants, ma maison, elle était comme ci, comme ça, et j'ai caché quelque chose dans l'armoire, sous le pied derrière de l'armoire. » Et quand les chercheurs vont sur place, ils vont dans le village, ils se rendent compte qu'effectivement, il y a un boulanger qui est décédé, qui était marié avec telle personne, qui avait 3 enfants, et quand ils vont chercher dans la planque derrière l'armoire, ils trouvent la chose qui avait été cachée en fait par la personne. Donc on est vraiment avec des exemples très concrets en fait, hein. C'est vraiment avec des données qui peuvent être vérifiées, des données tangibles, et qui donc laissent perplexes. Voilà. Donc on est avec une somme de données à l'heure d'aujourd'hui qui est vraiment très étonnante. À côté de ça, l'autre somme de données, c'est les adultes qui disent retrouver des souvenirs de vie antérieure. Et là, on est souvent dans un cas thérapeutique, donc c'est souvent des régressions qui ont été provoquées soit par l'hypnose ou par des formes de thérapie régressive. Et la troisième source de données en ce qui concerne l'hypothèse de la renaissance, c'est, comme je le disais, toutes les cultures autour du monde qui ont pensé ce phénomène avec des scénarios différents. Mais enfin, il y a là aussi une grosse accumulation d'évidence.
Thank you, Miriam. And we also interviewed Dr. Antonia Mills, who worked with Dr. Ian Stevenson. They are the founders of reincarnation research. It is thanks to their work that the whole world today knows about confirmed cases of memories of past lives. And Dr. is an anthropologist, reincarnation researcher, and professor at First Nation Studies Department at the University of Northern British Columbia. Dr. Mills is one of the most prominent researchers trained by the founder of the reincarnation field, Ian Stevenson. She specializes in reincarnation beliefs and experiences of indigenous people of the Northwest region of North America, but has also investigated and analyzed cases in India and the West. Her research interests include First Nations land claims, religion and law, and reincarnation research. Let's watch the interview.
Среди индейцев бивер, ветсувян. Так что это было действительно очень здорово. И было замечательно, что Ян Стивенсон послал меня в Индию, чтобы я изучала местные случаи реинкарнации. Конечно, в Индии тоже есть удивительные случаи, но аспекты реинкарнации таковы, что в основе лежит то, что когда кто-то уходит из жизни, он вновь входит в зародыш и рождается. И в некоторых случаях, если у предыдущего человека была серьезная травма, то ребенок родится с соответствующим родимым пятном. У Яна Стивенсона есть 2 тома «Реинкарнация и биология», где показаны все виды таких удивительных родимых пятен. Так что это огромная тема, и он занимался подобными случаями по всему миру. Большинство людей, многие представители западной культуры, не знают о концепции реинкарнации, и причина в том, что в 553 году нашей эры Никейский собор решил запретить концепцию реинкарнации. До этого она присутствовала в христианстве. Иисус, Иоанн Креститель и другие говорили об этом, о предыдущей жизни и так далее и тому подобное. Но по какой-то причине было решено объявить ее вне закона после этого собора. Так что ее предали анафеме. Она стала тем, во что не разрешается верить. И таким образом это просто было как бы исключено, и люди не говорили об этом. Итак, это некоторые аспекты реинкарнации, которые мы нашли и проработали. Но до радикальных причин смерти или чего-то подобного, родимых пятен, очень многие дети рассказывают о предыдущей жизни с того момента, когда впервые начинают говорить. Обычно это происходит в возрасте около 2 лет, и они говорят о своей прошлой жизни очень выразительно. Они рассказывают о том, кем они были, и обо всех тех вещах, которые они хотят, и о людях, которых они хотят увидеть, и все в таком роде. В случае с Тораном Сингхом из Индии его прозвище было Титу. Когда Титу был маленьким мальчиком, у него были много воспоминаний о предыдущей жизни. Он говорил своей матери, что его жена носила более красивые сари, чем она. У него были все эти переживания и заботы, когда он был еще совсем маленьким. Он утверждал, что умеет водить машину. Когда я поехала повидаться с ним, ему тогда было 3 года. Я приехала на такси, и он захотел сесть за руль. Он был такой маленький, что он, конечно, сел в машину, но не мог видеть через лобовое стекло и поставить ногу на тормоз. У него были самые разные воспоминания о прошлой жизни. Наконец, он сказал, что был владельцем Суреш-радио, и его старший брат, которому было 16 лет, знал о Суреш-радио. Никогда там не был, но слышал, потому что в то время это был единственный магазин в Агре, где продавались телевизоры и тому подобное. И вот он и его друг пошли в Суреш-радио и рассказали вдове Суреша, которая все еще управляла магазином, о том, что говорил брат. И тогда она отправилась в его деревню. Это была небольшая деревушка, неподалеку от Агры. встретилась с ним, и он ее, конечно, узнал. Она вышла с несколькими братьями мужа, и он их узнал. Он не только их узнал, но и говорил разные вещи, спрашивал о своих детях. Еще этот случай был интересен тем, что когда Суреш был застрелен, пуля попала ему в голову здесь, а у Титу было родимое пятно, очень явное родимое пятно в этом месте, как раз там, где было небольшое пулевое отверстие. Я прочитала результаты вскрытия предыдущей личности, и они показали, что пуля вошла сюда, а затем вышла за ухом. И тогда я снова посмотрела на Титу, и точно область за его ухом была вся растянута, она выдавалась, и оба места были отмечены, место входа пули и место выхода. Так что это был очень интересный случай.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mills, for all your work. And Dr. Mills has now mentioned the well-known case of Tito, or Dr. Toran Singh Chahar. And Dr. Toran Singh is widely known as an Indian boy who remembered a brief past life. The case is one of the 10 carried out by the reincarnation research, Dr. Mills, as she just mentioned. And we were able to take an interview with Tito, and we would like to show it to you right now. And his case was popularized in the British magazine Reincarnation International. It was also featured in the BBC TV news program 40 Minutes in the 1990. At the moment, Dr. Torang Singh is an assistant professor, Bachelor of Neuropathy and Yogic Science course, faculty of Ayurveda Banaras Hindu University. And please, let's watch an interview with him. We're really happy to have him with us.
Когда мне было 4,5 года, и как только я начал говорить, я постоянно жаловался отцу, что это не мой родной дом, что у них недостаточно денег, и они бедные. Однажды мой отец отвез меня в Агру, на расстояние 1,2-1,5 километра от того места, о котором я рассказывал. Потом он шел за мной. Я шел впереди него, я шел и зашел в свой магазин. Это раньше был мой магазин. Затем я заговорил со своей, как сказать, женой. Я спросил ее о каких-то изменениях, которые произошли в магазине. Она была удивлена, когда она увидела, что мальчик 4,5 лет говорит ей о том, что он является владельцем магазина. На следующее утро они пришли к нам домой. Они спрашивали обо всем. О том, кто меня убил, как я умер. Перед этим моя жена задала мне множество вопросов о нашей прошлой жизни. Она спрашивала о многих вещах, включая номер банковского счета, где я хранил наши деньги, и все такое. Откуда я занимался бизнесом и так далее. Она спрашивала обо всем. И потом они пришли к заключению, что это был случай реинкарнации. Мы до сих пор поддерживаем отношения. Всякий раз, когда я ездил в Агру, я встречался с ними. Я до сих пор помню все свои прошлые...
when I was just, what I want to say, 5 or 6 years old, no, that time I was not knowing how to ride a car or how to ride a bike, this, that. Okay, suddenly my past father, he has given me the key or hand over me the key of this car. I started driving. In this time also, I haven't learned anything like driving or two-wheeler driving or four-wheeler. I know everything, no problem. And many things like what to say, when I was just 5 or 6 years old, I haven't gone to school or like that. There was nothing like schooling and all. I started speaking in English, this, that. So many things I acquired from that past. I went to professor. My name is Dr. Toran Singh. Presently, I am working in Banaras Hindu University as an assistant professor, Department of Swasthurita and Yoga, Faculty of Ayurveda, and presently residing at Varanasi, India. Previously in for 6 years. I went to Virgin, Colombia. She also studied on that. Last 2004, she came to India. She met me in 1988. Also, she was there along with me for 6 months in India. And 89, there was a documentary taken by done by BBC, British Broadband Corporation, in 89. And is there in the internet everything, and what are the research paper, what are the studies conducted, everything is there in internet. Now I am imagine myself, how come I know all these things? Because science doesn't have any belief, something beyond the science. How come it's possible? And this government of Holland, madam, in 95 or 96, they have given so much of money to us. They were taking it to their country. They were ready to plan something like they were ready to do some surgery on me. Like they were ready to open my skull. Then my father doesn't allow me. So many country people I visited like UK, USA, many people came. Recently this in India, like some news channel people, they used to conduct many, according to me it is shown only, madam. But reincarnation, most probably I have seen many cases in India also, other country I don't know about them. In India, those the person who has died a unnatural death, they are only very prone to get like that. Previously, when I was like what to say, up to my 20 years old or 25 years of old, till that it used to disturb me a lot. Because whenever I used to get angry, I used to recall the past memories, this, that. Many sorts of disturbance I got. Now as I am, what to say, matured, completely being a family member, somehow I am, but day by day I am forgetting that past memories and all. I too want to leave it completely. Because duality we cannot live. Past is past. We have to live in present.
Well, interesting example. And in this case, the family recognized the subpersonality. If the subpersonality shows up and is not needed, then after expending energy, the subpersonality leaves. And here is an example where the family has recognized it. And Tito lives a double life. While the family feeds the subpersonality by paying attention to it, on one hand he is living a double life and he feels that someone is living it. But this doesn't mean it's him. Inside he realizes that it's dead and he is alive. And he and the whole family are feeding a dead man. He told what no one else could have known, that fact is absolute reality. The question is somewhat, why feed the dead man to waste attention on him? Because people are stealing from themselves. Yes, it is easier for him for a short period of time, I mean for the subpersonality. And subpersonality, having such a skill, after the death of the personality, it will try to dominate for the next incarnation. A great example of that is Dalai Lama. You shouldn't feed the dead. And more on that later. You empower them with your attention and they make trouble in the next generation. Subpersonality, it's a way of life. We share the last with our alleged kin and what has bonded us in supposedly biology. Those emotions that flow are past personality emotions, beloved relatives or someone who left by choice or by accident, but they are dead, completely dead. And to share our life with them is to sign our own sentence. No matter how good it sounds in our minds, but not only are we not saving them, but we are reducing our own chances.
Благодарю, Алексей, что дал пояснение к истории, которую мы только что просмотрели. Знаете, хотелось бы дополнить тем, что этот случай является еще одним доказательством реинкарнации, а также доказательством существования субличностей, то есть бывших или живших ранее людей. И снова мы видим еще одно доказательство того, что информация никуда не пропадает. Иначе, как бы мог маленький мальчик с такой точностью рассказать о событиях 50-летней давности, да еще с такой точностью? Немного позже в конференции мы рассмотрим подробнее о том, что говорится о реинкарнациях в религиях, а также о том, что знали о реинкарнации в истинном ее понимании ранние христиане и о том, кто и для чего исключил понятие из христианства.
Thank you very much. And let's continue talking about reincarnation. And one of the most famous reincarnation cases studied by the University of Virginia group, and in particular, Dr. Jim Tucker, who is the director, successor of Dr. Ian Stevenson, is the case of James Leninger. James Leninger demonstrated knowledge about events from 50 years ago, before he was born. Let's hear this story from James's father, Bruce Leninger himself, who shared with us the story of his son.
My name is Bruce Leininger, and I'm here today to talk to you about a family story, an experience that we had with our son named James, who gave us scores and scores of bits of information about a past life that startled us, scared us, but enriched our lives when we understood what was happening and that he had indeed had a past life and was reincarnated. Right around the time of his second birthday in early April, he started to have violent nightmares 5 or 6 nights a week that were disturbing to us. Children have nightmares, but not that frequently. And he started to talk about what was happening. He said he was in an airplane on fire, crashing in the water, and the little man couldn't get out. And that happened, and as he got a little older, he was able to articulate more. Well, that was disturbing, and then he started to talk about things that just made no sense. My wife was in a store buying some things to decorate the house, and she picked up a little toy airplane, and I'll talk about this later. And he said, she looked at the bottom of it. She said, "Oh, look, it has a bomb on it." There was a little thing on the bottom of it. He said, "That's not a bomb, Mommy. That's a drop tank." A drop tank? What that? He started to talk more. He started to talk. He said he flew a Corsair. You know, what kind of plane were you? spontaneously. You know, when you're going to sleep and you get in that dreamy state, he would start to talk spontaneously about things. And so one night in August of 2000, my wife said, listen, he's talking about this, come in and listen. So I went in and I said, well, James, I said, where did your airplane come from? And he said, a boat. And I said, okay, a boat. All right. And the Japanese shot him down. I said, did your boat have a name? And he said, yes, Natoma. Well, that was Natoma. I said, that sounds Japanese. He looked at me like I had a hole in my head. Natoma, that's not, no, it's an American. Well, I went and Googled or went online to search. And what I did was I found August 27th at about 12:30 at night. And you can go online and find it. It was a history of a ship called USS Natoma Bay. And it's about a 4-page little report. And it said that it fought in a battle or in the Pacific during World War II. Well, there was no way I could imagine how he got that. Then about a month later, we said, well, who's the little man in the plane? He said, me. And I just started to research and try to find things. And then right after Thanksgiving, I bought a book for my father about the Battle of Iwo Jima. And I got it for him for Christmas. My father was a Marine in World War II. And we were paging through it, and we came to this page with this picture, and he pointed to it, and he said, that's when my plane got shot down. And I just went blank. I went back to that little report that I have, and I found out that this ship had supported the Battle of Iwo Jima. That lit a fire. I said, I have to find out. This is three specific pieces of information: the ship, a location, and a man. And I wound up finding information, and make a long story short, because as a Christian, I didn't believe in reincarnation. But the net of all of that is our souls go on forever. The most major religions of the world talk about the eternal life of our soul, the development of our soul. And so it make a work. It happens. And I have pages and pages of proof of things he said and did. Anything he ever said that I was able to get information about was only corroborated. Okay? Including meeting 4 eyewitnesses to seeing his plane get shot down, all described exactly what he said. And you can go find that on YouTube if you go to the first time we were on ABC Primetime. Early 2001, I had gathered some information that was helping me at least understand that, gee, there are some facts around this. Now, how do they fit together? And then he started to do things like this. This is a copy. He started to sign them James 3. And he drew hundreds of these. He did this every day. What does that mean? He said, I'm the third James. Well, he was not named, he was named after his great-great-great-grandfather. And so he's not a junior. He's not the third James in our family. And so that was a mystery. That from about 2 years from the date he drew this, I found out who James 3 was. Okay. Or why he was James 3, because we found James 2. Okay. The man that he had the memories of, named James M. Houston Jr., this man was the only man from that squadron that was killed during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And his name was James M. Houston Jr. And the description of how he was killed matched exactly what James was saying. And I have the military reports that describe that. Because there's a report every time a squadron goes out and flies. So I have military records, and then I also found eyewitnesses that also described exactly what he said. My plane got shot in the engine and it went into the water on fire. 4 eyewitnesses that said the same thing. Okay. The one thing that stymied me, that gave me some hope to my skepticism, was he said he flew a Corsair, but no Corsairs ever flew off of Natoma Bay. So eventually, because of the research, we started to find the families of the men. Like we went to meet Leon Connor's family. I spoke with Walter Devlin's brother. We found the family of James M. Houston Jr. and his sister, named Annie, wound up sending us a bunch of information, including this picture of him, her brother, in front of a Corsair. Okay. He was part of a squadron that flew Corsairs before he was sent to Natoma Bay. Now there's 25 or 30 other things like this. The name Annie, we were asking, or we were talking about that one night, and he said, I had 2 sisters. One was Annie, she was 4 years older than me, and then I had a sister named Ruth, and she was 4 years older than Annie. That's exactly correct. Or this is one of the most startling ones. When we found the family of James Houston, Annie sent us this. This is a copy. The drawing or painting is actually only about that big. So I came home from work one night several years later, after we had met Annie and did stuff like that, and there was a little package at the door, and I opened it up, and in it there was a picture of this little painting, and along with it was this note. Let me get my glasses. It said, "Dear James," now this was on January 16th, 2006, and they had spoken right around Christmas, 2005. It said, "Dear James, I do hope that this is the picture that you asked me for. It was the only one my mother ever did of me. I am so sorry to be so long in sending it to you." This picture was in Annie's attic in Los Gatos, California, 1,600 miles away from Lafayette. 5 people on the planet even knew this was what this was, and he asked her specifically about it. And it was just, they were talking, well, hey, what about that picture that mom did of you? And he asked specifically for it. And there's only one of them.
Yes, it is incredible how many details James remembered of the previous life. And we can only imagine how scared the parents get when they come face to face with such manifestations in their kids. And I'm sure they feel hopeless until today, until this truth is released and is available to all people. Now let's watch the rest of the interview with Bruce Leninger.
Andrea found a woman named Carol Bowman, and this was about 6 or 8 months into this process. And she did counseling on children with past lives. So she said, look, just tell James this is not him, it happened to someone else. And that helped calm him down, and the nightmares essentially went away.
Bruce, one more thing that we were talking about, when did it stop? And to James seeing and perceiving all this, and why do you think it did happen at that time?
When we went to Chichijima, we went there, the Japanese took us there, and we did a special there. And when we had a memorial service when that occurred. We went out into the ocean over the place where the plane got shot down. And with all the violent drawings he drew one drawing after that. It was the last thing he drew, and it was peaceful. So what happened was when we went there, we think that he got the emotional, spiritual closure. This is where it ended and where it began. And at that point, he really never talked about it again. It was really, had no nightmares, had no bad memories. We went there in 2006. So he was about 8 years old. That was the last thing that he drew. He had just come back from Tsushima. You see that it's a Japanese ship. There's no bombs, there's nothing, whales and fish, birds are flying, no one's being killed. That was the last thing he drew. Science tells us that there's a conservation of energy. That's a scientific fact. Well, our thoughts are energy. Our consciousness is an energy. The hard thing is to put your hands on it and touch it. You know, the scientists can go into a lab and touch it or see it. We can feel it. Well, we feel in the same thing, and that energy is conserved. So there's nothing conflicting with scientific method about that. If energy is conserved and our thoughts things, if you think of something, is that a thing? What does it do? It changes your behavior. It's a guidepost. So from my point of view, the hard thing to do is make that little jump of faith, because it's just a little jump. It's not this giant chasm. It's this little thing. Just take that step. And you won't be disappointed. Dr. Jim, he's a researcher on all this. I've spoken to Jim dozens of times and been on TV with him 3 or 4 times. Okay? He says this is the best case of reincarnation that they have. I didn't start out to make it the best case for anything. I was trying to find out what was happening to my son. So the issue is persistence. That what you don't understand, don't be afraid of it. You have a soul. We know we have souls. Okay? Be curious, ask questions, seek out, and you might be surprised what you find.
Да, действительно, очень интересная история с многими фактами. Но мне все-таки любопытно, а что же послужило причиной для резкой смены ситуации? Ну, там исчезли кошмары, да, навязчивые идеи, рисунки, где всех убивают, самолеты, да, исчезают. Непонятно.
Carol Bowman, who was approached by the Leininger family, reinforced the personality's position by saying that the person who died was not him. It happened to someone else. And that's the key point. The family then visited the site of the plane crash. The story cleared up and thus ended. By strengthening the position of the personality, James was able to confront it.
Супер, это правильно, и все очень просто, как оказалось. Это, кстати, замечательный выход для других, и также это своеобразная помощь. Что-то внушать или перевнушать только усиливает субличность, так как мы с вами знаем уже, что таким образом мы вкладываем внимание и тем самым усиливаем субличность. Каков механизм выхода из этих вообще подобных ситуаций?
Well, it is necessary to develop the personality. When the personality realizes that it is not you, that there has been a substitution, that it's not your memories, it's not your life, it is a dead thing creeping toward the living, then the personality begins to defend itself, ceasing to invest attention in the suggestions of the dead person's subpersonality, and beginning to live here and now.
Полностью согласна. В таких случаях действительно необходимо объяснять, что эти воспоминания идут от субличности, что это чужая жизнь. И вы знаете, здесь нечему радоваться. Случай с семьей Ленингеров – это хороший пример для других людей. Это показывает, что когда они прибыли на место катастрофы, субличность закрепила свои позиции. То есть была устранена, скажем так, последняя зацепка, которая возвращала субличность, нынешнюю личность к происшедшим событиям.
Well, thank you very much. Today, we already introduced well-known cases, and you now understand why it is crucial for parents to know about the manifestations of subpersonalities and to have proper ways of explaining this to children. But what is noteworthy is that parents around the world stumble with these manifestations in their children, and parents remain silent. They do not know the true nature of these expressions until today. Now the truth is revealed. And now let's watch a video about activation of
And I think that was the moment where my mother realized that it was not fantasy. Something had happened that was bigger than she could understand. So she just, hugged me and said, I understand, and you're not alone anymore. So I asked her if I could leave because I just couldn't be there anymore. I have been asked many times if I want to do a regression, and I am so afraid of going back into that life again. So I really don't want to, and I had more than enough of memories that I wanted. So I really don't want to open that door again. But the important message is that if you know that you have had a life before, if you know that it could be things that happened to you in your past life, or it could be karma, it could be people around you that affected you in a way that they did at that time, this is the reason why it happens now. You don't have to remember your past life, and to me it definitely saved my life to see the connection and to know that I was the one to make the choice in this life. And I think that we all have that possibility to make our own choices.
Thank you, Walter, for bringing us this very well-known case, and I guess that this does prove a lot. So let's recap. We can clearly say that reincarnation exists, the subpersonalities exist, and the previous personality is not you, as you only get one chance. Memories from past lives are not yours. It is the manifestation of a subpersonality that pulls attention, the life force. It is the biggest interest of a living person not to surrender attention. That is his life to the dead. But we'll come back to the value of attention and its key role in human life a little later. People suffer from the manifestation of subpersonalities and ignorance of what is going on and how to deal with it. That is why it is so important to study these issues so that this knowledge is available to all. So we have looked at examples of one person's subpersonality activation, and science knows documented examples of the activation of several subpersonalities in one person. And we will take a closer look at these cases later in this broadcast. And now let's listen to Aidar Khairuddinov, PhD in philosophy, Islamic scholar, teacher, historian, and author of many books.
أنا أيدار خير الدينов.
Вот возьмем аят из 32 суры, 10 аят. Бисмиллахи рахмани рахим. Он гласит: وَقَالُوا أَإِذَا دَلَلْنَا فِي الْأَرْضِ أَإِنَّ لَفِي خَلْقٍ جَدِيدٍ بَلْ هُمْ بِلِقَاءِ رَبِّهِمْ كَافِرُونَ. То есть здесь сказано, они говорят, когда мы рассыпались, когда мы потерялись в земле, в могиле имеется в виду рассыпались, неужели мы в новом творении? Если мы возьмем переводы, даже вот давайте, вот у нас лежит здесь перевод Корана, 32.10, да? Посмотрим, как его перевели здесь. Они говорят, неужели после того, как мы затеряемся в земле, мы возродимся в новом творении? То, как я перевел, и то, как оно преподнесено в Коране, вот это предложение, оно именное, там нет глаголов. Здесь переводчик вставляет глагол. Неужели мы возродимся в новом творении? И здесь у нас всплывает наша стандартная схема, что вот все умерли, потом Аллах всех поднимет из могил, и вот это будет возрождение как бы. Да, такой смысл получается, если исказить аят, если добавить глагол, которого там нет. А давайте вернемся, вот как в аяте сказано. То есть, как им говорил пророк Мухаммад, алейхиссалям, этим людям. Когда вы потерялись в земле, вы в новом творении. Поэтому Вот основываясь в некотором смысле вот на этих вещах и на том, что я не сам искал, не сам копался, а это все приходило внезапно в качестве каких-то прозрений. Особенно сильно это проявлялось, когда я читал аяты Корана, казалось бы, много раз уже читанные, и вдруг открывался глубинный смысл, то я раз за разом получал подтверждение того, что феномен реинкарнации существует, и это надо не только иметь в виду, а в принципе это ключевой даже элемент, чтобы сформировалось правильное мировоззрение человека, который заявляет о том, что он верит в Аллаха. Вот в аяте 32.10 я вот до конца не дошел, а ведь там говорится, что те, которые не принимают слова пророка Мухаммада алейхиссалям о том, что вы в новом творении, в новом теле, они являются кафирами, они отвергают встречу с Аллахом. Давайте примерим это, как сейчас мусульмане среагируют на то, что на те слова пророка Мухаммада, которые сохранились в Коране, когда он говорит: вы в новом теле. После того, как вы исчезли с земли или в земле, вы в новом теле. Если мы этого не признаем, мы кафиры. Это тоже Аллах говорит. Кафир – это значит отвергающий истину. Меня пригласили, значит, Аллах дает мне возможность прийти и выступить, и сказать об этом вслух. Вот я об этом сегодня сказал. Остальное за самими мусульманами, за учеными, которые должны будут повести себя определенным образом. Либо начать изучать Коран более серьезно, не обращая внимания на тафсиры, либо отвернуться от того, что я сказал, и продолжать в том же духе, какой продолжается на протяжении последних почти 1500.
Thank you, Haidar. As we can see, the topics we are discussing today were known by people from many centuries ago, as prophets repeatedly brought them these key pieces of information, not only to explain how this world works, but ultimately the purpose of our life. And now let's hear from Jocelyn Morisson, a French scientific journalist, author and translator, passionate about the connection between science and spirituality, learned while researching near-death experiences. Jocelyn?
Eh bien bonjour, je m'appelle Jocelyn Morisson et je suis journaliste de formation scientifique et je m'intéresse au phénomène de l'expérience de mort imminente depuis un peu plus de 25 ans. J'ai écrit beaucoup d'articles sur ce sujet et quelques livres également. Et j'ai traduit aussi plusieurs livres de l'anglais sur ce phénomène qui me passionne. Alors bien sûr, les expériences de mort imminente suggèrent, elles ne prouvent pas, mais elles suggèrent que la vie continue. Et après la mort physique, que l'existence, en tout cas de la conscience, se poursuit après la mort physique. Et on a aussi des témoins qui nous disent qu'ils avaient plusieurs vies et ils ont aussi pu voir des parties de leur vie antérieure pendant l'expérience de mort imminente. Ça a bien sûr été étudié effectivement par des chercheurs comme Jim Tucker, Ian Stevenson et d'autres, avec des cas tout à fait probants d'enfants qui se souviennent de leur vie antérieure et qui gardent la trace d'un décès violent, souvent des accidents, des choses comme ça, alors qu'ils sont enfants. Ils se souviennent de la façon dont ils sont décédés, ils se souviennent de lieux, de personnages ou de choses comme ça. Donc il y a des cas qui ont été très très bien documentés, qui semblent suggérer fortement que la réincarnation est une réalité. Donc moi je suis tout à fait ouvert à cette idée-là, d'autant plus que dans les religions, bien sûr dans les religions d'Asie, donc c'est une réalité, dans le bouddhisme, dans l'hindouisme, mais dans la religion même chrétienne, il est dit qu'à l'origine, la réincarnation faisait partie du corpus de données, de savoir, et que ça a été en quelque sorte extrait, ça a été sorti du canon biblique, etc., pour des raisons ou d'autres, peu importe, mais que ça faisait partie en tout cas des croyances à l'origine, même y compris dans la religion chrétienne.
Благодарим вас, Ажаслан, за интересный рассказ о проведенных вами исследованиях. Конечно, тему жизни после смерти в религиозном аспекте мы более детально рассмотрим чуть позже. Сейчас хотелось бы предоставить слово следующему спикеру, Катарине Микитовой, директору Sky4U.
Eugenia, ďakujem veľmi pekne za slovo. Hneď na úvod vyjadrujem veľkú vďaku za všetky informácie, ktoré som si doteraz vypočula. Veľmi sa teším, že mojou témou sú prví kresťania, prví nasledovatelia Krista, gnostici, katari a albigenci. Ich učenie a život sú mi veľmi blízke. Katolícka cirkev sa už jej začiatkoch musela vysporiadať s myšlienkami odlišnými od jej oficiálneho učenia. Učenie, ktoré bolo v rozpore, sa označovalo ako blúd, heréza alebo kacírstvo. Avšak etymológia slova heréza do 3. storočia na začiatku kresťanstva znamenala voľba, výber, schopný voľby. Až od 4. storočia je heréza definovaná ako odchýlka od pravej viery. Medzi prvé herézy v 1. až 3. storočí patrí gnosticizmus. Slovo gnóza pochádza z gréckeho slova a znamená poznanie. Základným rysom gnosticizmu je dualizmus. Oni chápali, že tento svet je skazený a preto sa človek chce z neho vyslobodiť prostredníctvom poznania a vrátiť sa do pôvodného domova k Bohu. Podľa gnostikov tí, čo hovoria, že najprv zomrú a potom vstanú z mŕtvych, sa mýlia. Vzkriesenie musia dosiahnuť tu, kým žijú. Gnostický charakter má Tomášove evanjelium. V ňom sa píše, prvý verš Ježiš povedal: Kto pochopí výklad týchto slov, neokúsi smrť. V 3. verši hovorí Ježiš Tomášovi: Božie kráľovstvo je v tebe. Teda Božími synmi sa vieme stať všetci už počas života, aj bez prostredníkov. Stačí, keď spoznáme pravé učenie Ježiša. Najznámejším a najvýznamnejším spoločenstvom heretikov sú katari alebo albigenci. Život katarov v 12. a 13. storočí najlepšie vystihujú dva citáty Ježiša Krista v perštine na portáli najväčšej brány Indie Bulan Darvaza. Ježiš, syn Márie, povedal: Svet je most, prejdi po ňom, ale nestavaj na ňom domy. Ten, kto verí jeden deň, môže veriť vo večnosť, ale svet trvá len hodinu. Prežijú v modlitbách, pretože zvyšok je neviditeľný. Sami katari nazývali seba dobrí kresťania, dobrí muži a dobré ženy. Heslom katarov bolo Boh je láska. Katari taktiež verili v dvojbožstvo a výber, ktorému Bohu slúžiš. Uznávajú dobrého a zlého Boha. Zlý Boh, Satan, diabol, stvoril všetky tela a hmotný svet. Dobrý Boh stvoril duše. Dobrá duša je uväznená v zlom tele. Katari verili v reinkarnáciu duše. Popierali vzkriesenie tiel a odmietali všetky služby, ktoré živí preukazujú mŕtvým. Verili, že duše putujú hneď po výjdení z tela do večného života alebo k trestu. Trestom je nové zrodenie v tele a neuznávali očistec. Katari poznali energetickú štruktúru človeka. Človek má 3 prirodzenosti. Telo, ktoré je príbytkom duše, dušu, ktorá je príbytkom ducha a ducha, iskru od Boha. Počas života môže ľudská prirodzenosť postúpiť dvojitú smrť a premenu, takže duch, zrodený z iskry a vypestovaný v duši, sa napokon oddelí a navráti do svetla. Teda človek už počas života rozhoduje, či sa stane subosobnosťou alebo slobodný. Cesta k dosiahnutiu slobody je každodenné pestovanie lásky, pokory, kontrola myšlienok a činov. Vzorom bol život a učenie samotného Ježiša. Katari vedeli o vedomí, ktoré je nástrojom diabla a pôsobí na človeka cez myšlienky. Preto praktikovali katarziu. Katarzia to nie je len banálna spoveď. Je to práve rozoberanie a študovanie vedomia. Pri katarzii dochádza k morálnemu očisteniu. Katarskí kňazi, perfé, dokonalí, sa sami starali o svoje životné potreby a nepožadovali od svojich veriacich dane. Vychádzali z Kristovho výroku: ak zasadíte dobrý strom, aj jeho ovocie bude dobré. No ak zasadíte planý strom, aj jeho ovocie bude plané. Veď strom sa pozná po ovocí. Krst vodou bol podľa Katarov nedostatočným pre spásu ľudskej duše. Boli proti krsteniu malých detí, ktoré ešte nie sú zodpovedné za svoje vlastné činy. Uznávali len krst ohňom a Duchom Svätým. Krst Duchom Svätým znamenal medzi inými aj záväzok k zbožnému životu, službe Bohu a spoločenstvu veriacich. Katari odmietali uznať ukrižovanie Ježiša ako spásonosné, preto sa nemodlili ku krížu. Z uvedeného chápeme, prečo boli gnostici, Katari, označovaní za bludárov a prečo boli prenasledovaní 1200 rokov a takmer úplne zničení. Pretože práve znalosti boli výhodné pre každého človeka. Bola to priama cesta k spáse. Ľudia sa stávali slobodnými a tým sa dostávali spod náboženskej manipulácie. To však nevyhovovalo vtedajšej dominantnej židovskej elite, Rímu, rímskym a židovským kňazom. Preto bolo všetko prepracované. Dnes ortodoxné náboženstvá odmietajú reinkarnáciu. Učia, že keď človek zomrie, jeho duša spí v hrobe spolu s telom. Podľa apoštola Pavla, ktorého učenie je základom kresťanstva, nás Kristus zmieril Bohom a naša spása spočíva vo viere, že Kristus nás svojou krvou vykúpil. No Ježiš Kristus o tom nikdy nehovoril. Podľa heretikov bol Ježiš príkladom života. Pavol z neho urobil obetného baránka. Počet prvotných kresťanov veľmi rýchlo rástol, preto ich nebolo možné zničiť. A tak bol vytvorený prototyp antagonistu podporený mocou. Práve tí, ktorí boli blízko Krista a poznali pravdu, ju zničili. Ako prenasledovali ranných kresťanov, neskôr 1200 rokov prenasledovali aj Katarov. Na ospravedlnenie krížových výprav a vyhladenie Katarov hovorili, že však Katari hlásali, že nie sú z tohto sveta a teda tento svet ich neprijal. Ale aj Ježiš hovoril, moje kráľovstvo nie je z tohto sveta. A svet je most, prejdi po ňom, ale nestávaj na ňom domy. A predsa v tomto svete ortodoxná kresťanská cirkev vytvorila ziskovú organizáciu, ktorú by nebolo možné vybudovať na základoch skutočného porozumenia a znalostí. Kresťania, komu teda veríme? Ježišovi, ktorého odkaz zachovali prví nasledovníci, gnostici, Katari, alebo Pavlovi? Môžeme sa napiť živej vody, no chodíme k prázdnym riečiskám. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za slovo a poďme si pozrieť ďalšie video.
Знания чистые, чистые знания, они подобны как вода. И в этой воде зарождается жизнь. Вот это и есть настоящий храм. Храм, построенный на знаниях. А когда эти знания переделают, пытаются всунуть свои камни и из них построить свой храм, то, извини, на воде не построишь. Камень тонет. Поэтому что делали? Засыпали песком. Засыпали песком истинные знания, песком своих фантазий и стремлений и желаний. Искажалась истина этим песком, исходящим от эгоистов и гордецов. И на них уже возводили каменные тяжелые храмы. Но чем больше было песка и чем тяжелее были храмы, тем меньше было под ними воды, истинных знаний.
Yes, it is not to someone's advantage, but I'm sorry. And we are not against religion. It is our tradition. It is our culture and heritage. And we are talking about the truth of what God's messenger said. Religions are essential and valuable. It is our history, our values. We cannot speak against it. We have representatives from every religion in the world with us now, and I emphasize real representatives of all the religions of the world. And we are all to the purity of knowledge that our prophets brought. We are for the truth, and we are talking about it now. We realize that consciousness will show that we are trying to move beyond religion. No, we are trying to clear the water from the sand. We are for the purity of the knowledge that the messengers brought. Why were religions divided? We understand that all disputes in religion, all divisions of today are because of our wallets and power over us. But what united all of us today, the representations and the representatives of religions of the world and atheists who are, by the way, numerous among us. Or is it? Or is it that some just prefer their own spiritual privacy, meaning it's nobody's business? We're all united by the truth and the truth brought by messengers of God. And this truth is shared even by atheists because it is consistent with everyone's inner understanding. All normal, healthy people feel it. We feel it. We know it. We cannot deny religions because they are built on that knowledge, on the truth that God's messengers brought, that truth that makes us free. And this was unprophesized to those who created religions, and they removed in order to have power over us. And we are now saying that the messengers of God said that there shouldn't be one man's authority over another. Would a father exalt one child by belittling another? What kind of father is that? No, that is our desire, which is forced upon us by our own consciousness. And what is our consciousness? It is the devil, who is said to be closer than the cervical artery. It's a shaitan, and there's no getting away from him. He will always stand on the spiritual path. This truth and this simplicity was spoken by the prophets, and we are talking about it now. The most important thing the prophets spoke about is what will happen to you after physical death. And the most important thing is you can only change that while you are alive. Afterward, it will be what will be. When you walk through the supermarket, there is always a cash register at the exit. And that the death of the physical body is that cash register.
Спасибо большое, Лесли. Это очень важные слова. И следующий наш спикер — кандидат психологических наук, философ, писатель, член Координационного совета Зороастрийской общины Владимир Олегович Погудин расскажет нам о том, что в зороастризме также сохранилось знание о личности, о душе, ее прижизненном выборе, так же, как и у первых христиан. Владимир Олегович, вам слово.
Добрый день, здравствуйте. Меня зовут Владимир Олегович Погудин. Я член Координационного совета Московской зороастрийской общины. Внутри человека, собственно говоря, кто должен делать вывод, это, собственно говоря, человек, то есть его дух, фраваши. Вот эта частичка тела Бога, на которую нарастает, даже не надеваются, а нарастают все прочие человеческие оболочки. Собственно говоря, фраваши так и переводится с авестийского как избирающий, выбирающий, присягающий иногда переводят, ну, правильнее, избирающий. Вот. Но дело-то все в том, что человек, к сожалению, воспринимает себя и отождествляет себя с какими-то низшими телами. На самом деле не вот с этим высшим. Подавляющее большинство людей не осознают его в себе каждодневно, этот дух. Вот, да? По идее, ну, может быть, так и должно быть это сознание, то есть сознание, прошу прощения, выбор этот должен делаться неосознанно, а по велению духа. Вот когда мы погружаемся в себя и делаем вывод не исходя из выгоды, из пользы или из чьих-то предписаний, а из движений своей души и духа, правильнее, да? Человек-то, к сожалению, чаще всего ощущает себя вот этой личностью, которая есть вещь-то сложная, сложносоставная, и не только его. Потому что дух, он чисто мой. Душа, да, она чисто моя, погруженная в определенное время, в определенное место. Сознание уже с этим местом соотносится как-то, и начинаются какие-то определенные изменения. Чувства я принимаю, там, мысли, жизнь других людей. И вот из всего этого формируется моя личность, мой характер. Когда мы говорим, вот у меня такой-то, такой-то характер. Так он не у тебя такой характер. Это твой характер плюс то, что ты принял от других людей. То, чему тебя учили, то, что ты получил, общаясь с другими людьми, то, что там какие-то травмы психологические, какие-то еще. И, к сожалению, человек в большинстве случаев осознает себя вот этим вот. Не истинной своей личностью, а вот этой ложной психологической личностью. Ну и, соответственно, раз таким себя осознает, значит, этим и делает выбор. Из-за этого и получается большое количество ошибок. И чтобы этого не произошло, человек внутри себя должен подняться, освободившись от... отделив свое от того, что получил извне, от того, что кто-то научил, или кто-то там ударил, или кто-то погладил по голове. Все это формирует мой характер. Так вот, чтобы прийти к истине, я должен подняться выше этого. Потом подняться выше сознания своего, подняться к своей душе. И вот душа, она уже напрямую соотносится с духом, и вот тогда выбор осуществляется правильный всегда. Из всех живых существ, из растений, животных, только человек наделен свободной волей. Хотя, что касается духа, вот фраваши, в зороастризме сказано, в Авесте сказано, что духом обладают и животные, и растения. Причем дух – это такая же клеточка, значит, Бога, такая же клеточка тела Бога. Единственное, что отличает человека от растений, от животных – это свободная воля. И вот из-за этой свободной воли тело человека, его ум развиваются особым образом. Не так, как у животных, не так, как у растений.
Thank you, Vladimir Pogudin, for your participation and your experience, your knowledge. How actually joyful it is to see different scientists, religious scholars, psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, eyewitnesses, and specialists of other specialities contributing to the understanding of the truth, of one truth. This conference has changed a lot. And thanks to it, we have this clear understanding of one truth, and many things come into their own place. And I would like to remind to our viewers that we are currently live, and we are broadcasting our stream to many platforms on social networks, in video hostings, and we are translating this conference to more than 50 languages. And I would also like to announce that each topic that of this conference will be dealt in depth on the round tables. And I would like to announce also that tomorrow we'll have the first round table, which take place at 3 p.m. Greenwich time. And now I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, Mohinur Askarlieva.
Hello, I am Mohinur, and I'd like to thank everyone who has helped and are helping right now to illustrate the importance of today's topic, life after death. When you have no idea about what is going to happen to you after you die, whatever you call as the meaning of your life actually turns into a huge lie to yourself. So let us face the truth today. Participants of the conference have already brought a lot of information pointing out the fact that from ancient times, people knew that a human being consists of soul, personality, and consciousness. And now I'd like to tell you how it is reflected in Chinese culture. So, ancient Chinese generally believed that the individual human life consists of a spiritual part and a bodily part. In other words, according to Chinese beliefs, human beings consist of multiple souls. The body is governed by a soul called Po, and the spiritual part is governed by a soul called Hun. The physical body relies for its existence on food and drink produced by the earth. But on the other hand, the spirit depends for its existence on the invisible life force called Qi, which comes into the body from heaven. So let us take a closer look on what Hun and Po mean. Every living human has both a spiritual ethereal soul which leaves the body after death, and also a corporeal substantive soul which remains with the corpse of the deceased. Po, vegetative or animal soul, which accounts for growth, physiological functions, and instincts. So according to these descriptions, we see that Po stands for primary consciousness. It regulates bodily processes. It is born with the body and dies with the body too. Well, on the other hand, Hun is spiritual soul. It does not relate to the body, but only relates to spirit. When the body dies, it separates from it and it attends to the afterlife. So we see that Hun stands for human personality that is not materialistic at all and is connected to the life force coming from the spiritual world. Let us take a closer look at the hieroglyphical construction of Hun, spirit or personality. Well, it contains this key radical Yun, and initially on the ancient oracle bone script, the character Yun used to be written as a clockwise spiral, as we know in ancient cultures, and moreover, as it's written in Alatra book as well, the clockwise spiral indicates positive creative power. This is the power which personality has and the power which comes from the soul. So it is no wonder that we find this character of spiral in Hanzi of Hun, that means spirit or personality. However, it is really interesting to mention that later in the Han Dynasty, the initial character was changed into the one with the counterclockwise spiral, indicating destructive power. Well, there are a couple of words in Chinese language which have the meaning of soul, and all of them have the same Hun hieroglyph in them. Well, they are Ling Hun, that means spirit soul, or Zhu Hun, that means God soul, or Tian Hun, that means heavenly soul. This ethereal soul is immortal. It belongs to the spiritual world. So, as far as we have found, 灵魂 corresponds to the notion of soul as it is, a portal of the spiritual world, and it does not disappear or die. Well, what happens to 魂 and 魄 soul after a person dies? 魄 soul goes with corpse and dies with it, and 魂 soul leaves the body and obtains afterlife death. It can go to heaven. So 魂 I and 魄 I are parts of living beings during this life. And after the death of the body, when 魄 dies, the human soul may turn either into 鬼, that means ghost, demon, or devil, or into 神, that means spirit or God. 神 means the highest spiritual substance that a person can awake in himself during this life, often through certain psychomeditative exercises. 神 also means God. As far as I understood, 神 embodies the concept of personality, becoming an eternal spiritual being, an angel, the part of the God, part of spiritual world. And it is reflected in Chinese culture that to become a Shen is the biggest gift and honor for a person to attain in this life. Also, of course, I need to say that a lot of misinterpretations happen on the way of using this word, Shen. And we can see examples when it was stated that in order to become a Shen, you need to have an altar or a statue of yourself on earth somewhere, so that people could commemorate you and honor you. And in this case, a person would be considered to be Shen. But now I realize that this example relates to sub-personalities, not to spiritual beings, not at all. Because when a person reaches spiritual immortality, he does not need anyone to commemorate him. He will not even be aware of it, because he is in the realm of God, eternal love, and has no more bounds to earth. So, and here we go to this point, that the one who seeks for all this commemoration is actually subpersonality, the term for which is gui. People who in their lives didn't cultivate internal spiritual bounds and who multiplied evil thoughts and deeds become gui after death. Gui is always hungry, and they want people to feed them with their attention. So, let me sum it up. In China, there is a clear concept showing that a human has a soul, which is 灵慧, and personality, which is 魂, and primary consciousness, which is 魄. And after the body dies, the animalistic spirit also dies. That is 魄. 魂 personality is the one who obtains afterlife destiny. In the afterlife, in the afterlife, a person can become either Shen, a spiritual being, or gui, a ghost. So it is only up to us to choose what to become. And we're making this choice right now while we're alive. That is why our life is extremely precious, because it gives us a chance to become an eternal spiritual being. And that is why it is so important to know about it. This conference is highly important so that all people around the world could learn about it, could learn about what really is waiting for them in the afterlife. Well, thank you very much for your attention, guys. Thank you.
死后生，虚构与事实。 们什么时候知道来世？人的生命有什么重要的？我们都是有灵魂的生物，还是一个有心脏的幼体？
Let's raise our voice together to make the truth highlighted. Let's choose what really matters and make the future brightened. We've seen so many fictions on what we are to face. It's our own decision. We create our fate.
አብረን አንድ እንሁን እውነትን ለማብራት እስቲ በእውነት ፈላጊ እንምረጥ ወደፊታችን ብሩህ ያድርገን። ብዙ ልብ ወለድ አይተናል መስመር ባሻገር ከመገጥሙን ነገር ግን ይህ የእኛ የግል ምርጫ ነው። እኛ የራሳችን እድል እንፈጥራለን። አንድ ላይ መሰብሰብ ያስፈልገናል። መልሶችን ለማግኘት እውነተኛውን መንገድ እንመጥ። የአእምሮ ሰላም እንዴት እንደምመጣ
Большое спасибо, Махинур. Сейчас, только что, мы узнали о том, что и в исламе, в самом Коране осталось информация, упоминание о реинкарнации души. Также мы узнали, что первые христиане прекрасно знали об этом, знали о послесмертной судьбе, о выборе, который необходимо сделать, и о том, что если его не сделать, то человек становится субличностью. И именно за это первые христиане подвергались гонениям, потому что эта информация была невыгодна тем, кто строил организацию на истинных словах Иисуса Христа. Также сейчас мы узнали о том, что в зороастризме и в китайской культуре прекрасно сохранились зерна истины о существовании личности, о выборе, который необходимо сделать при жизни. И далее будет еще более невероятная информация о множественных проявлениях субличности. Поэтому оставайтесь с нами, будет очень интересно.
You are watching an international online conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts, that is being simultaneously translated into 50 languages, including sign language. Stay tuned. In this blog, we will talk about what is DID, dissociative identity disorder. Is DID a mental disorder? Do modern therapies help patients with DID? What was really happening to Billy Milligan and Chris Sizemore, known as Eve White and Eve Black? What conclusions have scientists come to after examining CT scans of patients with DID? Childhood, psychiatric trauma, and DID. What is the connection? Can the brain remember past lives? What do Edgar Cayce, Pythagoras, Socrates, and Vernadsky have in common? Were their talents their benefit or their misery? What patients feel when they suffer a brain stroke, and why can't science explain their experiences? Subpersonalities, their hunger and their targets. What energy they use to exist? Are conscious rebirth a myth? Write your comments and questions in a live chat. Stay with us and let's discuss these important topics. In psychiatry, there is such a phenomenon as DID, dissociative identity disorder. It was previously called multiple personality disorder. It looks like several different people, or alters as they are called, manifesting themselves spontaneously in the same body. What kind of phenomenon could this be, and how to explain that in the body of one person emerge different people with their own unique biography, character, habits, talents, experiences, skills, different age, gender, in different state of health? This has generated a heated scientific discussion with a mass of assumptions and theories up to the complete denial of this disorder. The frequency of the disease is growing by geometric progression now. And in addition, then alters switch from one to another. They lose their memory. Our next speaker is Eugenie Beregovoy, candidate of medical sciences, traumatologist, orthopedist. Eugenie, could you please tell us more about this phenomenon?
Здравствуйте, друзья. Почему считаем важным рассказать об этом феномене? Во-первых, он показывает, что человек – это не только тело. Именно это расстройство наглядно демонстрирует, что человек после смерти физического тела не умирает.
ግለሰቦችን ማንነት ሌላ ምስለ መገለጫ
является
እንመልከት።
ярким свидетельством одного
ይህ
из
መለያየት
вариантов
ማንነት
посмертной
መታወቅ
судьбы
ነው።
человека.
ይህ የብዙ ስብናዎች
Когда человек становится
የሚጠራ
субличностью,
ክስተት ነው። ስለዚህ ክስተት
субличность после смерти
ማውራት ለምን
физического
አስፈላጊ
тела
እንደሆነ
обладает
እንቆጥረዋለን።
самоидентификацией,
መጀመሪያ
способностью
አንድ ሰው
мыслить и
ሰውነት ብቻ
испытывать
ያለመሆኑን
эмоции.
ያሳያል።
В-третьих,
አንድ ሰው
этот
ከስጋዊ አካል
феномен
ከሞተ በኋላ
показывает, что
እንደማይሞት በግልጽ
человеческое
የሚያሳየው
сознание
ይህ መታወቅ ነው።
не
በሁለተኛው
является
ደረጃ
проявлением функции мозга,
አንድ
а
ሰው ንዑስ
наоборот.
አካል በሚሆንበት
Мозг
ጊዜ
является передатчиком той
አንድ ሰው
информации,
ከሞተ በኋላ
которую
ካለው
через
ዕጣ
него
ፈንታ
транслирует
ልዩ
сознание.
ልዩ ነገሮች
Сознание
መካከል
является полевой
የአይዲ
структурой,
ግልጽ መስረቻ
которая
ነው።
не исчезает после смерти человеческого
አካላዊ
тела.
ሰውነት ከሞተ በኋላ
И самое главное,
ግለሰባዊ ማንነት
дорогие,
ራስን
показывает
መታወቂያ
нам то,
ስሜትን
какие
የማሰብና
печальные последствия
ያለማመድ
ожидают
ችሎታ አለው
личность,
እና
если
በሶስተኛ
она в
ደረጃ
процессе
ይህ
своего
ክስተት
временного
የሚያሳየው
существования здесь
የሰው ልጅ
не
ንቃተ ህሊና
достигла духовного
የአንጎል
освобождения.
ተግባር መገለጫ አለመሆኑን
Данное
ግን
проявление,
በተቃራኒው
оно
አንጎል
известно
በንቃተ
издревле.
ህሊና
И американский психиатр
የሚያስተላልፈው
Фрэнк
መረጃ
Коэлман
አስተላላፊ
подробно это
ንቃተ
описал.
ህሊና ከሰው
Сейчас
አካል
это расстройство – это
ሞት በኋላ
психиатрический
የማይጠፋ
диагноз,
የመስክ
внесенный в
መዋቅር ነው
диагностическом и статистическом
እና ከሁሉም
справочнике
በላይ አስፈላጊ
психических
አንድ ሰው
расстройств.
እዚህ ጊዜያዊ
Мы
በሆነበት
обращались
ወቅት
ко многим
መንፈሳዊ ነፃነትን
специалистам,
ካገኘ ምን
психиатрам
አይነት አሳዛኝ
с
ውጤቶች
просьбой
እንደሚገጥሙት
помочь
ያሳያል።
разобраться, что стоит за этим феноменом, как людям правильно к
መልካዊ
этому
የስነ
относиться.
አእምሮ
И
ባለሙያ
самое главное,
ፍራንክ ኩት
просто и понятно
በልዩነት
объяснить
መታወቅ ውስጥ
причины
ያሉትን
этого
ክስተቶች
явления.
በዝርዝር
Мы
ገልጸዋል።
получили отказ. Почему? Ведь проблема существует. По
ከዚህ ክስተት
официальной
በስተጀርባ
статистике
ምን
около
እንደሆነ
2%
ለመረዳት ሰዎች
людей
በትክክል እንዴት
страдают этим
መያዝ
расстройством.
እንዳለባቸው እና ከሁሉም
Трудно
በላይ
считать это достоверной
ደግሞ የዚህን
информацией,
ክስተት
поскольку
ምክንያቶች
шизофрения
በቀላሉና
официально тоже
በግልጽ
имеет
ለማብራራት
2%. А по
ጥያቄ
факту все
ወደ ብዙ
понимают, что это гораздо
ስፔሻሊስቶች የስነ
больше.
አእምሮ ሐኪሞች ይዘወራል።
Статистика
ግን
психических
አልተቀበሉም።
расстройств,
ለምን?
как признают сами специалисты,
ደግሞም ችግሩ
не
አለ።
ведется корректно по
በይፋዊ
многим причинам.
አሃዛዊ
И
መረጃዎች
вот
መሰረት
ДРИ
ወደ 2%
разрушает жизнь
የሚሆኑት
многих
ሰዎች
людей.
በዚህ በሽታ
В его
ይሰቃያሉ።
основе, как
ይህንን
утверждают сами
አስተማማኝ
специалисты, лежит
መረጃ ግምት
безжалостное,
ውስጥ ማስገባት
бесчеловечное
ከባድ ነው።
отношение к маленькому ребенку.
ሺዞፍሬኒያ በይፋ እንዲሁ
представляет собой
በ2% ግን
защитную
በእውነቱ
реакцию личности.
ሁሉም ሰው የበለጠ
Но
መሆኑን
вот
ያውቃል።
эта
የአእምሮ
защитная
ህመሞች
реакция почему-то
ስታቲስቲክ
превращает
ባለሙያዎች
всю
ራሳቸውን
жизнь
እንደሚቀበሉት
психическое
ብዙ ምክንያት
расстройство,
ትክክል
окончательно разрушая
አይገመትም።
человеческую жизнь. И разве в этом не стоит разобраться? А теперь давайте поднимем официальную статистику насилия. 80% маленьких детей подвергаются ежедневному насилию со стороны своих родителей. То есть потенциал развития этого расстройства ошеломляет. На сегодняшний день существуют официальные критерии, которые включены в международный статистический справочник, и они гласят следующее, что существование двух или более различных личностей внутри индивида, и только одна присутствует в данное время. Каждая личность имеет собственную память, предпочтения, особенности поведения и временами захватывает полный контроль над поведением индивида. Имеется неспособность вспомнить важную для личности информацию, что по масштабам превосходит обычную забывчивость. Но и самое главное, что симптомы, не обусловленные органическими психическими расстройствами, например, эпилепсией, или расстройствами, связанными с употреблением психоактивных веществ, например, интоксикацией или отменой. Но как на практике это выглядит? Давайте рассмотрим один из самых известных и наиболее подробно освещенных в средствах массовой информации примеров. Это история Уильяма Стэнли Миллигана, известного как Билли Миллиган. История показательна тем, что Миллиган был арестован за совершение грабежей и изнасилований. Имелись неопровержимые улики его деяний, жертвы опознали его, но в процессе судебного разбирательства было доказано, что сам Билли Миллиган преступлений не совершал, а это совершали субличности, живущие в его теле, и его оправдали. Направили на принудительное лечение до выздоровления, но тем не менее. В проведении экспертизы принимали участие одни из ведущих специалистов в области юриспруденции и психиатрии. Это были психиатры, опытные судьи, адвокаты, следователи. И все были настроены крайне скептически по отношению к такому феномену, как диссоциативное расстройство. Все были настроены разоблачить преступника. Однако, пообщавшись с тем, кого представили как Билли Миллиган, в течение 4-5 часов каждый был абсолютно убежден, что общался с 5, 7, 8, 10 различными людьми. И это была не игра и не симуляция. И все расходились в недоумении. Как такое возможно? Приведу описание личностей, полученных путем тестирования, наблюдения за каждой из личностей в процессе судебно-психиатрической экспертизы, а также в результате наблюдения медицинского персонала и врачей в процессе лечения Билли. Учтите, что сам Миллиган учился с трудом и не окончил школу. И вот что самое интересное, внезапно он разговаривает с британским акцентом, сноб, прекрасно знает физику и химию, бегло разговаривает и пишет на арабском, носит очки. В следующий момент он разговаривает на сербско-хорватском, дальтоник, рисует черно-белые картины, невероятно силен, знает карате, владеет оружием. То он женщина, стерва, то лесбиянка, то послушный ребенок. То он играет на саксофоне, то он правша, то он курит, то разбирается в электронике. Даже если просто прочитать краткие характеристики каждой из личностей, то бросается в глаза, насколько разные персонажи нам представлены по своим интересам, навыкам, привычкам и приоритетам в жизни. Как нужно быть не просто талантливым, а гениальным актером, чтобы так убедительно изображать столько ролей. Но напомню, что сам Билли при этом не окончил школу и не был для этого достаточно образован. Тем более не мог знать столько иностранных языков, играть на различных инструментах и демонстрировать уровень IQ от низких до очень высоких. То, что это проявление отдельных личностей, подтверждают и данные объективных исследований на медицинских приборах. Когда данные электроэнцефалографии Миллигана были представлены сертифицированному техническому специалисту по электроэнцефалографии, то у него не возникло сомнений, что они принадлежат разным людям, в том числе детям. И он был крайне удивлен, что эти энцефалограммы были сняты у одного человека. И вот доктор Фрэнк Пуэтман-младший, психиатр из Национального института психического здоровья, который наряду с многими специалистами проводил обследование Билли, обнаружил, что у разных личностей пациентов с множественным расщеплением личностей показали значительные, отличающиеся друг от друга также и от базовой личности показатели, включая кожно-гальванический рефлекс и рисунки волновой активности мозга. Аналогичные результаты были получены в Институте жизни, расположенном в городе Хартфорд, штат Кентукки, у профессора-психиатра Колина Питбладо. А сейчас я хотел бы передать слово Татьяне Зинченко. Татьяна, будьте добры, расскажите свои наблюдения и информацию, которая тоже очень важна и позволит нам пролить свет на данное состояние, на данный феномен.
Спасибо, Евгений. Действительно, клинические проявления диссоциативного расстройства идентичности удивительны и необъяснимы с позиции официальной материалистической научной парадигмы. Особенно, когда мы сталкиваемся с демонстрацией вот этими альтер-индивидуальностями.
He never possessed and never trained. Over the last 20 or 30 years, there were many neurobiological studies, and the results of them are very impressive, not less impressive than clinical symptoms. The picture of the brain activity of every human, just as morphology of the brain, is like a fingerprint, absolutely unique one. And studies of the brain, when alter identities were manifested, it showed that there are various neural patterns of activation, and all available methods were used, like electro EEG of coherence and coordination between various regions of the brain, just simple EEG studies when various alter cells replaced each other. Also, there were PET and MRI studies on brain neuroimaging, both at rest and when various tasks were set for a person. The result was the same. A different picture with different alter identities, as if there were brains of different people. The picture, the pattern of brain activation in patients with DID during the manifestation of alter identities can be compared to what was happening when alter self was imitated by the acting of professional actors, even with complete immersion in the image according to like Stanislavski's system, and also compared to what when a person can imagine or fantasize about certain topic, or with the experience of hypnosis. Healthy control groups that modeled different alter states could not reproduce the patterns which the DID patients could. Actors activated brain structures involved in visual, mental imagery, empathy for emotions, and imitation. The results obtained do not agree with the idea that DID is caused by suggestion, imagination, fantasy, or a change in roles and mental images of oneself. In one of the studies using the functional MRI method, unique tasks were used to record the processes that occurred during the switching between alter identities. These data were obtained during 2 neuroimaging sessions, conducted several months from each other. It is very interesting. The distance between was in time, and each of these sessions showed and confirmed that basically the same areas are activated. What regions of the brain? Those were the primary, sensory, and motor cortex, which showed that alter self, this creature or essence which actually got access to the body at that moment, it got access to motor functions and perception. Second, the nucleus accumbens from both sides. It's an important component of a brain's reward system, which indicates that the alter self, who gained control over the body and had an opportunity to manifest itself, experienced tremendous pleasure when switching to this regime and was very hungry for it. This was a real discovery during this research. Frontal and prefrontal cortex areas associated with establishing of this control. But perhaps the most amazing was constant switching of the brain, which is very destructive for the brain, actually. When there was a study of such patients, the hippocampus activity was decreased by several percentage, and amygdala was decreased by 31%. And in other EEG study, there was a decrease of coherence and compliance between the regions of the brain in all altered identity states. Coherence, low coherence complies with, corresponds to negative emotional states. Perhaps the most stunning study was published in 2015 by scientists from Munich. A 33-year-old blind patient who was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder was referred from a psychiatric clinic to one of the authors for psychotherapy. She had more than 10 sub-personalities or alter identities, which differed by name, age, gender, views, personal inclinations, temperament, and other qualities. The voice, gestures, and facial expressions were noticeably different. In some conditions, the patient can communicate only in English, in other states only in German, and in third states in both languages. The patient came with her guide dog, and due to her blindness, she reported that 13 years before that she was in a car accident. According to this patient, she had deterioration of eyesight, and then she became blind. At the university clinic, expert diagnosed her with cortical blindness. So the eyes were not suffering, but the cortex did not detect the signal. So all the tests carried out confirmed this, that actually no visual potentials were detected. The primary visual cortex did not respond to any stimuli other than flashes of light. She also had adverse reaction reflexes such as watery eyes, blinking, or startled reaction to glare, for example. So these are reflexes that cannot be controlled, but when certain subpersonalities are activated, her vision actually was restored, and visuals evoked potentials were also restored in the visual cortex. And this switching from blind state to normal state was within a second. As it is known, any kind of psychogenic blindness does not cancel the evoked visual potential, so there won't be any conscious perception, or like a person will still, the cortex will still react to these reflexes, but in this case we don't see such a case. So also they can be registered even when person is under hypnosis. In criminology, the absence of visual potentials is actually a valid sign of blindness. If there are no visual potentials, it's a proof that a person that no visual information goes to the brain. Also, the restoration of visual cortex cannot be explained by neither neuroplasticity nor neurotransmission connectors, which cannot be restored within seconds. It actually takes long months and years. Scientists were perplexed and discouraged, and they actually questioned the nature of these altered identities. It became clear that this is not mental constructs, if they can provoke such an impact on the brain work. With respect to fundamental processing of early sensory information and corresponding changes in perception. The results of such above-mentioned neurobiological studies, especially the latter one, can only, like with the blind patient, can only be explained by manifestation of another consciousness that identifies itself and has knowledge, experience, skills, like a subpersonality or a person of the previous incarnation, who did not implement his potential and due to some circumstances, for example, in case of a shock injury, gained control over his body. Information carrier changes and the work of the brain also changes. And the fact that skills can be formed very quickly
We could observe this during our examination with the ACG. And now I give the floor to my colleague Evgeny. Evgeny, the floor is again yours.
Да, спасибо, Татьяна. Действительно, понять природу диссоциативного расстройства исключительно с позиции материализма невозможно.
It's impossible to get from the material understanding. By understanding the true nature of the person, the presence of soul, life, and personality and consciousness, and the sub-personalities around the soul, you can get to know what is this dissociative personality disorder. But what troubles us the most is that the fact is in one person there is just a few personalities, and so in other words there's a few different people live in the same or possesses the same body. But what presents the identity? The personality's representation in this side of science, which is the patterns of to how to act, the behavior, level of IQ, education, the worldview, mindset, and so all those changes we see in the person during this dissociative personality disorder. And so with this sub-personality of Billy Milligan has differed. And those changes, characteristics, we used to perceive as the individuality essential of the person. So let's get back to the parts of the human being, just to understand based on which those changes are happening. The body is the same. The soul is not changes. It gets to the 8th day of and never leaves the person. So that the personality of the person as the spirit doesn't go away until the death of the body. So there is only the consciousness stays. So the primary consciousness is connected with the body and responsible for the physical parameters of the body. And so the secondary consciousness or the intellect is the one that forms the looks alike of the person coming from the behavior and sets of patterns. The subpersonality, what it is actually is the subpersonality that was merged with the consciousness, so that the personality pays with its attention the programs of the consciousness but doesn't emote or something else. Then pays for the programs of the consciousness that comes to the thoughts or pictures, and so, or by merging with the soul develops as a spiritual being, so that things, thoughts and pictures are in our head. This is the manifestation of the consciousness. By picking different thoughts, we are forming our behavior, our mindset, worldview, and understanding. When the person is merging with the consciousness, it becomes subpersonality. So everything that's left out of that, which is the stream of negative thoughts, negative memories, and negative emotions. And so among those emotions, the predominant thing is fear, aggression, and constant need for food. This is the informational program. This is why its food is the energy coming from the soul, essentially. The coverage of what it actually is. But this is the unsatisfied program, and it always strives for more. And it's possible that if it will merge to the source of energy that is coming from the personality to the from the soul to the personality of the person, which is happening if something would merge to the personality, so that the secondary consciousness is being replaced the primary person or the personality. So that the change of the secondary consciousness changes the outside look or self-identification of the person. So when we have the change in the programs of secondary consciousness, the changes in what we get to use to understand as the personality or identity of the person, then we see that we have the changes in the physiological and physical characteristics. And so this is happening with the primary consciousness, and the suppresses all of that, and suppresses all of that. So that the body, it has a different information program, which is yet again shows the changes in the body because of the work of the consciousness. By understanding this fact, it gets us new perspective in the healthcare and medical care development. So that one other aspect on the development of the dissociative personality disorder, we try to explain it. This is the memory loss or disorder, or that there's defense mechanisms and repressing of traumatic events. But we know that this really protects in a certain way. So in the most uncomfortable moments, the most uncomfortable memories surface up. So in this case, and no kind of memories about the periods of life the person with this dissociative disorder doesn't have. The person doesn't remember what had happened with them in this specific period of time, and these periods are from hours to years, essentially. So in the case of Billy Milligan, every time when he was waking up, he was trying to kill himself because he couldn't understand and explain why he doesn't remember anything on what he did. So then the memory is the what happened before, who I am, and what do I have to do. But as we remember in answering the question to who am I am a man, or a woman, or maybe an adult or a child, a French or American, married or divorced. What do I work? What do I like to do? And so we used to associate ourselves on the, like, if you go to social groups like gender, class, race, religion, profession, but all of that is really fast-changing characteristics. Even gender is not a constant characteristics right now, but I am constant. So the allocation to a specific group is not me. So in here we can see that specifically on this dissociative disorder. So somebody thinks that I am my brain, and so it has the main information about me. And so let's compare it with the fact that the memory in the brain has not been found. And with the examples that we have, that the person in the absent brain can effectively function. And if this is the same person, and depending on the situation, he gets into the new outlook just to protect themselves, and he had to remember at least something. But the core thing is that instead of the personality, that there is specific subpersonalities taking care of, taking over. And with the form, like dependencies on the dependent, this life experience of understanding, and how do you have to act in this or in other situations? So the personality being siphoned away from the perception and tridimensional space, so they don't know what happens. So that the consciousness is this 3D glasses that we are used to have when you're trying to perceive the environment. But the personality can perceive this world directly through the feeling sensations, and so sort of from the feelings. This is the true type of perception for the person, and you have to learn how to do so. You have to know how to develop it. And so those manifestations in one person is such a bright contrast that presents the different personalities for us. And so the only appropriate explanation that gives us the clarity sound, which is the activation of different sub-personalities. Since we have so many around, every soul around, every living in that person. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Evgeny. Let's consider another well-known story of a person with whom different personalities were manifested. Chris Sizemore, a woman from the United States. This is the first publicly documented case of what is called multiple personality disorder, or DID. On the internet, in the public domain, there is a video of the 50s where Chris's communication with her psychiatrist is recorded. The film documents the material confirming the manifestation of the three subpersonalities in this one woman. Chris is in the state of hypnosis, and her doctor calls on the subpersonalities of Eva Black, Eva White, and Jane. The main characteristics of the differences in behavior can be seen on the screen of these three subpersonalities at the moment of the manifestation. Next slide, please. And the same as Evgeny described and as Tatiana gave us the examples, these women are different in their behavior, their education, IQ, their likes, in the manner they speak. They're completely different people. And as in the case of Billy Milligan, so in Chris, when subpersonalities were activating, there were also changes in the body. For example, Chris herself was right-handed. Some of her subpersonalities could only draw with her left hand. One of them was completely blind, and what's interesting to note is how much consciousness deceives a person. When there was a change between subpersonalities, the physical condition changed. Diseases appear or disappear, which were confirmed by medical examination and relevant studies. This can be, they were documented, and this can be compared to the situation when a flash drive with other information is inserted, and our body begins to implement the specified parameters and function according to a third-party specified information program. Another case, really bright example of that, is another case from the Chris' life. Once, when the subpersonality that was called Lady Latrice was active, a strong sedative was injected. But then another subpersonality appeared. They called her Purple Lady. She didn't feel any effect from the drug. She got up, was able to get into the car and go home. That is, when one information program with its own parameters was connected, and we talked about the fact that subpersonalities are the information programs, the body reacted to the sleeping pills. Another one connected, the body reacted completely differently. Just like a computer runs a program, so the brain accepts and implements the program of consciousness that currently dominates in the human structure. This example clearly shows that consciousness is the information that controls our body. We also see that the secondary consciousness, what it is, and the primary consciousness, and that the secondary consciousness dominates the primary, and the subpersonality suppresses the personality. Yes, it sounds frightening, but without the attention of the personality, without its consent to pay for this information program with its vital energy, no program is implemented. And this is very important to know and very important to remember. Thus, we discussed how the subpersonalities manifest in a person, but what also we would like to talk about is what is the difference between the spontaneous manifestation of subpersonality in childhood and the fixed one. So, when the DID is manifested, most often the primary manifestations of this phenomenon are recorded in childhood, when the personality is not yet very strong and consciousness is just being formed, and the human is being too vulnerable to what is commonly called demons, genes, or subpersonalities. No wonder these terms, these definitions exist in religions and cultures of different countries. They are supply material parasites who have one goal, as we discussed: access to a source of pure energy that comes from the soul of a living person. For the subpersonality, what does it mean? It's like a new life for a short-term period. Therefore, they fight for this opportunity. The state of subpersonality, just to understand, can be compared to a person dying of a thirst who receives a drop of 1 water a day, or even less, but he knows where the spring is, and his only ambition is to get to it. Chris said that before switching, her head would start to hurt a lot, her face would turn red, and then there would be a dark period, as she called. Then the personality, the subpersonality was coming to the surface, and all other ones were afraid of this dark period. They were very afraid that they might be stuck there for a long time. They were competing against each other, and she said herself that every one of them wanted to leave, and to her they were very real. And coming back to the DID, one of the main treatments for curing this conditions is hypnosis. Chris is sure that her first hypnotic therapy worsened her problems, that it seemed to consolidate the manifestation of subpersonality. She says that, I believe that Jane was created in therapy under hypnosis, and Jane is one of those three subpersonalities that I talked earlier. And I wanted to pay attention to that, to draw your attention to that. Regressive hypnosis is one of the main methods in working with DID currently. What does it contribute to? As we can see, it contributes to activation of a new subpersonality. And as a result, after the treatment, Chris had 22 subpersonalities that switched on and off spontaneously. Can you just imagine the state of a living person and the therapy that it worsens her state? And if we direct to the statistics, the DID disorders increase spontaneously. And initially, scientists called this phenomenon multiple personality disorder, thus confirming that they observed the manifestation of different alter egos, alter personalities, or subpersonalities. But then the name was changed to dissociative identity disorder. Today, psychiatry sees alternative personalities as fragments of the one, like a mirror broken into fragments. Based on this, the goal of treatment is the integration, unification of different parts of the personality into a single whole. But obviously, this is absurd, regarding to the fact that everything that we discussed today. How can you integrate foreign information programs that also compete with each other? And in fact, all the medical staff who work with these patients feed their attention into this treatment. They spend their attention to feed these programs, and they're harming both themselves and the patients as well, because the attention and the personality, the one who transmits the attention, right, is the highest value, this life energy. And when we direct it into the dead, and the subpersonalities are dead, they're always hungry programs, we pay our attention to the dead. But if we direct it to life, to love, to God, to good things, then we basically gain life. And also, I wanted to talk about in what conditions the subpersonalities basically dominate over the personality. Faced with the fear, being in the absence of love, a small person or an adult, but with an undeveloped personality, searches in his mind for rooms where he tries to hide to avoid violence. At this moment, he is full of hatred, fear, and basically he is searching and looking for patronage. And this way, he is opening up to subpersonalities. And in case of Sizemore, it happened this way. Chris was witnessed actually 3 terrible accidents that provoked her into fear, and that this could happen to her as well. And let's think of our consumer society. When a person is faced with difficult situations, who can he turn to within himself? First of all, to the one that he is used to images, thoughts, fantasies, that is to consciousness, and consciousness is an information program that is aggressive towards a person. And person is simply a source of food for it, and we talked a lot about it today. And this program needs energy, otherwise it doesn't function. And the question may arise, why does a person turn to consciousness, not to God, not to the spiritual world? And who taught this child to turn to God in our society? Who explained that God is love? Who is engaged in personal development, strengthening the position of the individual in our consumer society? We see that our situation currently, this is why we gathered here today, that the consumer society, in the consumer society, fundamental knowledge is replaced and hidden. And because there is no knowledge of who a person is and what is the role, what is his goal, what is his after-death fate, what does it play in the life of the person? Because of the lack of this knowledge, as a result, we see wars and violence, and therefore it is so important that there should be no manipulation, that there should be a society where true knowledge will be available to everyone, every person, where the society will live by this knowledge and these understandings. Thank you so much.
That was my first experience of researching past life. I found a hypnotherapist, and he wrote a book in which he introduced a Japanese woman who went back to her so-called past life in a Nepal village, small Nepal village, and gave some, the names, her name, her son's name, daughter's name, and so on. And the therapist asked her, could you speak in your own language, Nepali? And she spoke 2 small sentences. These are the data the woman talked in the first session. I brought those data to Nepali researchers who were in my university at that time. They all said that, oh, they're Nepali. So, wow, it's a great, discovery, I thought. So I asked the therapist and the woman, could it not be possible for you to have another session, and whether, the Nepali personality would come or not, to check. We had a session on this date, 2009, May 9, and then she was successfully regressed to that personality named Ratalaju. She's a native Nepali speaker, okay, and this is the woman. And the conversation in Nepali lasted for about 24 minutes. But it's not a conversation like, this, since she's in hypnotic state, it's like, what is your name? My name is actually Meronam Ratarashu, or something like that. Anyway, that conversation lasted for 24 minutes. So I analyzed whether the conversation was really, held, whether they were good exchanges or not. I think I could say this much percentage of the whole conversation was appropriate. So it's certain that she could speak some Nepali. And also, in a conversation, for example, you can pretend that you understand the language you don't know by just repeating what you have just said. For example, some say, are you Japanese? And even if I don't know the word Japanese, I can say Japanese. Then you might be fooled and think that I understand the language. So I checked how many words the participant said first before the hearing the language spoken by the native speaker. And at least these 20 words were spoken first by the woman. That means that she at least knew these words. But of course, if she had learned Nepali, then nothing special, nothing paranormal is happening. So I checked in 3 ways. First, I asked the woman and her husband to write a declaration, kind of, and ask them to, put the seal. This is, very important in Japan. And I asked this person, Arasuna Masana, he was a special researcher. He's a former police officer who checked 8,000 people by using this lie detecting machine, and asked him to check whether the woman really didn't know Nepali and so on. His judgment is the subject does not know these Nepali words, so it seems that she doesn't know any Nepali. Now, how about the content of her speech, her conversation? These are what she said. Her name was Rataraju, and the wife's name, son's name, daughter's name, father's name, tribe's name. This is important. He said that his tribe is Tamang, and the village is Nalu, and his occupation, village chief, and died at the age of 78. We made a considerable effort to find the village, but anyway, we could finally find the village Nalu, which is in this part of Nepal, and most of the people there are Tamangs, as the lady said. And judging from the content of her speech, her talk, she lived sometime between 1768 and 1958. So I went to the village and, did some research. These are some pictures. There are 2 very interesting findings. One was that, about the funeral. The woman said that something like when people died, he or she is cremated and went to Himalaya or something like that. And all the Nepali people I consulted said that didn't make sense. They don't understand what, that woman said. But in that village, this is the former chief of the village. When people die, we take them to the mountain where we can see the Himalaya, and the bodies are faced to the direction of the Himalaya to be cremated. So it seems, this is what the woman meant. And the second very interesting thing is about the numeration. She said she died at the age of 8 and 70. This way of counting numbers can be seen, for example, in German or some other languages, but not in Nepali. So again, the Nepali speakers all said this part was quite unnatural, so strange. But in the village, this is the oldest man in that village. And when I asked him how old he is, he said 3 and 100. So this is, quite similar to 8 and 70. And the village chief said that this is a very old way of counting numbers. So nobody now, use that way, only the very, very old man over 100 maybe. At least I think, that I found the 3rd example of cases in which people regressed by hypnotherapy could speak some unknown languages. Okay, and the first one was, and these 2 were reported by Ian Stevenson. and ours is the third.
Professor Ohado Masayuki, thank you for these very, very interesting thoughts. Professor Masayuki is a PhD graduate at School of Global Humanics, General Education Faculty at Chubu University. And Professor Masayuki is interested and has been working on various paranormal phenomena, especially children with past life memories recalled under hypnosis, near-death experiences, survival of consciousness after death. And now the knowledge of these paranormal phenomena affects our way of life. Here is an example that clearly shows the destruction of myth. The reality is that you are not surrounded by pretty girls or cute little bunnies eating carrots. It's not like that at all. And that's what we need to know. And that's why we are here today. It may be harsh and difficult for the mind to grasp, but it's the truth we need to know. As long as we have a choice, as long as we are here, we can change things. 1,000 years have passed, and this is the first time we have gathered to talk about this openly, without intermediaries or ideas imposed on us. We study what concerns each of us, share our experiences, share what we have learned, and see the truth. For the first time, we see the truth. That is a massive breakthrough for all humanity, because there are no more important questions than the ones we are discussing today. This is the most critical question that we are getting an answer to today. There's heaven in us, and there's hell in us. Thanks so much for that. And now, let's watch an interview with John McGloin.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Now we will tell you that such famous personalities as Socrates, Pythagoras, Vernadsky, and Edgar Cayce were not just talented, but had unusual assistants. Imagine they were helped by subpersonalities. Let's look at these examples and see how subpersonalities affected their lives and what role they played in the after-death fate of these people. Let's start with the world-famous Greek philosopher Socrates. He once explained that a mysterious spirit, a demon, a genius, helped him to build a chain of consecutive inferences leading to the right conclusions. In the works of his students, it is said that the teacher had some voice that he listened to. The voice gave instructions, predictions, and even helped Socrates' friends with practical advice. Socrates himself said the voice came to him when he was a child. It always forbids but never commands me to do anything which I am going to do. This is what deters me from being a politician, he said. And indeed, as we can see from history, the voice constantly prompted him, advised him, protected him, and once even saved him from certain death by showing him the right way. But let's take a look at the hard truth. At the most crucial moment, the voice failed Socrates. Socrates said at the trial, the voice did not stop him. He did not stop him until the last moment, until he lost the trial. As we know, this loss cost Socrates his life. One of the main doctrines of the Pythagorean teaching was metempsychosis, which is the belief that the soul is immortal and is transferred into a new body after death. In the works of Lamblicius and Papyrus, it is said that Pythagoras had knowledge of his past lives Besides this, he also reminded people who came to him of their past lives. Pythagoras was very proud of his gift of remembering all lives. That is, he not only addressed his own subpersonalities, but also pushed others towards this communication. Another famous example is Soviet scientist Vladimir Vernadsky, who said that the demon of Socrates lives in him. Interestingly, before one remarkable event, Vernadsky rated himself a middle-level scientist. But everything changed during his illness, when a voice appeared in his head, after the appearance of which he changed and he began to see himself as a genius capable of turning the scientific world around. This is, we again trace the voice that calls for great things. The story of Edgar Cayce is also similar to that of Socrates. He also heard voices as a child and could not understand where they were coming from. These voices were with him throughout his life. Cayce not only predicted the future, but also talked about how important it is to be a good citizen, a neighbor, to create and not to destroy. That is essentially good things. But when it came to the questions of contacts with the dead, here the true essence of the subpersonalities revealed itself. Through Cayce, it said that you need to remember the dead, take care of them, and the like. And as we know from the information previously mentioned, the prophets were against communication with the dead, but the voices told Cayce otherwise, and he insisted that the higher powers say that you must feed the dead. It is also interesting that as a child, Edgar only had to sleep with a book under his head to know it from cover to cover. But in reality, it is just the work of subpersonalities in a person. Cayce himself did not realize that at night his subpersonalities studied instead of him. From the outside, it looked as if he himself got up and read these books. And all of this information becomes a lot clearer thanks to this conference. And I'm really appreciative of all the puzzle pieces being put together thanks to this conference. So, of course now the names of these people and their images are familiar to many of us. But we see that, in fact, these are not the merits of these people themselves, but of their active subpersonalities. And where are these people now? After the death of the physical body, are they with God or are they in hell in religious terms? They have also become subpersonalities, and they are now in one of us. And what is remarkable is that the more these people were drawn into dialogues with subpersonalities, the more they tried to leave a memory of themselves, to fix their names and their images, and to make sure that they were remembered. And they succeeded. The question is why? So we can feed them, so that we learn about them in schools, so that we see their images and know their names, and often remember them. Some of us have the opportunity to become as famous as Socrates or Vernadsky and the like by becoming outstanding individuals. But are they only individuals or subpersonalities? That's the question. The key moment, in fact, when a person is selfish and his pride and his sense of fame and importance are his dominant desires, this becomes the trigger for the active manifestation of subpersonality. Paying attention to this a person strengthens the position of such a subpersonality, and it lives his life instead of him, and brings this person to the point when he becomes a subpersonality as well.
Thank you, John.
Thank
As
you.
Leslie mentioned today, there is always a price to pay, right?
Yes.
And today, because of the numerous realities introduced at the meeting, we have, as of now, bluntly seen that hellfire for a man is nothing else except for a condition of a sub-personality. And this data is likewise acquired in numerous antiquated lessons, specifically in Zoroastrianism as well. And I would like to introduce again our precious speaker, Mr. Pagadin, the representative of Zoroastrian group of people, community, and he will discuss the idea of loneliness in hell.
This is the place I was talking about. The point was precisely this. I'm alone here, and every soul has an impression of being alone here. It's such a poetic image, why I have actually mentioned this, which shows that no one can help a person there. You have brought yourself to this place, and you, only you, bear responsibility for that. And no one can help, no one can share it with you, and no one can take it from you. As long as we're on earth, we can take responsibility for one another. Whether this is right or wrong is another question, but we have this possibility. After physical death, this possibility disappears, and each person is responsible for his own actions, not in the sense that someone punishes him, but in the sense that he himself gets out of that very cold and stinking swamp in which he finds himself, and no one can help. The sense of being constrained in such state is described there is a constraint of the will. A person is accustomed to using his free will here on earth. Well, if not using it, then at least feel having it, and being there in hell. A person deprived of this free will feels squeezed, crammed into some narrow space, and completely alone, because no one can help. There is no shoulder to cry on, and no one to turn to. You have to walk this path yourself.
Mr. Pagadin, thank you. Yeah. And once we realize that all the fairy tales about being in hell in large groups of people, socializing, encountering someone, they are all fantasies. Whereas the real hell is total loneliness and despair. And this information may come as a shock, but we carry hell within us. There is hell in each of us. Hell is not some kind of place. It's a state of subpersonality, as we discussed today. But there is also heaven within each of us. So the choice is ours. And the description of what a person experiences in hell is also contained in Christian texts. Specifically, it says that after a person dies, he cannot change his afterlife fate in any way. What he gets is the consequences of his deeds during his life. And beyond the death line, you cannot change anything. Our next speaker is Andrew Lutsenko, pastor of Evangelical Christian Baptist Church. Mr. Lutsenko, please tell us how this knowledge is expressed in Christianity.
Я хочу прочитать Слово Божие
I would like to read the Word of God written in the Holy Gospel of Luke, chapter 16, verses 19 to 31. These are the words of Jesus Christ. There was a rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day. At his gate was laid a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores and longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. In Hades, where he was in torment, he looked up and saw Abraham far away, with Lazarus by his side. So he called to him, "Father Abraham, have pity on me, and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, because I am in agony in this fire." But Abraham replied, "Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, while Lazarus received bad things. But now he is comforted here, and you are in agony. And besides all this, between us and you a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us." He answered, "Then I beg you, Father, send Lazarus to my family, for I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them, so that they will not also come to this place of torment." Abraham replied, "They have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them." "No, Father Abraham," he said, "but if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent." He said to him, "If they do not listen to Moses and the prophets, they will not be convinced, even if someone rises from the dead." This story was written by Jesus Christ. Some people say it's a parable. It doesn't say it's a parable. It's a true story. And when he got there, he may have had communication, but that communication was at a very great distance. He saw him far away. It doesn't say whether someone was or wasn't next to him. He was alone, so to say, in solitary confinement, or there were many sufferers like him. This is not mentioned. I think that after the suffering that befell them, they can't pay attention to others anymore. You know, that's why they ended up in hell, because they probably never paid attention to others. They were only looking for their own goal, only for their own benefit. So it's hard for us to say, a person is one-on-one. Yes, one-on-one in hell. One-on-one. Heaven, that's where it feels good. And today, a person freely chooses eternity, either heaven or hell. That is, by listening to God, by listening to the Savior Jesus Christ, by accepting and believing Him, one accepts salvation. Specifically, yes, the question is there no longer a chance for a person to change his afterlife destiny? Well, it says right here in the verse 26, "And besides all this, between us and you a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us." Abraham had a bit of humor. They can't go from heaven to hell, they don't go there. Probably no one wants to go there, but he told the bitter truth, that they can't cross over from there either. There's only one chance. If a person gets there, that's it. There's no way back. That is why it is very important, very necessary. God willing, we will make the right decision and choice.
Thank you, Mr. Lutsenko. Thank you. And continuing to dispel the myths that hell is some kind of a place where everyone hangs out, let's listen to our next speaker, Jonathan Rivat, who will provide some concrete examples and descriptions of hell, the state of personality, subpersonality, which has been also described in different ancient traditions and knowledge. And beyond the deadline, you cannot change anything. What is awaiting us? Let's check what people from the past left for us.
Thank you. The eternal question of hell and what happens in it has been worrying people from time immemorial. There are a lot of different descriptions in literature of this topic. And today I would like to consider how hell and its inhabitants are described in mythology and in religion. In all of them, one can trace the same point of loneliness and suffering of the disease who goes to hell after the death of his body. To begin with, let's take a look at a characteristic of hell in mythology. The mythical counterpart of hell has a similar structure and purpose. Let's take a look at two classical examples, Hades among the ancient Greeks and Helheim among the Germanic and Scandinavian tribes. Both are divided into several levels and separated from the rest of the dimension by the river. The kingdom is usually guarded by some terrible beast, so it is impossible for a living person to get there, and no one was able to get out of there. Both realms are gloomy, foggy, and dark. In these works, it is said that those sinners go there who are doomed to loneliness, depression, anxiety, and melancholy. The worst thing is that no one can help them to get out of there. Let's now look at the religions of the world and what is written there. Let's turn to Christianity first. In the book Lives of the Saints Russian Orthodox Church, the Venerable Macarius, the Great of Egypt, the conversation between Macarius and a skull in the desert is described. In this episode, Macarius asks the skull about the torments of the dead. The skull replies to him that we are sitting in a great fire, scorched by from everywhere, from head to toes. At that, we cannot see each other's faces, and to the question of whether there are yet more fearsome torments, the skull answered him, down below us are located those which did know the name of God, but spurn him and keep not his commandment. They endure yet more grievous torments. St. John Chrysostom, well known in Christianity, said that having descended to hell where no one can confess and from where no one will free us, one will already have to be in oppression and deep darkness, in a complete absence of the comforters, endures endless punishment, and to be unburnable food for the all-devourish flame. As we see in Christianity, there are clear indications that a person remains alone after death and is subject to scorching torments, which directly refers to the heat of the soul, which a subpersonality experiences. Also, according to the ancient religion of Zoroastrianism, there is no company in hell, and the subpersonality is completely alone there. The Bharavi Divine Comedy says that hell is a cramped place where everyone thinks he is alone, and 3 days and 3 nights seems like an eternity there. There are also mentions that the dead stand as close as ear to eye, but no one hear or see each other. In Buddhism, there is such a concept as Arubada, Naraka, the hell of blisters, surrounded by cold mountains. Creatures are in the dark frozen valley, continually swept by storm and blizzards. The inhabitants are naked and alone. And in Buddhism, there are indications that the inhabitants of hell are lonely. In Islam, some ayats say that a hard fate awaits sinners in the form of eternal torments and suffering. They are destined of boiling drinks in the fire of Genera. Exit from that state, it's not possible. But one I had particularly interested me, and it said this: now you have come to us alone just as we created you the first time, leaving behind all that we had bestowed upon you. We do not see with your intercessor, whom you claim to be associated. Now, all of your ties have been severed, and all of your claims have failed you. Quran Surah 694. This ayah said that a person himself leaves behind him what God gave him at birth, and there is no one to protect him nor help him. And this phrase, you have come to us alone, indicates that a person on the other side is alone. The concept of not only heaven, but also hell has been substituted in society. People think that even if they go to hell, they will meet their dearest relatives, friends, acquaintances, or sinners like them. And together, it's not so scary. But in reality, hell is not a continuation of earthly life in worse conditions. And it is not a place where people are gathered and suffer together. But it is a state where everyone is left alone with their anguish and suffering, which has accumulated during his life, and is forever to complete loneliness, deprived of sleep for many thousands of years. It is your choice whether to believe in hell or not, but you must be warned of what subpersonalities feel, and the choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And I would like to start with, again, expressing immense gratitude to every single speaker, to everything what is happening today. It's just so amazing. It's so educational. I'm a physician, but I am learning from each of you as the conference continues. It's just like you're getting the bigger picture of everything what is happening. And all of this is actually possible because of ALLATRA, International Public Movement. And I'm so blessed to be part of it, and I'm so immensely grateful for it. And in continuation of our theme, how actually subpersonality feels, because we have heard very interesting information from the scientific standpoint from our esteemed colleagues, psychiatrists, and I hope they're all there watching, because this is very important information for everybody. So how is subpersonality actually feeling? It can be compared to people who, for some reason, found themselves immobilized in their own body. And this can happen due to different reasons: injury, stroke, tumors, infections, coma, or so-called locked-in syndrome, also known as pseudocoma. Locked-in syndrome is actually a very rare neurological disorder, which is characterized by complete paralysis of all muscles except the muscles that control eye movements. It is usually caused by a brainstem lesion. Can you imagine? Suddenly a person wakes up and finds himself immobilized. He can't move, he can't say anything, he can only move his eyes up and down. He cannot convey what is happening to him. And the horror he experiences when he's suddenly in his own body, alone with his thoughts. Distressingly, recent studies have reported the diagnosis of LIS, on average, takes 2.5 months. So nobody notices that patients actually awake. It's usually the family who first notices, not the physician. In some cases, it took 4 to 6 years before they realized that the patient is actually conscious. There is a lot of testimonials out there of patients who experience LIS and these terrifying states. And I would actually like to read one of them to you in order to say it precisely, because I think it just speaks for itself. It is a testimony of a 14-year-old boy. Have you ever buried yourself up to your neck in sand? If so, you know what it's like to feel the cold sand on your skin, but not be able to move. That's what happened to me. I couldn't move and felt completely frozen from head to toe. 1,000 sharp needles were piercing my flesh. From my bunk, I could see 2 people at some distance doing something. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but when I did, it sent a chill down my spine. I saw a dead body that had been wrapped with ointments, and I realized that I was next. They wanted to freeze me alive, of course, because they thought I was already dead, and it really seemed that way, since I couldn't move a single muscle. How could I convince them otherwise? I couldn't do anything at all, not even the slightest movement, though I tried my best. My body wouldn't listen to me. Zero. Panic rose inside of me, and I desperately tried to scream, but my mouth would not open. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pull my teeth apart a millimeter. I realized that I was completely helpless in the face of this situation. I began to cry bitterly, and thick tears gushed down from my eyes. Anyways, it was bitter, but I couldn't let out more than a pathetic growl. Delusions, hallucinations, and impaired perception of surroundings can be quite common after one awakens from an induced coma. I was actually lying on a mattress in a small room. I wanted to sit up to greet my mother, but in that moment the next shock hit me. The part of the dream where my body has stopped obeying my commands was obviously still happening. My limbs were as heavy as lead, and it felt like they were no longer part of me. Terrified, I tried to determine it may be I was dreaming after all. It couldn't be, could it? What if it was? I didn't know anything else. My mother was standing in front of my bed, and she took another step toward me. But then I looked straight into her eyes, and I was amazed. All I saw was deep sorrow, immense pain, and great suffering. I still remember how her voice trembled when she said, "No one can say for sure if everything is going to be all right. I'll be honest, it doesn't look good." Those words hit me harder than any punch in the face. It made my throat tight, and I couldn't breathe. And hot tears came to my eyes, causing me to start crying again. There are no words in this world that can describe how I felt. The feeling of loneliness worsened during the following time because I could not communicate in any way with the outside world. I felt trapped behind 5 feet of glass, isolated from the rest of humanity, locked in my body, alone with my thoughts, trapped in my own small, sad, and abandoned world. Life was passing me by, and it didn't matter whether I participated in it or not. So as you can hear for yourself, this is a real story. And in this story, there is no bright light with a tunnel, no angels, no grace, but only terrible torment, more like a state of hell. And this is really their reality. And it is a very scary experience, but it makes you think. And why did we talk about this experience? It is because we wanted to give you at least some understanding of what a person experiences when he or she becomes a subpersonality. There is no body, the feeling of oneself remains, the understanding that I am remains, and there remains a continuous stream of thoughts, images, memories. That what each person considered to be an integral part of himself all his life. But suddenly it turns out that being alone with these images and thoughts is incredibly painful. And maybe some of you say, of course, how can there be joyful thoughts in such a state? Only one who has never observed his thoughts would say that. Observe yourself, your mood, your state. How often and how long have you been truly happy, joyful, and calm in your life? And you will see that in reality it is very little, not much more than these people who find themselves paralyzed in their own bodies. Mood is an emotion, and emotion is a consequence of the thoughts that dominate in our heads, and most of the time they are negative. The state of subpersonality is even more excruciating because those people realize they have lost a real chance to gain eternal life. They realize what they have traded this chance for and despair from the impossibility of changing anything. The realization of the inevitable death, immersed in a stream of negative thoughts and emotions, turns their state into hell. Because hell is a state that a person accumulates during his entire life, if he lives under the dictation of his consciousness. Because real life is something that never ends. This is a state of love. This is a state of happiness. And all the prophets talked about this. Jesus talked about this. They talked about the fact that each person during earthly experiences, during earthly existence, actually chooses his after-death destiny. And they accumulate the state of hell or heaven during life. So the chance to make a choice is only during our life. Thank you so much. And now I would like to pass the word to Robert.
Yeah. Thank you, Gabika. Greetings, everybody. And these were very truthful words. Now let's have a look at Buddhism. Buddhism, one of the teachings that appears to have been most altered and twisted from the original teachings of the Buddha. Buddha didn't say that there is no God, there is just consciousness, we should develop it, we should attain peace. Buddha, if we translate it into the language of Christianity, is an angel, a conscious angel who stayed in this world to serve, meaning he could have left at the moment when this enlightenment came upon him. In other words, he could have easily gone to the spiritual world, yet he stayed. He stayed to convey this knowledge to people. Gautama became the Buddha. The Buddha's teaching about how a human can become an angel was turned into how a human can become a sleeping subpersonality or an active one. The distortions of Buddha's teaching were the basis for the Mahayana branch of Buddhism. Mahayana tells how to become an active subpersonality, suppress the personality, and to continue to exist, not to strive for God, but to rebirth. Bon religion. The Tibetan term bon can be translated as ritual. More accurately, ritual speech act. Bon was oriented to the values of the practical order, even if achieved by occult magic means, and therefore remained the religion of the common people. A man practicing Bon cultivates, above all, magical abilities. The Bon priest is both a magician and a necromancer. And instead of God, they teach people to become subpersonality. These people have forgotten God and have left nirvana. What is left is either rest or rebirth of subpersonality. They have created a teaching or branch where they justify the existence of that as the attainment of a strong active subpersonality or a sleeping subpersonality as a reward. One does not experience torment. Having a strong active subpersonality is possible by self-accumulation and cooperation with the system. And one must spend one's life in this way to become an active subpersonality after death. Although it is not an extension of existence in fullness, but an opportunity to partially preserve oneself. You're not 100% human being, because there is still a new personality in the body. There has been a confusion in Buddhism, in the sense that they have forgotten true salvation and are striving for nirvana, which is now the pursuit of peace. The Buddha was not really describing the concept of peace or rest, but he was describing the concept of salvation. He could have called God by another word, that there is something important to return to, home, and that it is important to earn it. Subsequently, it was confused with the rest, or peace. And it was the Dalai Lama who reworked it. And now, this teaching of peace has become mainstream. The Dalai Lama did it for power and money. By Nagarjuna's having changed Gautama Buddha's teaching in the past, the Bodhisattva teaching, Gautama cursed him to constant rebirth. The important point about Nagarjuna is what he did. Not only did he introduce that there is no God, he made it so that he began to rule for life in that branch of Buddhism that he led. Dalai Lama is an example of a subpersonality. A new personality is born, and then the subpersonality begins to suppress it, and therefore does not remember everything completely. He doubts himself to the last day. He remembers the previous rebirth of both he and the new personality. Therefore, one should strive to liberate himself and becoming spiritually free, becoming a bodhisattva, becoming an angel, if we speak the Christian terms, or entering the high society as the great prophet bequeathed. It is much easier than surmounting the path of Buddhists in order to attain peace for one's subpersonality. What is actually peace? This peace is not bad. There is no torment or suffering. But at the same time, there is no life either. And it seems that by this, we're concluding one block and we will continue to another one. So, Leslie, the word is back to you.
Thank you so much for those teachings. No man goes into religion for nothing. He goes there in concern for his afterlife. This is the foundation upon which religious organizations are built, but nothing through ignorance and misunderstanding. This topic turns into fairy tales, although it is fundamentally knowledgeable. It's the essence of what we hear. It is the essence of what we are here for. We are here for the knowledge. If religious organizations spoke about what the prophets spoke about, no religion could exist, because the prophets spoke about how there should be no intermediaries between God and man, that man himself is responsible for the posthumous destiny. And now we hear a lot of different religious nonsense, false hopes that someone will forgive us. We listen to their tales, and there we become a subpersonalities. And then we get understanding, but there is nothing we can do. Now in our society, the theme of life after death, not clear to people either or ever through the fundamental knowledge. It's our essence, why we are here. People used to know that, why we are here. The prophets spoke about it. We're not against religions. It's just important that there be the truth. After all, it's never too late to correct errors. It's much better than harming the masses by telling fairy tales. There is a guidebook, the truth, that the prophets left us. And it is this guidebook, the way from point A to point B, from earthly life to eternal life. It's marked. But people themselves have distorted this simple truth to suit their own selfish purposes, to suit the powers that be. That is why people went to hell instead of heaven. It is high time we corrected these errors and brought back the truth that Jesus spoke, that the prophets spoke, and that is no way undermined. The credibility of religion. Those who want to use the tools can continue to use them, but there must be a correction of the underlying issues. If the foundation is shaky and we see it crumbling, we must act before the building collapses completely. How many people have left religious organizations today? People see the lies, see the fairy tales in the fundamental issues, and then go and turn to magic. So how about clearing up the errors? We are in favor of getting things straightened out and making them right, so that it would be as Jesus said and as the true prophets said. And now I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Abraham Russo, a singer, a 4-time Gold Gramophone Award winner, and first and foremost, a man who through his multifaceted activities brings people spiritual, moral values and a message of unity.
Greetings to all the participants of the conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. If you ask what determines the fate of a person after his death, it is his deeds. So the afterlife of a person depends on what he did during his lifetime. The Lord told us, and the Bible clearly states, that we should hear the voice of our hearts, because this is the Lord who is speaking inside us. Then he said, conscience is the voice of the Lord. Why, when we hit someone, if we have kindness and love inside, love, by the way, is also God, then we begin to feel bad. Or when we do something bad, we feel bad for a long time. Some of us then cry because of this. And some people have already destroyed this love. They do not have it anymore. So they can allow themselves anything. To deceive, to kill, to destroy. They can do it all, unfortunately. Unfortunately, not all people are believers, as well as not all religious beliefs are correctly interpreted by people, unfortunately. Where it is said, for example, kill, there cannot be God. Therefore, we should feel Him inside ourselves. After all, when we do something bad, we feel that some force stops, urges us, no, don't do this. But it urges once, urges twice. Automatically, if I ignore what stops me and follow this wrong path, this black path, then I completely push the Lord and my conscience away and refuse this love, and I already live by the will of the devil. So these are very subtle spiritual points. If a person is not spiritually mature, then he can suffer. Therefore, modern people are looking for evidence of everything today. The devil himself and the spirits cannot do anything with their own hands, but only with human hands. and so can the Lord. How do I do good deeds? How do I fulfill the will of the Lord? I express everything through my deeds. If I do something with kindness, if I help, this means I fulfill the will of the Lord on earth. If I do bad deeds, I fulfill the will of the devil on earth. When I already move away from him, from the devil, and go closer to the light, to God, then every day difficulties increase, and temptations increase even more. But nevertheless, I feel love inside and around me. This means that I am going to God. Over time, there is a good chance that the eyes of my spirit will open, and I will already begin to feel more, deeper and deeper. Many people say, life is beautiful. Huh? Great life, beautiful life. Life is a sweet thing for everyone. But life with God, if you feel and see that life, you will not want to return to this world. People say that priests, servants of God, or those who consider themselves to be such, they are spiritual. They know about spirituality from books. While the Lord, on the one hand, from books, definitely, because we have no other options. But when people all their life remain at the level of theoretical knowledge, they will not come to another, practical side, to spirituality. We should move from theory to practice. I started my medical education from the books, I got it, now I have to become a medical practitioner and treat people. If there is only theory from the books, what's next? I have to practice. This transition is very important for spiritual life. I studied, I understood, but what about practice? Practice is the most important thing. Who is a spiritual mentor? This is a person who is righteous. He is really a kind of representative of God on earth. But how can we understand whether he is telling the truth or he is lying? We must study the truth. We must know it in order to understand whether this or that person is telling me the truth. It cannot be the way that a mentor teaches you bad things so that you do something wrong. His advice should be devout, you see? There is no one above God on earth. No matter how you spin around this truth, no matter what replacement you are looking for, you won't be able to find an alternative. The Lord is the Lord. There are no two ways. Truth is one, and the Lord is one. Therefore, if I cannot find Him, then I will go to search further. This is the most important thing. As soon as I understood and found the right path, I found myself. I see where I will go when this life ends, how I will move into another life. When I enter that life, I will feel that there is really no such thing as to be deceived by God. For example, I led the right life, and I would go to hell. Therefore, according to your deeds, the Lord will recognize you. Therefore, it is necessary to create anyway. Whoever you want to be, you can even be an atheist. This is your life. I cannot convince anyone to believe in the true God. Even in my understanding, in the world where I am, I see we go to the same temple, we have different views on life, but we have one thing in common. These are the interests of all humankind. Therefore, we must forget about our differences. What good things can I do for humanity today?
Thank you, Abram. Thank you for these truthful words. And you were absolutely right. It doesn't matter how many books we studied, what we learned about spiritual world, etc. We have to live by it. Deep inside, we have to feel that world. We have to feel God. And then the path towards Him will be very easy for everybody. And our next speaker is Anna Krylova, a religious scholar. Anna, could you please share what significance does the theme of postmortem destiny have in the religions of the world?
In fact, most of the major modern religions are generally built around reflections about the after-death fate of a person. The prophet Zoroaster, the founder of Zoroastrianism, was the first who spoke about differentiated after-death fate, that is, about going to heaven for good deeds and going to hell for sinful ones. From his teaching, the idea went into Christianity and Islam. All religions, whether they are linear or historical, are also ethical. That is, the afterlife existence, the well-being of a particular person, depends on his lifetime affairs. A virtuous soul goes to heaven, while a sinful soul, respectively, goes either to hell or to hyena and will be tormented there by demons. Knowing the divine laws and living by them, a person can expect to be united with God after death, meaning to enter paradise. Paradise is not a garden. Paradise is not a place of carnal pleasures. First of all, it is a place of divine fullness. In other words, a place where God dwells, where a person can merge with him, whereas hell is the place that God has abandoned.
Indeed, these were very interesting information. And now let's watch another interview with His Grace, with Riyah Abu el-Asal, the 13th Anglican Bishop of Jerusalem. Bishop.
Well, let me begin by greeting you with salam, with peace from the city of Nazareth, the city of the Annunciation, the hometown of Jesus. This is Bishop Riyah Abu el-Asal, the 13th Anglican Bishop of the Diocese of Jerusalem and the Middle East. It gives me pleasure to share with as many as are able to listen or follow on topics that are not easy to address. But yet, such topics continue to address themselves to us as long as we continue to live. So I am both happy and I feel the challenge to share with you an answer to questions relating not only to life, but also to life after death. And I know this is not one of the easiest of topics. The great Mahatma of India, Gandhi, when asked what is the greatest mystery in life, he said, death is the greatest mystery. We continue to believe in the mercy of Almighty God. We pray for mercy. We continue to pray for forgiveness. Even in the service, in the funeral service, we do turn our mind and our hearts, our minds and hearts to Almighty God, asking that the deceased be forgiven, because God is merciful. We cannot say if we pray for the dead who were, say, evil people. We can't say that things will change. Because if we say that, then evil will increase in the world, and people will depend on the mercy of Almighty God that let me do whatever I can, whatever I can of evil because I'm sure God is merciful, God is loving, God is compassionate. He will not allow me to go to hell. We are called not only to wait for the day when we leave this world. We are called to lead a life worth living, to lead a life that pleases Almighty God, to lead a life that promotes the beauty of God, the holiness of God. It's not an easy task, yet it is not an impossible mission.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you so much for this truth. It's not often when you can hear this from the priest that no one can atone a person's sins. And I'm passing the words for Vladimir Olegovich. It is interesting that the responsibility of the choice of the person is spoken of the Zoroastrianism.
A human can perform this task only as long as he has mental bodies, as long as he has a physical body, which is a tool of his action. As soon as this instrument is gone, well, when there is a physical death, right, the spirit and the soul still exist for some time, but it cannot do anything anymore, because, well, after you pass away, as athletes say, you cannot win the game outside the field. As long as you're on the field, you are playing, and once you are gone, that's it. And what can you do? Nothing anymore. Another question is that the Avesta, well, at least the extant Avesta, and modern Zoroastrian practice do not clearly state how many times a person comes to earth. Once or many times, it doesn't matter. Why is it not mentioned? Because it does not matter to the Zoroastrian. As I'm here and I have to perform this task, what will happen afterwards? What happened in the past? Does it really matter? You have already received all the rewards for your past merits. What will happen in the future? That depends on you. It will depend on you in the future as well. You are fulfilling your task now, and you are responsible for it now. So for the Zoroastrian, each, not only every moment, but the entire life, but each moment of this life, each moment matters. Each. You know, each and every second is a unique moment for completing your task. Once moment is gone, it means the opportunity to fulfill the task has been lost. It means I have somehow turned out to be a slacker, a deserter in this fight.
Yes, thank you. This is very simple and visual metaphor with a football field. Thank you very much, Vladimir Olegovich. It is curious that in Buddhism there is a clear understanding that a person remains with his lifetime choice one-to-one. With respect, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Lama Baatar.
Да, как я уже упоминал,
as I have already mentioned, look, when you face death, you are really staying completely alone.
с тобой остается
Your
твоя
karma remains with you. Your mother, father, beloved, relatives, friends, property, all these modern technologies, medicines cannot help you. You stay with your karma. Yes, this has been taught since ancient times. The religion says that when the time of death comes, you are left alone with your karma. What karma you create it. This is what you will use. This is such a teaching. Yes, that's why in this life, the one that you live, talking about death, preparing to face death, all these have a deep, very deep meaning, and this is the work of wise people.
Yes, indeed. If we remember about death, we know the value of the life. Thank you very much. And our next speaker, Santiago Ferraza, will share an understanding of the choice between hell and heaven in Islam. Santiago, the floor is yours.
Greetings to all of you from Argentina. My name is Santiago. I'm a Muslim. So let me introduce myself once again, as my Muslim name is Tariq Ali. I'm very happy to be with you at this conference right now. Indeed, as has already been mentioned, the topic of the afterlife is fundamental in all religions. It is very important that one of the goals of our conference is to give people an understanding that they should strive for God themselves. And if a person does not want to go to God, then he needs to know what awaits him. A person himself is responsible for the result of his life, for his thoughts, his deeds, and his actions. Allah has given man the freedom of choice. Therefore, what we take out of this life depends only on ourselves. Have we not given you life so that that could... So Islam says that the result of the righteous life is the life in paradise together with Allah, and those who is unworthy of paradise goes to hell. In other words, there are two options of after-death fate: heaven or hell. And there are a number of proofs to that in Quran and Hadith. The Holy Quran says a lot that this is temporary life, and it is the forerunner of the eternal life, that only a life lived righteously can enable a person to find paradise, to return to the beloved Allah. Allah Almighty said, "This worldly life is nothing but an amusement and play, and the last abode is real life indeed, only if they know." Quran, Surah 29, Ayah 24. Also, one of the most famous companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Abu Hurairah, reports that the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, "This world is a prison house for a believer, and paradise for a non-believer. And for the non-believer, the hereafter is like a prison, while for the believer it is paradise." Hadith Muslim 29:56. The Holy Quran, Surah 30, verses 13-16, says, "They will have no intercessors among their so-called partners. Rather, they will disown those partners. On the day when the hour begins, the people will then be separated. As for those who believed and did righteous deeds, they will be rejoicing in a garden of paradise. And as for those who disbelieved and rejected our signs, will suffer." Quran, Surah 42, verse 7. And thus, we reveal this Arabic Quran to you that you may warn the people of Mother of Cities, to wit Makkah, and those who dwell around it, and warn them of the day of gathering, concerning which there is no doubt, whereon some will be in paradise and some in the blazing fire. A true Muslim loves God and is a constant seeker of God in all manifestations. In the manifestation of love, a true Muslim knows that the path of love is the path to God, the path to eternal life. As you can see, the Prophet warned us to be vigilant, because during our lives here, we determine our real destiny. Therefore, it is so important for each of us to remember that after death, we have only two ways, heaven and hell, and there is no third way. If we remember this, we also remember the responsibility for our lives and our choices. After death, each of us receives the result of a life lived, heaven or hell. Thank you. Inshallah.
Thank you, Santiago. It turns out that we all have only one chance, and only we can make it by ourselves. No one's prayers can save us, neither the priest nor the relatives. This was also said by the Buddha. I will pass the word to my co-host Lisa to tell you more about it.
Yes, thank you very much, Robert. I would like to continue this topic that Lama Bhatta has talked about. We know that reincarnation plays a central role in Buddhism. In Buddhist work, Jataki, Stories of Birth, there are 547 stories which are given and are believed to have been originally told by the Buddha himself. These are 547 stories about the past incarnations of the Enlightened One. The Buddha told his disciples what he knew about the former subpersonalities of his soul. He also gave his students this practice of communicating with the subpersonality in a person because he considered it is very useful the way to achieving enlightenment. And now we know that as a result of the significant changes in Buddhism made by Nagarjuna, the current Dalai Lama, there was a misunderstanding who is reborn and whose past lives are these. Instead of understanding that a person has only one chance to achieve an alignment in his life and otherwise hell awaits him, there was a substitution that a person will be reborn in a future, that he will have many chances. But as in all religions, the grains of truth have been preserved, and there is evidence that the Buddha said that the individual has only one chance. In Mahapta Sutta Paranibbana, there is, we can find such words that finally, with his destination of the body after death, he is reborn in the realm of suffering and the land of mystery in a bad world in hell. And on contrarily, righteous person obtains 5 benefits, the last of which reads, and finally, with the designation of the body after death, he is reborn in a happy world in heaven. And in the Devata Sutta, Heavenly Messengers of the Pali Canon, the Buddha says that despite the warnings of the Heavenly Messengers, many are still careless, and for a long time people will be set as soon as they will fall into the lower world. They, happy arriving in safety, fully unbound, and here and now, living gone beyond the animosity danger, have escaped all suffering and stress. It turns out that due to the fact that the concept of personality had been lost, Buddhism live careless. Let's watch a short parable.
One day, a young man came to Buddha. The young man was very sad and he couldn't stop crying. "What's the matter?" the Buddha asked him. "What is the reason for your sadness?" "Sir," answered the young man, "a misfortune happened yesterday. My father died." "It really is a misfortune, but what can you do? Even if you mourn over him all the time, he still will not rise again. I have a request for you, sir. Please, do something for my deceased father. What can I do for him if he died? The Buddha answered surprisingly. Priests forgive people their sins for money. They help the departed to enter the kingdom of heaven. The gates of the kingdom are opened for deceased because he received a pass on earth. Not only will my father be able to enter, but he will remain forever in the kingdom of heaven. Please help him. Then the Buddha told the young man to take 2 clay pots and said, "Fill one with ghee and the other one with pebbles." The young man did so. "Now close the pots well and put them in the pond," said the Buddha. When the pots were in the water, Buddha ordered the young man, "Now take the long pole, hit the pots and break them." As soon as the young man broke the pots, ghee from one pot floated to the surface while pebbles crumbled to the bottom. "And now," said the Buddha, "when I have done everything I could, call your priests and tell them to sing the following. O stones rise, O ghee get down. And then we'll see what comes of it." "Sir," the young man was offended, "why are you joking like that? It doesn't work like that. Pebbles are heavier than water and they will remain at the bottom, no matter who sings what. But ghee is lighter than water. It will remain float on the surface. It cannot drown because that's the law of nature. Sir, you cannot be unaware of that." "You know well the laws of nature," replied the Buddha, "but you still did not understand the underlying law of nature. All right, I'll explain it to you. If your father in his life did things and his deeds were as heavy as pebbles, he will certainly sink to the bottom, and no one will be able to lift him up. And if his life and deeds were as light as ghee, he would certainly rise up. The sooner you understand this law and begin to live in accordance with it, the sooner you'll come out of the state of your sadness."
A wonderful parable that clearly shows that no matter how much you pray for your dead relatives, no matter how much you carry money and offerings to the priests, this will not help to get a pass to the spiritual world and become alive. Just as the stones in the parable cannot float on the surface of the pond, so the dead cannot become alive.
Thank you, Lisa. Where is hell then? There's all sorts of stories these days. Some say hell is in the sun, or even deeper, in the Mariana Trench. And the truth is that man carries hell and heaven inside him. Any information, in order for it to live, needs a source of nourishment. That nourishment is the energy of the soul, which is why the subpersonalities are around the soul, both in the Quran and other scriptures. It is not difficult to find a description of the state of the subpersonality. Svetlana, can you please tell us more about this?
Yes, thank you so much, Robert. First of all, I would like to pay my gratitude to all the participants of the conference. And to be honest, I'm just listening very carefully to all your speeches, and I opened so much for myself, and there's so much yet to come. And to be honest, we are familiar with the question of hell and heaven from both a religious and a philosophical point of view. And since some people perceive this literature more as mythological, allegorical, or in other words, a fairy tale without real knowledge and information. Everyone doesn't take the information about the afterlife fate in these sources seriously either. But with the development of science, and I'm also engineer, and I had a lot of physics in my work to study, that moved me to research. And right now, in the science, like quantum physics, it became more possible to prove these states, hell and heaven. Today, we have already heard research on the topic of consciousness and information by many prominent scientists. And as we know, since as per the law of conservation of energy and information, the information doesn't disappear anywhere. And I would like to read out the quote of Dr. Amit Goswami, Professor Emeritus, author of the textbook and many books on quantum physics. And by the way, we will also hear from Mr. Goswami today at the conference a little bit later, and he himself will tell us about the most interesting research of his. And right now you can see the quote displayed on the screen, but I would like to comment it a little bit as well. So in simple words, we can explain it when the person pays attention into information, thoughts, desires, etc. Not only he materializes it in the outside world, but also mirrors it in the memory. It's like we can make a conclusion that it's everything that we put our attention to is mirrored in our kind of like information pantry. And the question arises, where does this information goes after the death of the physical body? And to answer it, let's consider what the role of attention plays in a human's after-death fate, because the personality's attention is one of the main things. And I would like to remind you of the pretty well-known experiment with two slits. It's when an electron becomes a particle from the wave when there is an observer. And coming back to the quote that we just saw, we understand that the personality's attention is one of the most important aspects in shaping a human's after-death fate. Why? Because the personality itself has this power of attention and precisely its distribution. But the personality itself, just like an electron in this well-known experiment, is not defined. It is on the verge of this choosing, but the personality has an opportunity to make this measurement, to make this observation, and by this way it directs its attention to it. And depending on where the attention is directed, if it directs attention to the spiritual things, then it becomes the new spiritual substance. And as previously speakers mentioned, the subpersonality is being formed when the personality during the life of the human body puts all their attention into emotions, negative things, thoughts, and this way it merges with the consciousness and becomes a single whole, and it becomes energy informational structure. And here we have the answer to the question that we raised previously, where this information is accumulated to, where it goes, this informational baggage. It stays in this informational structure, and as we know, it is already a proven fact that even any structure needs to be powered, and everything needs energy, and the information needs to have its carrier. So basically, all this information, searching for the source of the energy, is being kind of like pulled over the soul, because the soul becomes the only source of power for it. And just imagine the person during his life feels some kind of emotional states, even for a short period of time, but he already feels himself exhausted. And this information is being concentrated, all these emotional states, all these desires that the person keeps throughout his life, they're being compressed into a point, and at the same moment of time, the person feels everything, these exhausting desires. Why do I pay so much attention to it? Because from the point of view of physics, all this information is being squeezed into this one single structure. Basically, the subpersonality feels it very, very brightly and strongly. And also there is another phenomenon, and it has been described by the eyewitnesses that faced this experience, the after-death experience. When this energy, informational structure, the subpersonality, feels the energy of the soul, and this energy, let's call it energy, but basically it's more kind of like above the quantum level. So basically this energy is felt like the pressure and strong heat. This is the subjective experience, because there is no body, there are no receptors to experience this, so we could understand it. But subjectively, like on the subjective level, we could feel it as a strong heat and incredible pressure. This can be correlated to the phantom pain when a person loses a part of the body, but he feels the pain in the or any other manifestations or feelings in the removed limb, for example. But when the person, as a personality, during his life, pays attention to his spiritual development, he puts his attention into the deep inner feelings, into love, true love and harmony, into desire to merge with the spiritual world, then this state is growing. And what is interesting, that this state, the word state is derived from the word composition, meaning to be composed of. This one again emphasizes that what state you are is the state that you become, is what you become. So paradise is accumulation of inner gratitude, true love, purity, and this true love of the spiritual world, love to the God. And when the personality is in this illusionary informational matrix, in this illusionary world, the personality has an opportunity to become love. Then during the destruction of the material shell, it becomes this love. And thus I want to also remind you that the information is being saved, and that because there is the source of the energy, which is soul. And when the personality merges with the soul, then it becomes a totally new spiritual being, and this information is being destroyed. And because, as you understand, the source disappears and the carrier disappears and the new spiritual being appears. And thanks to this little research that I did for myself and together with you, I made a conclusion that we carry everything inside of us, the heaven and hell as well, and only the person can define his after-death fate. There can be no intermediaries, there can be no helpers, because we have the power of attention, and only we as personalities can directed, and the attention is being directed at every single point of time. We pay our attention to everything in this world. So our after-death fate is our conscious choice. Thank you so much, and I would like to pass the floor to Yelena, and let's find out about what is the state of heaven and hell in religions.
Thank you very much, Svetlana, for such a clear and detailed story about how it all happens. Greetings, dear friends, and many thanks to all the participants of today's conference for the amazing, very interesting speeches, because I'm so impressed by every speech and time flows so fast. Many thanks to the ALLATRA International Public Movement for this conference, for the fact that today the truth has been voiced in such a large scale for the first time over thousands of years, and we are talking on a subject which is not accustomed to talk about, and the whole world learns about this. I would like to tell about what was said about heaven and hell in religions. From Svetlana's report, we know that subpersonalities, informational structures, which are in the state of hell, can only be located near the source. So they are kind of like a shell around the soul. In the Quran, we see that the state of subpersonalities is described, the conditions, how they feel themselves when they are near the soul. For example, in 56th ayah of Surah An-Nisa, the women, it is said, "Indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins, so they may taste the punishment. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted in might and wise." It is also said in the ayah that the punishment for the subpersonalities are intensified every time when there is the rebirth, when one body is replaced with another one. Yes, the heaven and hell is what we carry in ourselves, inside ourselves, each of us. There is a source of life, the soul, and there is personality, the one who can find this life, gain this eternal life. This is the temple within each of us. This is the paradise, the heaven, a state of love, the love for God. And this is what Jesus mentioned. Let me quote the Bible. It's Luke 17:20. Being asked by the Pharisees when the kingdom of God will come, he answered, "The kingdom of God is not coming in ways that can be observed. Nor will they say, 'Look, here it is,' or 'there it is.' For behold, the kingdom of God is in the midst of you." And we choose this state, the state of hell or heaven, exactly during our earthly life. After the death of our body, it is impossible to change your fate. In the Apocrypha, the Gospel of Philip, it is absolutely unambiguous that the possibility of choice only when you live in the body. Those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they are alive, when they die, they will receive nothing. Father Sergei said, in continuation of this topic, I suggest that Father Sergei will speak to us. It's an interview with Sergei Sitnikov, Archpriest of the Church of Blessed Virgin Mary.
Is there an indication in the Holy Scripture that a person's choice affects his afterlife? Yes, you know, there are such indications. They are in the Gospel because there are the following interesting words there. As I find you, so will I judge you. Meaning the point here is that the state in which a person departs from this life actually continues in the afterlife, as we can assume. But you know, as strange as it may seem, I shall make a reference to a totally different source, which actually belongs to a different religious tradition. This book is Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which was found in the 14th century. So Yun, when commenting on this book, points out that the Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, mentions one surprising fact. Everything that happens to a person in the afterlife is a projection of his psychic self, that is, a projection of his consciousness. In addition, in Christianity, we must consider hell and heaven as a state of the soul. It is, first of all, the state of the soul. It is not a state of what someone from the outside is doing to a person. It's the state of one's heart. Both hell and heaven start for a human being already here, on the earth, either hell or heaven.
Thank you so much, Father Sergius, for such an interesting information. And now I want to say thank you to Svetlana and Yelena for their so interesting speeches. And I would like to announce the video about physics of the process of choosing a person during the life between hell and heaven.
Personality is linked through a silver thread with the soul. The silver thread is a channel through which the life energy flows from the soul to the personality. The personality, at its choice, can distribute this energy, either by directing it to the soul, multiplying it, or to the primary consciousness, which is connected with the body and emotions. Primary consciousness, in turn, is connected with secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness is the one with whom a person often associates himself. It is the one that thinks logically. The more personality pays attention into negative emotions, the more it fixes the link with both consciousnesses, and as a result, this personality merges with them, and it becomes a sub-personality after the death of the body. But if personality directs more of its attention to the soul, then the silver thread grows thicker, personality becomes closer to the soul. Its connection with the soul grows stronger, and personality merges with her, thus forming a new eternal immaterial being, which is called differently in different cultures. For example, in Christianity, an angel. Personality can make its choice only during its life, while a human is alive. After the death of the body, nothing can be changed.
This video provides a visual understanding of what is happening, that first and secondary, primary and secondary consciousness is above something out of the body, and it is part of other structures, and you can see what connects the soul and the personality. It is the silver line. This is the channel from which energy from the soul goes to the personality, and personality can choose where to spend this energy, outside or give it back to the soul and feel happiness, joy, and care. And this is these qualities, these feelings that leads person to the way to becoming an angel. And if a person during his mortal life can unite with his soul, in this way he will not become a sub-personality. If you would have any questions regarding this video, please write in comments. And our next speaker is Amit Goswami, PhD, quantum physics scientist, writer, Director of the Center of Quantum Activism, will share his understanding of the value of attention. Dr. Amit, the floor is yours.
Well, my entire research, of course, is started originally with quantum physics, finding the meaning of quantum physics. Quantum physics, at that time, I'm talking about the early 70s and 80s, were full of controversies and paradoxes. And in fact, great scientists like Richard Feynman would say things like, nobody understands quantum physics. So I picked up the subject out of desperation because I was looking for something meaningful to do. I was already a full professor at the university, and I did not care very much about the kind of problems I was doing because they all seemed to be very remote from people's lives. I wanted to shift my attention to contributing to the world a little. Very soon, I found von Neumann's work, who actually suggested that, in quantum physics, we have these waves of possibility. So the question is, how do the waves of possibility become actual events in our experience? And observers seem to be included because we, human beings, are the only ones we know that actually have experiences. So this question was very difficult to answer because no material interactions can do it. This was what von Neumann was showing from quantum mathematics. No material interaction can convert waves of possibility into events of experience of the observer. So how is the observer observing a quantum object? This question is the basic question of all science, not just physics. How does the world exist in manifestation at all? Because in quantum physics, it literally says that the universe itself is all just potentiality. And of course, von Neumann tried to answer that maybe the observer's consciousness does it, because he was daring enough to propose that maybe it's time to admit that there are some non-physical stuff, non-material stuff in the world. This is an extremely important question because attention is everything. Attention is the ability to focus on a particular subject. The mind is, if you allow it to be controlled by the brain, this is the thing. What we don't realize is that if the brain scientists were right, then of course we would be the brain and we would behave like the brain. And the fact is that the brain, once conditioned into the me-centeredness and of course negative emotions and pleasure circuits that the brain already has, and additionally this information addiction, that's another very vile habit that brain picks up today, which it didn't have yesterday. But that's the way it is. So then if we live like the brain, then what happens? The brain is constantly bombarded with stimuli. And the brain will be attracted to this stimulus or that stimulus, depending on the conditioning of the brain. That response of the brain from one instant to another may not at all have anything to do with meaning of my life, purpose of my life at all. It would be basically random thoughts sort of guiding me. And many people live that way. They're called drifters. They cannot keep attention. They drift from one to another to another. Kids, hyperactive, cannot pay attention, right? People who pay attention, why are they paying attention? They are paying attention because they attach meaning to it. They break into the brain's habit. Hey, that's not meaningful. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. This is meaningful to me. So that's how we do it. Without the meaningful mind and without consciousness, the ability of being the real boss, that I can overrule the brain's habit of randomness. You know, quantum ultimately is also random because probability calculation works there. So we have a bunch of responses. We are able to choose usually, but if we allow the brain to take over, then it's random. It becomes random. That's a normal way of operation for the brain. It is with our consciousness, with our mind, with our meaningfulness that we want to give it, the purpose that we want to bring, that we change, to overrule the brain and change our direction to focusing to a particular problem of meaning that I want to focus on. Okay? And we are nearly forgetting that in the present culture, especially, you know, social media. It really dumbs down people. They don't have the ability of paying attention anymore. If we leave meaning and purpose, what happens? This is the question that you have to ask. And the answer is really beautiful. How we create heaven? We create heaven by creating a soul for ourselves. Soul is what is going to take us to heaven. So soul creation is what? Soul creation is the creation of meaning and purposeful thing, memory of meaning and purpose that we serve. Purpose is to embody these archetypes: love, beauty, justice, truth, abundance, power in a good way, power to empower others, wholeness. These are the things that we cultivate and embody as much software as we can make. This is soul software. But the problem really is that, okay, do we stay forever at the survival level? Do we ever go into soul making en masse? Because, you know, you were asking before about this collective memory. Unless we return to that connectedness, and this time in spite of the mind, not instead of the mind. Instead of the mind, animals already have the opportunity, but they cannot do it. Why? Because without the mind, you cannot do it either. It's just not, the feeling part is not enough. Because you cannot make software with it of any significance. So animals live kind of moment to moment, but it's all conditioned behavior. Doesn't do any good. Human beings are the only one, because of the mental capacity on this planet, who have the ability of making civilization of going forward. But we are stuck at the survival level, and it seems like we will be stuck for a while because of the problems that we already created and not waking up soon enough. And so, you know, these are the problems that really are worrisome, not only for me personally, but for everyone.
Thank you so much, Amit, for such deep understandings. It's so wonderful to hear about soul, about the meaning of life, about the especially the scientists. And now I'm passing the word to Tatiana Zinchenko, who will share shocking facts about what happens to our consciousness when a person has a gambling addiction.
Thank you very much. Indeed, certain clinical trials, such as trials and examination of gaming addictions, online video games in particular, these research show and illustrate how actually we create ourselves, how we create our own future, and how our self-perception and world perception can change depending on what we invest attention to and where we concentrate on. For example, gamers, when they play online video games, their perception changes drastically. They are totally absorbed in the virtual space of the game in the literal sense of the word. And contemporary design shows an image which is very realistic and dynamic. And a game, like, for example, from the first person, when you're playing from the first person, it contributes to change of the self-perception. It is a so-called avatar self-identification. It is when a person begins to identify himself and identify himself with the avatar, with the character. In reality, a person is sitting in the room, looking at the monitor and just moving and manipulating the mouse. There are no sounds, neither body perception, even if there are very loud sounds and intensive sensations like hunger, threat, or pain. A person doesn't notice that. His major sensory organs, through which 90% of information comes to us from outside world, is vision and hearing. They are totally focused on perceiving the game, the virtual world. And due to such a detachment from the reality and total involvement in the reality of the game, such a changed altered state of consciousness is called the gaming trance or gaming alcohol like intoxication, or there is a dark flow term. The consciousness of a gamer actually edits a picture which is imperfect, and it just omits some faults, some mistakes. It draws some elements and corrects everything, adds some dynamics, and actually makes this image on the monitor very close to what we observe in the external world. Such studies showed. And actually, there are contradictions and differences between those people who perceive real world and those who are gamers who play for hours on computers. And it's the difference of perception compared to the one who just observed it from the outside. And when there were MRI examination of game addicts, the results are just shocking. For example, as it is known, our brain possesses neuroplasticity. So there are certain functional or structural changes in the brain all the time, depending on our skills, engagement, what we do, what habits we have, the patterns of emotional reactions and behavior. So in the brain, all our vital activity is depicted, and all our preferences, including perception. What, how, in which way we perceive is reflected in the sensory cortex. The sensory cortex is where information is coming from eyes, ears, tactile sensations, etc. So this region in game addicts are changed both structurally in terms of the number of neurons and functionally by the number and quality of neural network connections between neurons and neural groups. And these changes comply with mostly perception of a gaming space, of the virtual world, but not the real everyday life in which we exist on an everyday basis. So in the brain of a game addict, we can say that the perception of such a person differs drastically from a person who does not play games. And also there are changes were detected relating to self-identification. In Angular gyrus, you can Google and look what region of the brain it is. It's a neural group which relates to the process of self-identification, and also other regions were also changed which relate to empathy, identification and self-determination of a person in healthy people. Several studies have been performed in various countries when they observed the activeness in these regions of the brain when game addicts at the subconscious, subclinical and clinical levels, they were playing games or talking about games and telling about their avatar, or they were just imagining how they were playing. The same observations were done when a person was telling about his real life beyond the game, and the activeness of this angular gyrus and also other regions which relate to self-identification is always much higher when people were playing or talking about the game or thinking about the game compared to the self-reflection state. And the real state of dissociation arises. Many gamers describe such a bodiless state. Teenagers, when they have such internet online disorder, gaming disorder, they feel out of body, and this state has certain neurobiological markers which we can see on MRI testing results, and the person feels himself out of the body. They are mostly identifying themselves with the character, the avatar they are playing, and they were involved in the gaming space, but nothing was affecting them except information, just illusory images with 3D effects on the monitor, neither buildings, no forests, no mountains, no enemies, no friends. None of this existed, but the program which was building a dynamic image by means of pixels on the screen. Everything else was added by the consciousness of a gamer himself. Just in the case with the AC Jackie, whom I was talking about in the beginning of our conference, we see the same pattern, that the sensory organs perceive himself in certain place compared to where consciousness perceived itself. So such studies show that really the consciousness has informational nature, and they illustrate that what a tremendous power human attention has, because whatever information a person is focused on, he actually becomes this information and based on the studies of the brain, it's in the literal sense of the word, and based on the results of all the tests, we now understand how we form our post-mortem destiny, how a person, by paying attention to one or another piece of information, can create certain consequences for himself, basically to build himself and create himself this way. And now I would like to give the floor to Rinat, who will share with us what importance was given to all this information by Prophet Muhammad.
Thank you all so much. Allow me to greet everyone, dear friends. Hello. Attention is a key point in every person's daily life. To what a person pays and gives attention in his life, thoughts, preferences, desires, that he receives. A person with his choice of where to invest attention creates his subsequent fate. And taking into account what speakers said before at the conference, Islam also speaks about the value of human attention. It says that it is very important. In Islam, there is such a notion as dhikr, incessant remembrance of Allah, God. In other words, it is the direction of attention to Allah, focusing on Him. It is believed that dhikr brings the believer closer to Allah. As Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, there is nothing that brings more salvation from the punishment of Allah than the remembrance of Allah. The Holy Quran says, those who believed became amanu, wished to reach Allah before death, and their hearts have been satisfied with the remembrances of Allah. Now surely with the remembrance of Allah the hearts find satisfaction, do they not? Surah Ar-Riyad, Thunder, 21st verse. Describing the night descent of Muhammad to the throne of God, Miraj, Hallaj says that the path to God, which lies through the garden of Tikr, that is, through the incessant remembrance of Allah, focusing on Him. Given what was said at the conference, we see that the Prophet, peace be upon him, gave people a clear understanding of the importance of focusing on Allah. By remembering God, the person can hope that he will not be forgotten by Allah. This is also stated in the Hadith. If he remembers me in himself, I too remember him in myself. And then what's the essence of fivefold namaz? A person several times a day redirected his attention from the earthly, material, and focused his attention on God, Allah. And the meaning of spiritual practice, namaz, prayer, is exactly focusing attention in the contact with Allah through feelings, at the level of the deepest feelings. The importance of human attention is described in the following ayahs. 23 Surah, Ayah 1 and 2. Successful indeed are the believers. They will be delivered from the fire and will enter paradise. Those who humble themselves in prayer, giving themselves completely to prayer with their souls and observing outward tranquility in it. Quran 23 Surah, Ayahs 1 and 2. Translation by Abu Adal. 107th Surah, verses 4 and 5 says, So woe to those who pray, who are heedless of their prayer. Holy Quran. In Farsi, namaz means prayer. Prayer is not the words that come out of the mouths. Prayer is love for everything, gratitude to the Almighty. In prayer, there are no requests for the material things, no trade or contact. Namaz is an expression of love and gratitude to Allah, the constant zeal to a person to remain in the state of prayer, which is possible throughout the day. Then the prayer of such a person never ends. And so does the person in love of Allah, love for his neighbor, abides. Attention is the power of love. The purpose of Iblis is to divert a person's attention from his inner spiritual to the outer material, and all means are good for him if only the goal is achieved. By being constant in the remembrance of the Most High Allah, a person saves himself from oblivion. The Almighty in the Holy Quran said, And be not like those who have forgotten God, so that God has made them forget themselves. Such are the reprobates. Surah Al-Hajj, Gathering, 19th Ayah. Translated by Ahmed Ali. In the hadith of the Messenger of Muhammad, peace be upon him, it is said that no alms can be more valuable and high than the remembrance of the Lord. The reward for the people who gather to remember Allah will be paradise. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said that no act can be compared to the remembrance of the Almighty in the matter of salvation from the punishment of hell torments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renat. Indeed, our attention is priceless. Not a single normal person wants to become a subpersonality, doesn't want to go to hell. But why then do we feed the dead with our attention, although the prophets forbade it?
And we are now entering into another very interesting block. How we intentionally or unintentionally invest attention in the dead. And what are the consequences? We know that the cult of the dead and the worship of their images were not welcomed by the prophets. Jesus Christ was against this kind of worship. Jesus' position is clearly seen in the Bible, where he says, "Let the dead take care of their dead, and you follow me. The living to the living, and the dead to the dead." The Bible also says that God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. Jesus knew that feeding the dead is the way to hell, and he forbade people to do that. So why do we people not listen to him and continue to feed the dead, thus paving the way to subpersonality? In the Holy Scriptures and the Apocrypha, there is evidence as these passages of the Gospel of Luke, where it is stated, "He said to another man, 'Follow me.' But he replied, 'Lord, first let me go and bury my father.' Jesus said to him, 'Let the dead bury their own dead. But you go and proclaim the kingdom of God. But God is not God of the dead, but of the living.'" Also, in the Gospel of Matthew, we can read, "Do not be afraid of those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather, be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell." And the same is in another religions as well. I would like to pass the word to Amir Aziz, who is Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. Mr. Aziz, the word is yours.
So actually, you know that the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he asked people to visit graves. It is not that he forbade them. He forbade at that time because, as you know, that nowadays also people, they make the graves of holy saints and prophets, or maybe the people who are spiritual people. Sometimes people make it a place of worship for them. So what his meaning was that don't make the graves as a place of worship, because you only have to worship God. So those people who die, whether they are prophets or they were saints, they are not God. So therefore, you should only pray to Almighty Allah, and that is what is actually forbidden. But on the other hand, he said to people, he instructed people to go and visit graveyard, so that people should remind about death. And they should know that their real destiny is here, and they will get a new life after that. And the other is that, as Quran says, "Kullu nafsin zaiqatul maut." Everybody has to taste death. So therefore, what the Prophet asked people, so that when they will go to the graveyard, they will remember this lesson. And otherwise, when we are most of the time busy in our daily routine life, we even don't talk about that. We don't care about our real destiny. We even don't care about the questioning by God, because the death is actually, and the next life phase is the life where we have to be questioned by God. We have to give what we have done in this life. Will be asked, questioned about it, and we will responsible to what we have done. And our next life, it will depend on what we do here in this world. And it is in the one of the saying of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he has very beautifully clarified this concept, that ad-dunya madratul akhirah. This world is a cultivating ground for the hereafter, which means that what we will sow in this ground, we will cut the same. So as we know that if we sow the flowers, we get flowers. If we sow thorns in this, then we will get thorns back. So is the case. Prophet ﷺ, he said that this world is the world of action, and our new life, it will depend on the action in this life. What we will do, we will have the same life. If we will do good, we will have the paradise, life of a paradise, of a good human and good life. And if we will do bad, if we will act evilly, if we will act like a devil, then obviously we will have the hellish life there. So that concept is clarified, and that's why the Prophet ﷺ, he has instructed people that you should time and again, whenever you get, often you must visit the graves, so that you know that these were also the people who were as strong as you are, and they were also as important in this world as you are, and now they are there. So you should also think about it and reform yourself, keep on reforming yourself internally, spiritually, so that when you go to this destiny, you have a good life.
And what are people doing? The prophets forbade us, but what are we doing in every culture, in every country? What rituals do we spend our resources, our attention, our lives on? Why do we do this when the prophets forbade it?
Have we ever wondered how much attention a person spends on something that is already dead? The living mistakenly think that their actions can help the dead and alleviate their sufferings. We believe that the dead receive grace, barakah, mercy, gift, feed, exchange. All religions say the same thing. A person cannot change anything after death of the body. If a person is not spiritually liberated while the body is alive, then after death he will become a subpersonality, a hungry spirit. The only thing all the dead ones need is our attention of those who are alive. The dead needs the life of the living to satisfy their hunger. The only thing they can feed on is the energy of attention, which comes from us, the living. All traditions are designed to keep one's attention on that which is dead. Thereby, every time a person remembers the deceased, he gives away his life. The price of each memory is your life. What does this make one feel? Sadness, sorrow, fear? But life is given to us in order to become alive. Spending it on the dead is like striving to become a starving spirit yourself and hoping that you will also be remembered by the descendants. Be fed and relieved of your suffering, that they will pray for you. At various times, the prophets warned us. Buddhism, not sons, nor parents, nor close relatives can protect one assailed by death. Indeed, neither kith nor kin can give protection. Christianity, Gospel of Luke. To another he said, "Follow me." But he said, "Lord, let me first go and bury my father." And Jesus said to him, "Leave the dead to bury their own dead. But as for you, go and proclaim the kingdom of God." Encyclopedia of Hadith. Do not pray facing towards the graves. Quran. And never offer a prayer on any one of them who dies, and do not stand by his grave. They disbelieved in Allah
and his messenger and died while they were sinners. A person is subconsciously preparing to become a dead subpersonality. But is it really what we are here for? After all, each of us can become alive and obtain life in eternity. Human has a choice where he puts his attention to his life force. That is the future he gains for himself. Wouldn't it be better to devote your time to gaining eternal life?
We are not for destruction. We are for cleansing. If the clergy indeed served the prophets, on whose names they build their organizations, we would have a creative society long ago. But where is it? We are degenerating every year. What were they building? Power? We understand that they have to make a living, but maybe we should go back to the roots and change something. We, as people, have to go somewhere. We all understand that it is easier and faster to come to God together, but only those striving for life should lead, and not those inevitably dead, frightful fools. If I put on a cassock and a cross on my belly, and someone gives me a medal and pokes me in the forehead, what will change? Would it make me feel better? That's the trouble. Things have to change, and we people really understand and know the essence. They think about it, they strive. And when priests strive for life, they will lead their flock. And everything else is a lie and a struggle for the ego. People are people. I would like to pass the word to Jason, who will uncover a very interesting topic. Jason, the word is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all can hear me well. It has been amazing to be present at this conference with you all. Before I move on to my speech, to discuss the technology that is a fantasy amongst so many of our friends, family members, and relatives, loved ones, co-workers. How many of you today have received a thought that what right do we have to speak about what we're speaking about? Friends, we all here are here today because we want to build the creative society. And so many of the topics covered today have been a taboo in all of our cultures, not one continent, but every single culture. We've had words revealed to us from the religious scriptures that are used to manipulate us. We've had scientists bravely tread and bring forth their research to expose that very enemy that is common to all 7.8 billion people on this planet. That very consciousness that robs our attention on a daily basis with rituals, banal rituals that are dead. The worship of images and names that very dead. And all of this is normal. So now, I will speak a little bit slower for our translators, and as this body gets excited about this topic. The technology proposed to us by corporations all over the world, by Microsoft, startup companies in California, those very companies in Japan, that have been shoved down our throats by animation films for our young ones, for our teenagers, for our young adults, to rob attention. This technology I'm speaking upon is that very virtual reality technology, in which all you would need is a name and an image to worship your loved one, or those that are deceased. Now, take a moment to reflect upon what you've heard today. You all know, just as I do, how valuable our attention is, and how normal it is to recall a dead one, and how much you selfishly think about that one that is deceased. Well, those very companies today are using that manipulation tactic against all of us with this technology. Today, they tell us via Facebook or digital legacy accounts that if you so choose, you can live after the death of your physical body. Vicariously, your loved ones can interact with you. Or you can throw on a pair of shades, glasses, and you can have a conversation with a loved one that has passed away. Just a name and an image. But at what cost? Let's take it a little bit further. We even have chatbots in which we can discuss with each other after we've already passed on. But how did this happen? Well, they've prepared us via movies, animations, and films. That very Hollywood, that very Bollywood, and different theaters around the world have prepared us for this. In the film The Matrix, Sword Art Online, Transcendence, even to the point of using those very actors that many of us worshipped prior to coming into contact with the knowledge many of you are coming into contact with today. But why? Have any of us stopped and asked why? How is it we trade our attention for money and our attention for these dead things? Well, it's enticing for the animal, first and foremost, friends. This very animal, this body, this consciousness, wants immortality. For it, as we've all heard today, a name and an image is immortality for it. And it will do anything for it, anything, at the cost of personality. And that very technology, the technology we're using here, the virtual reality technology I've discussed, is used against us for that purpose, for consciousness. Now, I'm not saying anyone is to blame. We're all to blame for this because we choose with our actions of how they develop the technology. By what we consume and what we don't consume, we give voice to what we want. Now, I want to talk about another aspect of this and how much of it is a big lie. Artificial intelligence is not to be equated with artificial consciousness. They are not the same by any stretch of the imagination. The human brain, we hypothesize as a scientific community, has the capacity to hold 1 petabyte of information. That's thousands of terabytes. And they tell us that they can upload this into the internet. With what storage capacity do you think we can achieve that? Time, it's multidimensional. So how is it that we can somehow upload our consciousness into the internet and you're going to be able to talk to your dead one, or I'm going to be able to talk to my dead ones? It's not possible, friends. Those neurons, yes, they transmit information at a preposterously accelerating rate. But it does not mean we can use that very information and encode it and then transfer it to the internet. It's not possible. Nor is it possible to mimic the communication between axons. It's not possible today. Not with our technology and not with our format. However, this is all branched under artificial intelligence. Before I end my speech, I would like all of us here and all of us listening to recall that the very company, XP NRG, had created the world's first artificial consciousness for our society relative to our known history. Jackie, regardless of time and space, was able to communicate, was able to do things that that very artificial intelligence that we're sold cannot do today. And that very technology can only be used for good. Whoever wants to, and whoever would like to check that material out, I ask you to go ahead and watch the video XP Energy, research the artificial consciousness, and see what we're being sold. Is it really worth spending our lives in a virtual reality, or is it more important to live now so that we can be certain of what's after death? Thank you all so much for your time and attention, and thank you for the wonderful topics. Thank you, speakers and scientists.
Thank you, Jason. What is it at the heart of this process? What do they want from us? And what instruments do they use to get what they want from us? Let's watch a short video that illustrates what the dead want from the living people.
Can we even call the life after death as life? Does such a concept have a right to exist? Because a person dies, in fact, well, he dies physically, but the information stays.
My father died. Next month, it will be 4 years since my father died. My father was a man who didn't believe in this, who said it was all a lie. And he died at 81 years old. And after 6 months, I went on a journey, a shamanic journey, to talk to his soul, and I talked to him. Then he told me that he was sorry that he didn't understand the world as it was, because in that place where he was, he understood perfectly what spirits are, what souls are, and that he'd already figured out, but too late. But he'd already understood it.
From my personal experience, I know what the world of the dead is like. I know what it's like. I know what it feels like to be on the other side. It's the same as in this world, but there is no oxygen. There's heat. There's in a world full of winds. There's a lot of winds where they are. So we work with the dead by giving them a glass of cold water.
In this place, of course, it is very hot, dark, and there is a lot of hot wind. This is the astral zone. In this place, the entire universe is connected. All the dead of all civilizations.
Our interaction with the forces of the subtle world is always based on pacts. That is, you give me, I give you.
What do the dead want?
Figuratively speaking, they're constantly eating my energy. I mean, I'm totally powerless.
So, first of all, they need energy?
Energy.
Can you describe what kind of energy they need? What do you think?
Energy inside me, the energy of life.
Spirits are beings or entities experiencing a certain hunger. And this hunger is energetic. That is, here, of course, we must remember that spirits feed on energy.
The dead who cross this line, yes, they contact and become residents of the world of the dead. They have energy that is negative for us. And when a person contacts with the world of the dead, consciously or unconsciously, he has an attachment of connections. Always a living person loses the energy of life, just like a practitioner walking with the world of the dead. So in the same way, a person who has some kind of negative necrotic attachment at the moment, he always gives this energy. That is, for us, the world of the dead is toxic on the one hand, and for us it is a completely different element. When we turn to it or have any connections, we have in any case give our life energy. After a success contact of integration with the actual world with the dead, I always feel an energy outflow.
It is very important that sometimes these spirits torment us to do something. And if we do not do it, then we suffer, and we experience severe suffering.
In my case, the problem was that due to the lack of experience at the time, it was very difficult for me to get out of that state. I had such as that I was even washed with water there, slapped on the cheeks, because I couldn't become to my senses at all.
So I called the spirit to the shooting area. how it was killed, how it happened. To talk about that, we talked. I said goodbye, and the spirit doesn't want to say goodbye because the spirit wants to live. I came and I did a ritual to block the way of the spirit to me. I couldn't sleep. I saw that I was already in the cemetery.
It is difficult to start working with the world of the dead because it is difficult to get rid of them. It is really difficult because to interact is one thing, it is not difficult, but to disconnect from the dead, from the world of the dead, and not give your life energy there can be very difficult both practically and physically.
If a spiritual is constantly near a person, then it is much easier. I mean, to contact my relatives, because when I called, for example, at the first time, I made contact with my dead father. There was such a good contact. Then, when it was necessary to end the session, that's all okay. I speak. I let you go. You may go. The father just didn't want to leave, and I had to repeat the ritual of clothing the channel 3 times, and literally so to speak, to send him away until the next time, because the dead really shouldn't be here.
If a spirit is constantly near a person, then this is already a binding attachment. They must live in their world, not here. What they want to eat, they want to eat our energy.
Unfortunately, ordinary people, when have a contact with the world of the dead, they have this necrocon channel that connects them. There is also a loss of vital energy, first and foremost. So afterwards, he may have depression, he has frequent illness. The necro connection is always accompanied by the person's illness, and at the same time there is no benefit for them. That is, if your deceased relative comes to you, yes, this doesn't mean that it is good. In fact, you need to worry and take care of how the world of the dead was in its own place, and the world of the living in its own place. Some people think that if it was his relative, then he remained so kind, pretty, and did nothing there. Unfortunately, they become vampirized. The child begins to vampirize their mother. Thus, the mother begins to get sick, suffer, and she cannot live a full life. She cannot let him go. This binding is destructive by nature.
They are with us as long as we remember them. Then the soul is strong and it can be called into contact. When it is forgotten, it loses its destiny. So it is customary that we are care of our relatives in the cemetery and so on. We pay tribute to them that way too. And the point is not that you have come to the ground where the person's remains and buried.
Your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren will come. Then it will be heaven. I go to heaven. I am remembered. I am honored. You don't even need to come to me every day. We remember a person. We speak about a person. And for that person, it's already a paradise. Remembering the dead, you give away your life.
After such video, there is no doubt that contact with the dead is a destructive contact. And as said all the participants of this survey, it is our energy of life that the dead feed on. So the question arises, if the representatives of the other world who contact us take our lives away, do they actually have lives of their own? Or, as Margarita well said at the beginning of this video, does such a life after death have the right to be called life at all? It should be noted that people have always known about subpersonalities, and there were times when everyone knew about it, but gradually the truth was forgotten and distorted, and the knowledge about subpersonalities was preserved only by a certain group of people and protected by them as valuable treasures. The pharaohs immortalized themselves in bas-reliefs, statues, and wrote their names everywhere. At the same time, they destroyed everything that preserved the memory of their predecessors and threatened to curse those who destroyed monuments with their images, so that when the time comes, people feed only that subpersonality, whose image and name remain in plain sight. Emperors, princes, and tsars tried to spread their portraits everywhere and perpetuate their names. Coins, frescoes, paintings, again bas-reliefs and statues. Wherever it was possible, they left their images and, of course, their names. They built churches and called them by their own name. They drew icons for themselves so that when coming to church, people would feed their personality. Tombs were placed in churches, hiding behind the fact that in this way they are closer to God. And now, don't they change monuments and squares, portraits, and schools and offices? Aren't there images with names on money? Nothing has changed. We commemorate our deceased relatives with a name and image on a tombstone because we subconsciously want them to do the same, or want our kin to do the same for us when our body faces the end. Because our subpersonalities tell us that when they are remembered, for them it is like a breath of fresh air, like food for the hungry. I was able to understand this topic thanks to the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the primordial knowledge set forth in the book *ALLATRA*. Why is it precisely the name and image? This is how I understood it for myself. For example, if we take a computer program, an image is like an IP address of the desired computer on the network, and the name is the password to connect directly to this computer. Or to make it simpler, when we enter a large crowd of people, we know that somewhere here is our friend. We find him by his image in the crowd, and we get closer to him and say, "Hello, Sergey." We engage ourselves in the exchange of information with him. But in the case of subpersonality, what kind of exchange is that? What can a person full of life, filled with life, exchange with a hungry, lifeless lump of negative emotions? What can someone give who has only taken during all his life? Now ask yourself a question. Why is a person so eager to leave behind, as they say, a trace or a memory, namely the name and image? Is this what the prophets have bequeathed on us? The prophets did not do themselves. Moreover, we were bequeathed not to do this. The name and image are the communication channel, and this channel of communication is not just left behind, but it is compelled on us and imposed to take care of it, and use it. And it is important for people to remember that subpersonalities are no longer the people we knew when they were alive, and no matter how painful it is to realize, but they don't love us now. They only come to us for their own portion of food. You don't believe it? Try not to give them your attention. Leave them without life force, and you will see how mad they will get and compulsively demand their own. And those individuals who have truly learned to love, becoming alive during this life, will never come to us with messages like this, because they don't need our lives. They have acquired it for themselves. And now let us watch the visual with a practicing shaman Hama. He will tell about his experience with the dead people, with the departed people.
You can contact any person who died. You just need his name and surname. For the form I practice, I need a name and a surname, the date of death.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Hano, practice and work in shamanism. I can say that you can contact any person who died. You just need his name and surname. For the form I practice, I need a name a surname, the date of birth, and the cause of death. Whether it was a natural death or an accident. And you can contact any person who died. When I contact souls, I see their form as if it is a holography, and they talk. And it comes to me as a telepathic message.
So when I see an image,
and I always see the same picture.
Answer me who that is, why they came, and what message they should give me in order to continue my session with this person. So the first thing I see is an image, and then a telepathic message comes to me. At the moment when the spirit contacts me,
at that time,
impulse is to pay attention to this image.
I put my attention to the conversation with someone's soul with the name and surname who died on a particular date. When they contact me, the first thing I see is an image.
They can contact. For example, a person was calm, and suddenly he heard a voice, but there was no one else beside him, and at that moment he woke up. Or, for example, he saw an image or a portrait of this very deceased relative, and it begins to seem to him that the image speaks to him, that he is transmitting some kind of message to him. It can connect in various ways. Most often it is remembrance of a person who died. When he begins, let's say he begins to recall the deceased every day, and already begins to wonder why he recalled them. If he had not used to recall them before. And then he starts asking questions and digging into this, until he starts looking for them. They attract the attention of a relative. And when the relative is already paying attention to the deceased person, they try to find some way to contact this deceased person, asking someone or expecting to see him in a dream. But they always attract the relative's attention.
Thank you, Hannah, for sharing your experience. And it seems that even our dead relatives, they come to us not because they love us or because they want to help us. They just want to eat our attention. And Vitaly, thank you very much. Name and image, it turns out it works like a link to address to the descended. It's kind of those who sit in a solitary cell of many thousands of years, prisoners, the subpersonalities within us. And their name and image receive our attention. It reminded me a history textbook because they all made up of names and portraits of famous historical figures. This is shocked. And next our speaker, Natalia Pavlova, a historian, will share about this tradition.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for saying this, because indeed there are many images of, and we can address the kings of ancient Egypt and the rulers of Mesopotamia who aspired to rise above the crowd. Actually, the state allowed them to do this because the state was created as a religious structure. Everything related to the power was actually embodied with image, and it was kind of purified by God. So images, sculptures, and all rulers of ancient world were depicted in Middle Ages in different countries, tyrants, despots. Also, kings' masks were created. For example, there were also sculptures which were created, and there was one mask which was destroyed, and a piece of nose was destroyed. But for ancient people of Mesopotamia, such an image especially when it is inscripted with an image of a person, of a ruler, if any statue of a king is actually destroyed, then this destruction is kind of transferred to the king. That's why they created golden pharaohs, masks. And now, dear friends, I kindly invite you to go to the tomb together with Egyptologists. To the tomb, any robbers can also get, and every tomb was also deprived not only just of gold, but they tried to destroy the statue so that it doesn't get alive and doesn't pay to them in the future. But actually, time from so many inhabitants of the ancient world, in order to be revived in Duat, in case a mummy was ruined, they tried to reconstruct a copy of this movie from some material. And in order for Ba not to be mistaken, the image of the statue should be very similar to the face of the deceased. And these statues should contain inscription of a name of a person. And basically, the kings, Egyptian kings, were perceived as mediators between God and people. So every ruler was endowed with law and title, and one of the first names of 5 names of Horus was some embodiment of a Horus god. The content of the golden name was related to worshipping of god Ra. And then there went a personal name which was given from the birth. And according to their beliefs, the true name of a person was a key to opening his individuality. Even for a deceased person, it was important not to forget his name after the death and to also keep the name of God. Here I recalled ancient China, where they forbade to call any person, any king's name. In Upanishads, there is some wisdom inscripted regarding how rivers flow and disappear in the sea, losing their image, and in the same way, the one who loses shape rises to Purusha, the first initial human. In Mesopotamia, for example, they remembered the meaning and the importance of how important it is to worship deceased rulers. And they also purposefully intended people to put attention into rulers' images and names, so to fill them with energy. When you read about them, when you pronounce their names, their images are preserved. And the loss of vital energy and transfer of energy to deceased people is dangerous for a human. It contradicts the spiritual knowledge, the truth which the prophets were conveying, the truth about God, the knowledge about God. Because in this case, when living people recall deceased people, they endow the personalities with their power of attention. And recalling of dead people, by recalling dead people, we give them an extra charge of energy. And of course, this type of worshipping was absent in creative cultures because people were in the spiritual wave, they were resonating, and they were confident that ancient cultures were not using any images of God. Like in Tripolia, in Hadjivar, in Harappa civilization, in Anal culture, Chitalhuyuk, Navajo Indians, only in the solar plexus they depicted the soul, the place of the soul. If you look at these Hassuna Halab cultures, Archaim cultures, where people were living in settlements and were having equal status and equal access to resources, they didn't have any wars and military actions. That's why they didn't have any rulers or military leaders. So generally, the creative culture in creative culture, we don't see any worshipping of names or images. And their population, by their choice, was gaining life in spirit. They were undergoing spiritual development and they possessed knowledge. And a person can merge with his or her soul and finish this circle of reincarnations in order to achieve life, gain life as life in true meaning of its true meaning. In order to achieve this life, you need to invest attention into love, and of course, this destructive culture was introduced 6,000 years ago during Sumerian times, and still we continue recalling dead, deceased rulers. Why worshipping dead people? Why including wars and violence into the history of civilization? Because together with the memory of rulers, fear is imposed on people towards the powers that be, and people look at the authorities in society, while true knowledge means love of people. It means to be in love during lifetime. All in all, I would like to say that for me it's a great honor to be at this conference together with such scientists who are doing fundamental research. And now let's look at the artifacts which demonstrate the worshipping of images in the world history.
Veneration of the name and image of the dead. What's behind this? A tribute to history, common traditions, respect for deceased relatives? Or is there something completely different hiding here? Since ancient times, rulers and powerful people in all parts of the world have sought to perpetuate their name and image so that succeeding generations would revere it. But they did not stop there and fiercely destroyed all such references to their predecessors. Hammurabi, 1793 to 1750 BC, the king of Babylon, cursed those who would erase his name. The sixth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, Thutmose III, as soon as he came to power, ordered the removal of the image of his predecessor Hatshepsut from all temples and monuments. Merneptah, the pharaoh of ancient Egypt, 1212 to 1202 BC, from the 19th dynasty, violently destroyed the monuments of other rulers, the names of predecessors, and inserted his own. The funeral temple of Merneptah in the quarry was turned into a giant memorial complex. During the Roman Empire's existence, dozens of emperors and their closest relatives, including Marcus Aurelius, Agrippina, the mother of Nero, Messalina, were consigned to oblivion, so the image of the Emperor Nerva replaced the image of the Emperor Domitian on many bas-reliefs. In China, it is believed that after death a person can be turned into God if the locals build a temple for him and begin to worship him. So in the Han Dynasty of eastern China, there were 28 generals Yun Tai, who ruled all of China together with the emperor. After death, they made large frescoes, and the emperor sent special people to worship them. Today, the tradition of depicting the dead is a huge layer of a centuries-old culture. The ancient Rome emperors immortalized their names and images on bas-reliefs and marble statues. The tombstones of European kings and aristocrats of the early 16th century are expensive stone portraits with the smallest details of the deceased. All royal families retained their images in portraits. Not only individual streets were named after famous people, but entire cities as well. Coins and banknotes contain images and often the names of the rulers. Since ancient times, the priests possessed the greatest secret that was kept in Egypt, which was later passed on to the friends of Moses and later reached the architects of Christianity. To this day, it is passed in secret circles of those in power. This secret is about the value of attention that people put into the name and image of the deceased, because it is the attention of living ones that are the drops of nourishing moisture for the eternally thirsty in the world of the dead. Those who knew this secret furiously destroyed all mentions of their predecessors, so that when the time comes, we remember only their image and praise only their name. Let's take a look at religions. What is being promoted there? In Buddhism, nameplates are used equally for ancestors, wandering spirits, demons, hungry ghosts, and the living ones. They are placed in different places in the house where they attract a lot of attention. In Taoism, nameplates are also often used to honor ancestors by placing them in front of statues of deities that represent the spirit contained within them. In the countries of Latin America, there is a day of veneration for the dead, when people visit cemeteries and build altars on the graves with photographs and relics. All this is done to induce the soul of the deceased to visit the living ones. In Christianity, icons appear only at the turn of the 5th to 6th centuries AD, and then become firmly entrenched in church life. The mention of the name and image of the deceased is also part of Christian rituals and traditions, such as 40 days, remembrance of the departed, funeral, memorial services, gravestones. However, the prophets of all religions of the world warn people about the danger of such actions.
Dear viewers, we would like to remind you that the continuation of this conference will be a session of roundtables, and the first of it will be tomorrow on 3 p.m. Greenwich time. In these roundtables, these topics that were announced today will be shown in more details. And getting back to the name, to the question of remembering the name and image of dead people, thank you, Natalia. It's very important that in creative cultures that you have mentioned, there have been no such tradition. There was no feeding the subpersonalities. But unfortunately now we are living in a consuming society, and in practically every culture there are plenties of such rituals and of remembering the descended people. And now I would like to watch the traditions of China. Zaza, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Lang Jia. I live in Guangdong Province, Guangzhou City. I would like to greet everyone at this amazing international conference, Life After Death, Facts and Fiction. This is a very important issue for discussion, and it gives many discoveries. I would also like to add a couple of examples to the topic we are viewing right now. In China, it is believed that dead always stay with us. If you go into a traditional Chinese home in the countryside, you will often find the altar for the ancestors in the very central room of the house. As most of you know, the ancestors are represented by portraits and tablets. The tablets, in some sense, are considered to be alive and to have some kind of spiritual energy linked to the spirit of the ancestors. Names of the ancestors are written on the tablets. Daily offerings, food and incense are given to them. People also notice that if they don't give offerings to them, then they might come in your sleep and bother you, asking you to feed them. They come and ask more. They are always hungry. people believe that with the help of receiving offerings, ancestors can live better in the afterlife. The dead are being punished for all their sins. So to relieve them from sufferings, people offer them so-called hell money. It is to be offered as burnt offerings to the deceased as a solution to resolve their assumed monetary problems in the afterlife. However, how I realize that we don't pay for the dead just with hell money. We pay them with our attention. We, alive people, put our precious attention to alleviate the sufferings of those who are already dead, and they will never be able to go to heaven anyway, unlike us, who are alive, because we still have a chance to gain eternal life, and this is worth our attention. A big feast is held for the ghosts on the 15th day of the 7th month, where people bring samples of food and place them on the offering table to please the hungry ghosts. The shows are always put on at night and at high volumes so that the sound attracts and pleases the ghosts. Now I understand that all this is done so that people would put more emotional attention to it. But why we, who are alive, seek to comfort hungry ghosts? Just because we hope that after our death, we as subpersonalities will also be comforted by our children? Though no matter how much you try to comfort your ancestors or ghosts with your attention, they will still remain in pain because that is what the result of their choice is. However, for us who are alive, what is the point of heading towards a future of becoming a ghost, an ancestor, or someone who needs commemoration? I think we should head towards eternal life in the spiritual world and becoming a spiritual being. This is the choice we are making right now.
Thank you, Zhezha. Hell money, very interesting name. So this is Chinese traditions. What about Slavic traditions? The Eastern Slavs have a tradition to commemorate the deceased in the church on the first day of after Easter. The church holiday is called Radonitsa. It is believed that in the Russian Orthodox Church, this commemoration was established so that the faithful can engage the great joy of the resurrection of Christ with the deceased after the bright holiday of Easter. But Jesus did not teach us that. And how do we commemorate our deceased? Like we can. I mean, we go to the cemetery, remember the person, that is, recall his image in our mind, talk to him. We forgot the person, how the persons look like. That's okay. The photo and name on the tombstone will help you deal with this. And just think of it. The name and image of the deceased are the key to open a gate or to the cafeteria of the inhabitants of hell, where the life force of living people serves as food. And along with that, it is the name and picture, or the image of the deceased on the gravestone. Coincidence? I don't think so. Those who imposed these traditions on us knew very well that only through mentioning the name and image of the dead by the living can the subpersonality receive the energy of life so desirable for them. But what happens in our everyday life? We are taught from childhood that we should go to the cemetery, take care of the graves of our relatives. There are even special holidays during which people must go to wake their dead. Church holiday, Memorial Saturday, Low Sunday, as I learned it is also called Anti-Pascha or Anti-Easter, and Easter itself. This is what I have heard and known, and I have repeatedly visited cemeteries on these days myself. Well, it's kind of like traditions like we have. And when I walk through a cemetery on such festive day, what do I see? Portraits and names that draw attention and epitaphs that specifically play on imagination, all for convenience of drawing attention to the world of the dead, and traditions that are passed down from generation to generation, aiming to give water and food to the deceased. I remember how on Christmas Eve someone in the family would leave a shot filled to the top with water and vodka before going to bed, and in the morning everyone ran to see how much the dead has drunk during the night. And in cemeteries, drinking alcohol, so to speak, for the peace is accompanied by pouring part of the liquid on the ground, kind of like a sacrifice, as well as leaving a glass with a crust of bread and a lit cigarette because he liked to smoke when he was alive. This is also a tradition. And we are taught this magic from the very childhood. But did they teach us that when I give my attention to the dead, I give them my life? No. I was told that if I didn't take care of my deceased relatives, then when I have died, no one would take care of me. And such an imposition was strengthened by some duty and some form of respect and love. But the main thing that pushed us to this form of duty fulfillment is fear. Fear of social reprimands and a deep inner fear because of ignorance and misunderstanding or lack of knowledge. Caring about the dead is like a payoff for fear. That is how the truth was replaced with crookedness. And instead of caring about becoming an angel while still alive, we care about making sure that our future generations do not leave us in hell without feeding. That is, we just have to accept that we will always or natural will need the food, and that we will inevitably become some personalities. And we will wait for this holiday to eat from our relatives. So who is this holiday for? So let us watch about Santa Muerta. It has some interesting traditions of their own.
En mi país, México, como en el resto del mundo.
Thank you. In my country, Mexico, as in other countries of the world, death is present to a large extent. From worship of Santa Muerta to the great festivals in honor of this goddess. People who worship Santa Muerta and perform rituals in her honor always strive to maintain contact with her for their own benefit. It is always power, wealth, unrequited love, only material things. Great holidays in honor of the dead, which are celebrated in Mexico, are associated with the desire to meet again with the deceased relatives and friends, once again to be reunited with them. But for what purpose is all this done, and where does it come from? Our Mayan ancestors delivered that after death, a person's soul goes to the next world, to the other world, and for that reason, family members of the deceased performed rituals and sacrifices so that the soul could arrive at its new destination. For the ancient inhabitants of Mexico, death was a continuation of life. According to their beliefs, the soul goes to a place where it continues to live, to exist. For them, death was not the final end of existence. After the conquest of the Maya by the Spaniards and their attempts to change beliefs of locals, fusion of their beliefs took place, and as a result, a change in their true meaning led to the creation of the modern cult known as Santa Muerta. The Spanish Catholic Church, instead of banning this cult, strengthened it. But Jesus Christ actually forbade the remembrance of the dead. I am Mexican and have always since childhood tried to understand the traditions and beliefs of my country, but I never managed to get answers to the questions that arose in view of all this until I met Allatra. Allatra could answer all my inner questions. Thanks to Allatra, I understood this point, just like many others. So, friends, up to the moment of this conference, we learned that after the death of the physical body and destruction of the energy shell, the soul leaves the body to reincarnate again. But we understand that without inner work on ourselves, soul and personality cannot merge. When we die, personality turns into a subpersonality, locked in a world where it cannot be free. Here's an example. The subpersonality is locked in a room with one window and can see and hear what the new body and new personality is doing, but it cannot act from there. So when we perform these rituals to attract subpersonality, it's like giving food to a beggar so that he just smell it. It won't do him any good. On the contrary, it will stimulate his appetite. First of all, we give our attention and energy to subpersonality. Remember, these are personalities who no longer have a soul of their own. By giving it back just for a moment, we give them hope of being able to live in this world again. But when they return to reality, they suffer even more, creating their own hell. Because by this time, personality realizes that there is no way back, and that its chances have exhausted along with its physical body, regretting their bad decisions and thus creating this hell for themselves. Unfortunately, they regret about their decisions. Also, by this moment, we understand that we come into this life in order to make a personal transformation, and only our own, which is possible only with the right choice and completion of our spiritual work, realizing that our time on earth is very limited and can end at any point. So why waste our energy and our time on these rituals, which are no benefit of us, for us, let alone our deceased people, relatives, former relatives? Life is short, friends, and only we are responsible for merging with our soul as personalities. And this is possible only if we have spiritual work on ourselves. Only we ourselves can make the decision and make this fusion of soul and personality to ensure it, so as not to become a sub-personality. Thank you very much, everyone who is with us on this broadcast, and many thanks to ALLATRA. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Yahaira. Thank you that you have described in simple words your internal feelings. What have you reached during the preparation for the conference and from the ALLATRA book? Thank you for every speaker, because thanks of you, many millions of viewers will know the truth and they will become more free. Dear viewers, if you like the conference and you would like to share your feedbacks and your understandings, insights, please share your video feedbacks on the email that you can see on the screen, info.allatra.tv. We're waiting for your feedbacks and comments and inviting you to the continuation of the conference, the round tables, and the nearest one will be tomorrow. And getting back to the topic that we have discussed now, so it looks like that subpersonalities, they want our attention, and we need to remember their name and image. It's enough to forget one of them, and the attention won't get to these subpersonalities. And our prophets don't allow images because of this. I am passing the word to Elena Baranova, the next speaker, who will share her understandings.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. The Holy Scripture teaches God is spirit, and those who worship Him must worship in spirit and in truth, for the Father is seeking such people to worship Him. These are the words from the Gospel of John, chapter 4, verses 23-24. To worship the living God in spirit and in truth. But what is happening now? We worship images, we bow before icons, but it is impossible to create an earthly image of the unfathomable and immense God. This is blasphemy and denigration of the very essence of the living God. The Holy Scripture in both the Old and New Testaments condemns icon worshipping by pointing to the fact that God is an invisible being. Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 18, no one has ever seen God. In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5, verse 8, we read, "You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth." Let's look a little bit into the history and see how this substitution occurred in Christianity, how people stopped investing attention in the living and turned their attention to the dead images. After all, Jesus did not support images and forbade them. If we look at the catacombs of the early Christians, we see that there are no images of any kind on the walls, only symbols and signs. Jesus himself was marked with a sign, like a fish or something else. If Jesus had wanted, there would have been bas-reliefs and paintings and sculptures, but he didn't allow all that. This same knowledge was kept by the Gnostics and Cathars. The tombstones of the Bogomils, the forerunners of the Cathars, do not contain images. There is not a single preserved image of Jesus. His images came much later. The first images were painted of the high priests. They were commemorated. Their images were firmly anchored to the minds of Christians. The image and the name of the high priests were promoted to the world. And from the speeches of previous speakers, we already know why names and images are fixed in the memory of many generations and what for which purpose. Look at the images of Peter and Paul. These are the bottoms of memorial jars, 4th century. Notice how small Jesus is depicted and the much larger images of Peter and Paul. This is the ego those men had. Paul who had personally destroyed many Christians, true followers of Christ. This is historical fact. This is the history. And then suddenly became such an avid follower of him. And now we see images that exalt Peter and Paul and belittle Christ. Icons in their usual form in Christianity appear only by the end of the 5th century. The 82nd rule of the Sixth Ecumenical Orthodox True Council commands that the images of the lamb pointed out by the forerunner John the Baptist be replaced in churches with the human image of Jesus. In 754, the Seventh Ecumenical Council was held in Constantinople, attended by 338 bishops. And 36 years have passed. Since then, the council in Constantinople again was called, and Jesus denied image worshipping, forbade it. The prophets and scriptures of other religions also forbid it. And people, mere mortals, go against the scriptures for their own interests and force billions of people to worship dead images. But is it possible to create an image of an infinite God? How can you create an image of a God's messenger by an image that is visible, for it doesn't reflect his essence? The prophets said you can't waste a life on the memories of the dead. And now I invite you to watch the fragment of an interview with Pavel Yosefovich Osinenko, professor and Dean of Minsk Theological Seminary, Master of Theology.
God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship in spirit and truth. That is, spiritual and true worship is established by Jesus Christ. And he also said, "For the Father is seeking such people to worship him." And Christ always spoke out against the formalism of many of the people that surrounded him. And one of the reasons for this is that formal worship is always leading away from true worship, from worship in spirit and in truth. Therefore, following the Holy Scriptures, we do not see anywhere direct indications of this, Therefore we do not worship any images, but we preach worship in spirit and truth. That is, in the spiritual essence of this worship and the truth of this worship. Nowhere do we find mention of this, not in the Gospels, not in the epistles of the apostles, not even in the book of Revelation. In particular, in the book Revelation in chapter 19, chapter 22, there are such cases when John the theologian, listening to what the angel was revealing to him, tried to worship him. But the angel stopped him in every case, saying, "Worship God, not me." So even the angel, who was a real spiritual being, and not just the image of it, did not accept this worship. And not only in the first century, when the New Testament was written, but also in the following centuries, in the second, third, fourth, we do not find that worship or even veneration of any images was widespread. This gradually became part of the normal life of the Church, and then it somehow moved on to the veneration of their image and so on.
Thank you, Pavel. It turns out that it was meant to worship in the spirit and not to remember or honor the dead. Our next speaker, Andrew Davis, PhD, Bachelor of Divinity, Master of Biblical Studies, Director of Edward Cadbury Center at the University of Birmingham, will continue the theme that the prophets forbade images.
The whole idea of should you make images is really important, and there is an Islamic prohibition, as you're probably aware, of making any images of God or of the Prophet, peace be upon him, or of any human being. In fact, it's inappropriate to make images in that sense in Islam. So most Islamic art involves geometric shapes and patterns and things like that as well. And it also goes back to one of the 10 Commandments, for instance. So depending on how you number the commandments, there are different ways of numbering them, but the first or the second commandment says, you shan't make for yourself an idol, whether in the form of anything that's in heaven above. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. And there have been some traditions of Christianity that say that word idol means any image or any representation. It's never been the mainstream tradition within Christianity, really, but there have often been smaller groups that have said this means no paintings, no representations, no illustrations. And there's a whole little spectrum. So some people have said no paintings of any human being at all. Others, probably the majority, have said this means no artistic representations of God. So there are still kind of Christians who would say that even the voice of God in films coming from the clouds with the kind of sun breaking behind them, some people would even say that that representation of God in film is problematic. It seems to me that what the 10 Commandments are really saying is that you shouldn't make images of God that you bow down to and worship.
Our beloved prophets told us the truth, but we forgot their words about not paying attention to the dead, that there is no need to perpetuate someone's image and name. They told us to devote all our attention to formation their entire life inside us. But the consumer format that we have created by ourselves has destroyed the simple understandings and knowledge of the truth. And now we believe in fairy tales about the resurrection in bodies at the end of times, because it was very convenient for those who built religions. Robert, please share what the prophets really said about the resurrection at the end of the time.
Thank you, Lisa. In all the world religions, people believe in the resurrection in their bodies at the end of times. People interpret the scriptures that all the dead will rise in their bodies on the judgment day, and there will be judgment for both the living and the dead. But let's reason with common sense. Can this happen? And what did the scriptures even say about the rising of the dead? For example, the Greek Christian theologian, philosopher, and scientist Origen rejected the doctrine of the one-time universal resurrection of the dead in their own bodies. In his writings, he argued that if you ask those who believe in this doctrine, in what bodies will you rise? They answer, in their own. Then for the question whether the whole body or its parts, they answered that in the whole body. Then came the counter-argument that if in whole bodies, would then the blood, fleshy parts, and hair that has ever grown rise together with the body? It's absurd. Our body is constantly changing throughout our lives. Muscle cells and skeletal muscle tissue is completely renewed every 15 to 16 years. Blood cells every 4 to 5 months. So which flesh should rise? The one that's been changing all its life. After death, the bodies decompose and are eaten by worms, worms by birds, and we eat the birds. The circle closes again. The cells of the past bodies become the cells of the new bodies. Our bodies contain particles of stars and animals, and many cells of bodies of people who died long ago. The same body is many times a part of many people. So whose body will be at the resurrection? Origen clearly distinguished between the subtle body of the soul, which he called the temple, and the outer body, fleshly body, the earthly dwelling of the temple. We've already talked a lot today about how subpersonalities are light filters on the soul when using the words of physics. It is the subtle body of the former personality. There will be a judgment for subpersonality in the end times. There is another essential substitution when they say, if we deny that we will rise in our bodies at God's judgment day, then we deny that Jesus Christ rose in his own body after death. We then deny also Christ. And by doing so, we also deny God. But if you look at it logically, Jesus Christ did rise 3 days later in his own body. He was showing fresh wounds to his disciples. His body did not decompose. There was simply the reanimation of his body in modern language. It was not reassembled from the long decomposed particles found in other people's bodies. In the Old Testament, in the book of the prophet Ezekiel, there are these words. He asked me, Son of man, can these bones live? I said, Sovereign Lord, you alone know. Then he said to me, prophesy to these bones and say to them, dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the sovereign Lord says to these bones. I will make breath enter you, and you will come to life. I will attach tendons to you and make flesh come upon you and cover you with skin. I will put breath into you, and you will come to life. Then you will know that I am the Lord. But there is nothing said in these words about the resurrection of a person, or in fact already a subpersonality in the previous body. It says that the Lord will put His Spirit into the dust and create a new person. And in the first letter to the Corinthians, it is said, I declare to you, brothers and sisters, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor does the perishable inherit the imperishable. These words make it clear that there can be no resurrection in the body, since the body is perishable. There are other words in the book of John about the day of the judgment. Do not be amazed at this, for a time is coming when all who are in their graves will hear His voice and come out. Those who have done what is good will rise to live, and those who have done what is evil will arise to be condemned. But it also does not say anything about all the dead bodies rising and coming to judgment. It speaks of our times, when even those who have long been in their graves will hear His voice, times when the judgment of the living and the dead will take place, and those living people who have done good will be raised to true life. But another phenomenon was also mentioned. On March 20th, 2021, a conference that the last prophet, peace be upon him, spoke about, that in the end, times will come and people will rise and speak the truth. At this conference, all religions will be cleansed, and they were cleansed. This is one of the signs of the end times. After this moment, many things began to change very quickly, and phenomena began to happen. Let's watch about it, the fragment from the video, The Sign, with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Because you and I, excuse me, all of us, have just been talking about the most significant event that was predicted by the greatest of people. So, after this event, the awakening of subpersonalities will actively begin. And the closer we get to the last day, the more active the dead ones will become, and the more they will interfere in the lives of the living ones. That is true. It's not fear-mongering, guys. It's not fairy tales. This is already happening. Why? Just to make it clear, we conducted experiments with the pyramid. If anyone remembers, it was about using symbols and transmitting information at a distance. And this really works. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It is on a Latra TV channel. There was one phenomenon that many people discovered, sort of for the first time, but it was actually a natural effect. When, for example, the event took place, transmission of information by the operator on Thursday, but people received information as early as on Tuesday. How could people know?
In advance.
The answer in advance. They wrote it down, and the answer was absolutely correct. It means that time in the material world is linear. In the material world. Whereas when we talk about subtle material structures, or go beyond ordinary matter, it is all gathered in one point there. It is different there. Different physics, different processes. As for those very subpersonalities, it is subtle material. They feel, understand, and know, because for them it is an event that has already taken place. And the paradox is that over several years, psychiatrists and psychologists whom we know have started asking questions and noting that there are more and more people who complain about sleep problems. Meaning, people have more dreams, active dreams, when they meet their dead relatives and strangers, masses of strangers, who swirl around in their heads. Over the last few years, more and more people have noticed that during the day they have thoughts with images of people whom they haven't seen. They don't remember them. Yes, I understand that from the standpoint of psychiatry and psychology, we talk to specialists. They asked me these questions. And just recently we had a similar conversation. And they try to explain this. It is clear about the year 2020. There is the pandemic. It's a difficult time. Mental health is suffering. It's hard for everyone. And that could explain why a lot of such thoughts arise. But what about the year 2019, when everything was calm and this didn't take place? And it's all over the world. It doesn't affect some particular country. It's an effect that is noted all over the world. And it's noted to such an extent that experts have already noticed it. But they asked a question in terms of what's going on. Why do a lot of sick people appear? Those people aren't sick. They are just the type of people who notice the abnormalities which occur. Not all people can notice that. After all, a mass of people will not notice the dead ones, even when they are active. It's natural for them. Well, some faces are spinning around in their consciousness. They talk to them out of habit. Many will be drawn into a dispute, a conversation, and the like. But why will the dead ones begin to attack the living ones? Precisely, so that the living ones choose life and not death. Subpersonalities will fight for their lives, and they are already fighting.
Is it altruism?
It's not altruism. Subpersonality cannot be an altruist. That's why it is subpersonality. It was an egoist during its lifetime, therefore it became dead. But that very annihilation is very terrifying for it. It's the end. It's darkness. Yes, the state of subpersonality is unenviable. It's torment and suffering, but it is life. No matter what it is like, it is life. Subpersonalities understand that they have no chances, but they don't want to die now. They want to die later. After all, consciousness remains the same as we have now. While we always try to postpone what is bad, and we want good things to happen faster, don't we, friends?
We do.
So this habit remains with us after death too. Therefore, the event which is about to happen is very significant.
Does it mean that everyone will actually force us to move in direction of preserving life?
You know, if it were more manifested, if dead ones rose from their graves like in movies, came and forced us,
zombie apocalypse,
then we would probably move.
Right.
But when thoughts come into one's head, many people will not notice this.
Also, Igor Mikhailovich, in particular, in Islam, it is said that believers' dreams will rarely lie before the judgment hour.
Of course, this was exactly said about these times, that dreams will become truthful. Why truthful? This doesn't mean that there will be dreams that will tell you what will happen to you tomorrow. No, they will be truthful in the sense that dead ones will tell you that you will die. And this is true.
In the fragment we just watched, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov speaks of dreams becoming real because the dead will talk to us of our death. The scripture said that in the end times, the living would judge the dead. This is what the dead or subpersonalities are afraid of right now, which is why they are being activated. They fear the second death. No matter how horrifying is the existence of subpersonality, it is still existence. And the subpersonalities know that if humanity does not choose the golden millennium by its active actions, there will come annihilation of all living beings. And then those living now in bodies on the planet will condemn everyone and those still alive and already dead to a second, final death by their choice. Whether the words of the subpersonalities become true now depends on the actions of all people on earth and on the path we choose. I would now pass the word to the Ainur Hazrat Arslanov, former Deputy Mufti of Bashkortostan, PhD student at the Philosophy Department of Bashkortostan State University.
You know, there is a hadith where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says, closer to the day of judgment, all of humanity will accept Islam. All of humanity will become Muslims. But we must understand that Islam will not be what is today. Yes, perhaps all of humanity will become Muslims, but Islam will be completely different, not as we know it today, not so limited in some cases. And, how to say, and when we all understand this, it will accommodate everywhere. As we know, Quran says,
والهادوا والسبئين من آمن بالله وعمل صالحا فجزاؤهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم تحزنون. Где в Коране Аллах Та'аля говорит, что
in the Quran, Allah says that truly Muslims and Christians and those who call themselves Jews and those who call themselves Sabiya, it was such a people, they worshipped as I understand the stars. Whoever they are, if they believe in the Supreme God, the one God from which everything begins, believe in the Creator, and do good deeds, their Lord will reward them. And there will not be fear over them, and they will not be saddened. There is such a verse in Quran, which directly says, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. You can shout a lot, I'm a Muslim, and beat yourself in chest. But if you go out and do wickedness, you kill, deceive, offend other people, psychologically and physically pressing someone, from the fact that the fly says that it is a bee, it does not become a bee. To become a bee, you need to bring honey. You can say, I'm a bee 100 times. But if you are a fly and you do not carry honey, that you are a fly, sorry.
Из всего сказанного сегодня можно сказать, можно сделать вывод.
Nothing more valuable than a human's life. The information that was voiced gives freedom from the fear of death. It removes the shackles that have been holding us in the prison of hopelessness and the dread of the unknown. Today, the whole world connected the dots on what happens after death. And now each person can make their own decision on how to spend their time and attention during their lifetime. Unfortunately, in today's consumer society, with all the hassle and daily, never-ending problems, we are forced to spend our most important resources on becoming a sub-personality. But wouldn't you agree that we deserve to live in a society where all people are treated equally and where human life is one of the highest value, where we can achieve our purpose and become alive. Did you know that already today, millions of people around the world are building the creative society, a society that will provide us conditions to become a real human being. From the biggest global research and millions of interviews and social surveys conducted for the last 10 years by the volunteers of ALLATRA International Public Movement, people worldwide expressed what kind of society they want to live in. Based on all the answers, the 8 foundations or pillars of the creative society were formed. The 8 foundations show the desires and needs of people from around the world. I think it is important to show them now, and I would like to point out that the first foundation is the value of each human's life. And this is the main pillar that the creative society is being built on. Thank you so much. To learn more about the project Creative Society, please visit allatraunites.com and see why this is the most significant project of our lifetime. And today with us, we have Gerald Auger, a Canadian actor, honorary representative of the Indigenous ethnic group, producer, entrepreneur, and motivational speaker. We already know that we live at the end of times and that decisions we make today affect our future. Dear Gerald, please tell us how important it is to put human life first and build a society that values human life above all.
So I want to thank the Creator first and foremost for allowing me to be here today, to be able to share with you the knowledge and wisdom of my 4 direction elders and ancestors. The value of human life. It was said that when we go on our spirit journey after our physical walk is done on this earth, as we journey towards a doorway into the spirit world, there will be 2 keepers that will stand at there will be a male entity that will be the doorkeeper. And to the left will be a female entity. And she will ask you one question as you journey towards that doorway in the spirit world. And this is where Creator's law come into effect at that time. This is where it was said, Creator loved us enough to grant us free will. We are free to make choices, but we're not free from the consequences. 2 of Creator's absolute laws are no human being has a right to play with another human being's life, and no human being has the right to hurt another human being. Those laws dictate that the Creator knows your reaction before your action in life. Just like the Creator knows your true intentions behind your intentions. The grandmother will ask you this one question that will determine if you have a safe passage into spirit world based on the words and the actions you have lived the time you were in this physical world. And this is where, however you answer this question will determine where you go on when your physical walk is done in this world. The question she will ask you will be simple. She will ask you, what did you do to help humanity? Without asking of anything in return. Knowing that the Creator loved you enough to grant us, to give us these 7 sacred laws of love, honesty, humility, respect, wisdom, and truth. These were 7 sacred laws that were there to govern our words and our actions, so we can put the life, human life, in a sacred manner and treat it in a sacred manner. But the world has forgotten those 7 sacred laws and is now deciding to live by honoring the 7 deadly sins of sloth, wrath, gluttony, pride, lust, greed, and envy. When you can understand what those 7 sacred laws that were given to every race of the human family, my white brothers and sisters, my yellow brothers and sisters, my black brothers and sisters, and us as the red people. We were taught since birth what to honor those 7 sacred laws, because when we do that, not only do we honor our higher power that we know as the Creator, but we also honor human life, our fellow human being, through those 7 sacred laws. So that's why it's important on this physical walk, because this physical walk is but a blip on a timeline of eternity. And eternity is a long time to get it wrong when you go home back to your higher power. That is how we are taught to honor our fellow human being. Because in my language we say, the Creator is always listening to our words, watching our actions. The old people say, the Creator is listening the whole time we are on this physical world, even in the dreamscape, because we are all spiritual beings housed in this human being. This consciousness that we talk about does not come from the mind. It comes from spirit. It comes from the beginning of time and will be here till the end of time. This is what my 4 directional elders and 4 directional ancestors have known since the beginning of time. This is how we govern our words and our actions. But the world has forgotten their higher power. The world has forgotten their fellow human being. And this is why, with the Creative Society, I'm honored to be a part of this movement. Because we are teaching and leading, showing our fellow human being that the only currency that will allow you into the spirit world when your physical walk is done is going to be love, kindness, and compassion for your fellow human being. You will not be able to take money or material with you. That currency doesn't work in spirit world. Just like ego has no place and cannot exist in the spirit realm. So that is how I see the value of life. And this is why I honor each and every one of you, and to all those listening globally, that we all need to come together in love, light, and unity for the sake of our children and their children's children, because our children are on loan to us from the Creator. And we need to honor all of creation, including our Mother Earth. But most of all, the most powerful and the most sacred being in this world being the woman. Because without the woman, we will cease to exist as a human family. Without Mother Earth, we will cease to exist as a human species. So when you can value life, but in order for you to value your fellow human being, you have to learn to value your own life first.
Thank you so much, Gerald. That was amazing. So much passion and love for humanity. And this is what our future will look like. And now let's hear what people around the globe are saying about the value of human life. Let's hear from Dr. Ebel Alexander from the USA.
The most essential and profound and kind of enticing lessons that come out of the near-death experience literature are not about what happens when I die. They're about how do I best live this life day to day? How do I envision myself? You know, what is it about this eternal soul and this binding force of love that can modify the way I live my life, and every thought and choice I make every day can be influenced by that knowledge in very profound ways. So this is why this kind of knowledge and discussion is so crucial, because the last thing you want to do is live your whole life as a full-blown atheist materialist and then get to the end and realize, oh my God, there's this rich spiritual universe and I'm every bit a part of that, and I wasted my whole life not ever making any progress. So why not start making the progress today? The scientific truth that's emerging is we are spiritual beings in a spiritual universe. And when I use that word spiritual, I just mean we're all interconnected as one, and we have a shared purpose. For me, spirituality doesn't need to demand anything more than that connection of mind and that sense of a shared purpose in our deepest meaning of our existence. And that's what we're here to discover. And that is really what everyone can take home today and start putting to use in their own life.
Wow, this is great. Let's do this. The Creative Society is the world all the prophets dreamed about. And this topic was raised at the historic event, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of, that took place on March 20, 2021. The greatest of all people, the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, spoke about this significant day when people from around the world will gather and speak the truth in order to remove all the chaff from world religions. Let's watch the video trailer about this historic event where people made the prophecy come true.
The most important event in the history of mankind, the sign foretold by the prophet on March 20th, 2021. There was a momentous and unprecedented international online conference, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of. Millions of viewers around the world, hundreds of thousands of views, and rebroadcasted in 45 languages. The people have spoken the truth.
God is one, and all prophets came from one God and brought one truth to all mankind. God is one, and the truth is one.
More than 30,000 at this moment. Just think about it. More than 30,000 interpretations of Jesus' words.
It turns out that there is a single truth that an ordinary person tries to distort for his or her own benefit. But who is trying to distort it in him? Who speaks through the mouth of such a person? Only Shaitan.
And nowhere in the literature it is said, in our religion it is said that it is area specific.
the third chapter in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, I have created a system of ways of awareness by innate qualities, not by birth, but by innate qualities, guna karma.
Obviously, the creative society, the Holy Prophet not only dreamt about and not only talked about, but he practically proved that such kind of society can be created in this world. The only truth that if we really want peace, harmony, justice in this world, we need to speak truth. We need to act correctly. Only then it is possible.
All has come together. Why? Because each one of us wants to live in a society which provides us safety, which provides us security. And where do we get that society? That is what creative society provides us. So now people have understood.
It is high time to leave the clutches of consumer society and be a part of the creative society and assume ownership of this mass movement. Every head matters and every hand counts. Please raise your hands if you are willing to join in and contribute.
We have to take this opportunity. This is the time we have to be together. This is the time. Let's make this dream come true. Let's build this creative society. Let's be united because, yes, together we can.
The sign of the prophet and the sign of today's creative society. This is what the prophets dreamed of, and this is already what we are implementing today.
This conference was a truly historical moment for us. But I would like to come back to Gerald as he took a part in that conference. Gerald, could you please share your feedback of the importance of that conference that took place on March 20th?
Which was predicted by the prophets on March the 20th of 2021. At the conference, the creative society, what the prophets dreamed of, people from around the world voiced their truth and cleansed thousands and thousands of years of distortion. Now everyone can know what kind of world all the prophets really wanted for us and what truth of in the world religions the prophets were looking for. From the perspective of the liberation of mankind, humankind, creating a civilization where unity and humanity prevail. Now is the time for all of civilization and the prophets that, to come together as one human race, as a unit that moves to a new level of humanity. When the good in every human being prevails, it increases the chances for everyone and everything. For me, the conference, the prophets, the ancestors spoke of, said there would come a time the four races of the human family would gather under the sacred tree of life. And they had said there would come a time where the grandmother spider would cast a web around Mother Earth, bringing unity, knowledge, and healing to all races of humanity. March the 20th of 2021, that was through this, what we know as the internet. The prophecy spoke of when the spider cast a web around Mother Earth, it would bring unity and knowledge and healing to the world. And that was the World Wide Web. So that was the beautiful thing about being a part of history in the making for humankind. Because when they had prophesied before the spider would cast a web around Mother Earth, the eagle would first land on Grandmother Moon. And when the eagle landed on Grandmother Moon, it would be a time of great change for humanity. It would be a time of great change for us as the red people of Mother Earth. So in August of 1969, when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, what did they say? The eagle has landed. And that is when they said the other prophecy of the spider casting web on Mother Earth would bring that time. And that, for me, was manifest destiny of that prophecy. Because we are in that time that if where we go from here as a human species is going to determine the future of our children and their children's children. We have to learn to quit operating from ego. Because ego, in some people, look at edging God out. You can't say you know Creator or you know God and operate from ego. Because again, ego can't exist in the spirit world. So when what the prophets dreamed of happened on March the 20th of 2021, that was the time of as we are about to emerge into the fifth world, because we are just leaving the third world behind. That's why the world is falling apart through this pandemic. We are now in the fourth world, where everything is falling apart, so we can go into super consciousness. The third world was the subconscious. The fourth world is the consciousness. The fifth world will be the super consciousness. And that's where we, as spiritual beings housed in this human being, can operate from a place of love, light, kindness, and compassion as a human family, as we were predestined to operate from that place of love and light.
Thank you so much, Gerald. Thank you. And now, Yu Yan will now share with us how close the values of the creative society are to the Chinese people and culture.
Hello everyone. The ALLATRA International Conference on March 20, 2021, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed Of, was over 8 hours long. I watched it very carefully from the beginning to the end. And I'm so impressed with it, and now I would like to share my understandings. The speakers at this international conference were from different countries and with various cultural backgrounds. They spoke different languages, had different educational backgrounds and work experience, but they all expressed similar views. Here I would like to talk about my view from my own perspective as a Chinese and my own personal experience. First of all, there is a description of Datong society in the ancient Chinese cultural book, the Book of Rights, in chapter The Conveyance of Rights. If a good way is pursued, the world is for the common good. And the Datong society has 3 basic characteristics. First is that the whole society should care with love about every person in society. The second is that everyone should live and work in peace and contentment. The third is that if a good way is pursued, the world is for the common good. To build the public spirit and to get rid of selfishness among all people, nothing should be wasted and everyone should do all they can to serve people and society. The Great Harmony Society is highly respected by Confucianism in China, and this society is the highest social ideal for Confucianism. Later, in the Eastern Jin dynasty, the famous writer Taoa Yunanming's The Peach Blossoming Land also described an ideal society. What is especially gratifying is that in recent years China has put forward the concept of a community with a shared future of mankind, which is a concept of global values and global governance. In fact, not only in China, there are similar ideas and concepts in the West. This shows that Allatra's creative society has a lot in common with China's Great Harmony Society, peach blossoming land and the community of human destinies. This shows that in the history of mankind, whether in ancient times or now, whether in China or in the West or in other countries, we all have a common ideal for a long time. Personally, I think this ideal can be realized. People can speed up the process by their own efforts. Allatra's efforts, I think, are aimed at bringing the creative society or the ideal society to the world as soon as possible. As a person, I am also very willing to make my lifelong efforts for the ideal society or the creative society. In fact, I have made a lot of efforts. I studied international relations and international law. In addition to my native language, Chinese, I also learned English, Russian, and Italian in order to have a deeper understanding of the Western countries, including the United States and Europe, as well as of Russia, and to be able to have a dialogue with various civilizations and build a bridge between them. Besides, literature and art have no national boundaries, and I have spent a lot of time in the study and activities of literature and art. Now I am the Secretary General of the Russian Chinese Painting and Calligraphy Association. I hope that I can engage in cultural exchange activities all over the world in the future and make more contributions to the early arrival of the creative society or the ideal society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuyan. Dear friends, we ask you to please record your video feedback about this conference. As we all know how our consciousness works, we will forget about the importance and understandings that we have received today already tomorrow. So let's start sharing your videos on social media today, as we have to reach every person living on this planet and share this valuable information with them. Please also email the videos to us at info@allatraunites.com. In addition, we would like to invite you to take part in roundtable discussions on Allatra TV that will happen right after this conference. Please reach out to us. Let's continue sharing our feedback and understandings about the most important topic of humanity. And now, let's hear from Tetsu Shiratori, a movie producer, actor, and stunt performer from Japan. He will share his understandings of the importance of the times we live in right now.
今ですね、人類のこの生き方っていうのは一つの大きな分岐点に来てると。I
believe that humanity today is at the crossroads.
で、ホピ族の予言の石っていうのが
and goes through an important turning point. There is a prophecy of the Hopi people about this. This prophecy says there are two ways. Either society will continue this materialistic way of thinking, continue to focus only on material things, believing that this is the best, this path leads to the end. Or there is a way of an evolved, sustainable world where all living beings and the earth are respected. And if we focus on this way of life, then, according to the prophecy, we will be able to go on living. Whether we will be able to create a truly creative global society, or we will continue to destroy ourselves, nature, and ruin lives by only caring about material things, is the choice of each of us. I personally want to make this planet a planet of love, so I'm working to make this vision come true. In that sense, I believe that each of us must first awaken. Each of us should wake up. After all, when you change, the world changes in an instant, doesn't it? Because when your vibration changes, it will spread throughout the world. I hope that such people will be able to unite with each other, the way you are doing now, and thus work hand in hand to help this planet evolve into a planet of love. Life. It is essential to learn to value life. Value life more. I'm now convinced that the soul is unchangeable, and I see death as a transition. That is why it is so important to fulfill the purpose of our birth while we are alive. The future of humanity depends on to what extent each of us will be able to choose love. I wish everyone to live each day of our lives with love for each other, for the earth, and for life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from His Royal Highness, Professor J.J. Robinson. He is a founder of the Internet Village, ambassador at Global Citizen, chairman at Saint Foundation Global. He is a graduate of the University of the Universal God and professor with African Indigenous Education.
The truth is, the world lives in delusion of a program from a different perspectives of people who has invented the consumer society. In this type of society, there is no truth. Everything is a lie, and everything is a good lie. This consumer society has destroyed the world in different dimensions. They have taken the truth away from the common man and hidden it to their own discretion. It must stop. We must begin to define the human dignity. We must begin to value the human life and tell the truth. Why are we keeping the truth? Why are we hiding the truth? For what benefits? Everybody's gonna leave this world in one time or the other. So why is the truth hidden from the common man? The consumer society must be defeated for human beings to live in dignified environment, for human beings to accept and see the virtue of life, the truth about life, the truth about God, the truth about life and death. In the pure African spiritualism, we are not misled. We are not defeated. Physically, yes, but spiritually, we are conscious about the beginning of life, how it all started, how God created everything, and God has given dominion to every man. The misunderstanding about the consumer society is what is deceiving the world. There shouldn't be any intermediary between man and God. There shouldn't be. If you understand the spiritualism of life, you will understand that God is one, and we and God are one. There is no division between man and God, because we are connected spiritually. So we must educate the people. about God, the true God, the Almighty God, the spiritual realm that lives within. In the African spiritualism, there is no intermediary between man and God. We should speak directly to God, not through anyone. We should conceive God, we should serve God, obey, respect the nature, and tell the truth, and stop deceiving the gullible. It is time to arise and speak the truth. It is time to end the consumer society and adopt the creative society, where the truth is being preached. The prophet has preached the truth. The consumer society is deceiving the truth, twisting the truth, brainwashing the truth. It is time to stop deceiving the gullibles and tell them who God is. God is one. God is spirit. God has no form. God is not human. God is a spirit that lives within us. Life and death lies within dimensions. When we live here, we divert to another dimension of life, and that's spiritualism. God is spirit, and there is no intermediary between man and God. We and God are one, because God made us and gave us all the dominion over all things. It's time to end the lies, the deceit, the brainwash. It is time to end the consumer society that has enslaved many humans into a robotic society. It is time to end the programs of the consumer society. It is time to end every lie that has been said to this world from the beginning of time. For God is not man that he should lie. It is time to teach the truth. It is time to end the deceit. It is time to stop the brainwashing. It is time to tell the humans the truth about life and death, the higher dimensions. It is time to begin the creative society.
Thank you, JJ. That was such a powerful message. And we will now travel to Germany. We will have a pleasure to hear from Amir Ziz, who is an imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. He will tell us about the importance of building a creative society, a society that prophets dreamed of.
The concept of the hereafter, it is actually a very creative society concept. You know, it is the concept of a very harmonious, very peaceful and loving society. Well, like, what is the concept of paradise is what? Crime-free, having love with each other, caring for each other, not worrying about anything else except, so like extreme, what a human being can think of a creative society, a good society to live, that is a paradise actually. And so therefore, what the Holy Prophet ﷺ, he in his own time, what he did, he created that society and he showed with his own example. For example, in Medina, where he set up the state, there were people from of all different faiths. There were Jews, there were Christians, there were people who were from other faiths. They were all living together. They were all having a connection with each other. And they were actually not only having good relationship with each other, they were the one who was having integration in the society, and they had a respect for each other's religion, they had respect for each other's values, they had respect for each other's life. And that is the reason that in the Holy Quran, God has very specifically mentioned that life of every human being is sacred. In the Quran, God says, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We have honored the children of Adam. We have given respect to the children of Adam. Therefore, the Prophet ﷺ, actually he wanted to create the society where every man should have respect. where there should be no force, where there should be no violence. It is a violence-free society. And the paradise, if what the concept of hereafter in Islam is actually a violence-free society. It is the society. And if today we start thinking about a very creative world, the world which will be, which we can say that it will be the ideal and the perfect world, that is what paradise is. So I am sure that if we follow those rules, we can make this world also paradise. If today we start thinking and acting according to what the Prophet, our Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he instructed us, and what all prophets right from Adam till the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, they have instructed us, because they all have been preaching the same religion, they have been preaching the same values, they have been preaching the same concept. And if we see that all prophets, their main teaching was to believe in one God and to have to respect and do good to the human being. That is what was the message, and that is what the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he had said, and that is what the message was started with Prophet Adam.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Oliver Chambon, a psychiatrist from Lyon, France. He has been a psychiatrist for over 20 years and is a pioneer in behavior and cognitive treatments.
The closer we get to our soul, the better we understand why we are given trials in life, and what the meaning of our life is, and why we are here. And we accept these trials, while the more we move away from our soul into the narrowed state of consciousness, the more we grumble about this life. What kind of life is this? I didn't ask to be here. Love with a capital L has many small derivative forms. I will list some of them for you. Generosity, kindness, altruism, empathy, trust, gentleness, tenderness, patience, tolerance. All of them are small gradations, little lights coming from the great light. And it is these that nourish the meaningful human relationships and really give value and preciousness to life. It is these little rivers coming from the great love that should flow through all the mountains and valleys of human existence.
Thank you so much, Oliver. And now let's hear from Sheila Bonig. She was a one-time member of the legendary Boney M group. She is a singer, songwriter, author, and has many more titles to her name. But most importantly, she values human life and understands the need for unification.
It's the only way we're gonna change our society as it is, with enough people like us and what your team, passing the word around, making more consciousness. You said something earlier, and it's so true. Words and thoughts are so important and so powerful that we don't even realize it. What we think, what we do, and what we say is what creates, what manifests whatever's going on. And the more people realize that, the better things will be. But of course, most people are not like that. They're not on that wavelength. So with people like yourselves, and I do my part as well, it will work more effectively for us to, in a positive sense and not negative, like you guys are very positive, to speak more and have more things like this, because that's going to pass around the universe. And before we know it, it is a better world. But what's important is what we've been speaking about, is acceptance, tolerance, appreciation, understanding. to accept that everybody, we're all equal actually. We are different, but we're still equal in terms of it's how God made us all very similar with the same, if you cut with leaves red, we have a brain, it's the same anatomy, so we're all equal with a difference depending on your journey, on your culture, but in the end the value is that we're all the same, so we need to be treated like human beings because of the reasons I've given. That will change the world if more people were to think like that and not think so materialistically, like I'm afraid I would say the majority of the world think like that materialistically. Until, I mean, this crisis actually is changing that. It's made that more consciousness to not be like that, if I'm honest. That's one good thing, one thing it's good for. But for me, absolutely most important that we live generically and passionately within each other, with less discrimination, division, more harmony and unity. It sounds very hippie-like, but in reality that's the only thing that can make our world a better place. So I'm an absolute huge believer in it. I always have been anyway.
Thank you, Sheila. Now we would like to hear from Marella Rousseau, who is the founder of the Marella Rousseau Lifestyle magazine.
It is very important to understand that occasionally every human, we start thinking about life, life after death, life in general, and what we were brought on this earth, for what purpose we are here. We are not here just by chance to, have fun and, party, and then that's it. We are here by God's will. A life is a big gift for us. This world was created for us by God. And we have a chance while we are alive to earn, to be with God in heaven. And of course, there are many challenging times that we face in this lifetime, but all of that is a test to see how we will react to these circumstances, how we will redeem ourselves, and will we sort of like how the outcome, will we be successful? Will we win? To win, of course, to be with God in the next life in heaven. Our souls guide us. If we listen to our heart, I believe our souls tell us what feels good, what feels bad. If we have a bad feeling doing something, that's our heart, our soul telling us that it's not the right thing to do. If we feel happy and good by doing good, we understand that we are doing God's will. And a lot of sometimes the good that we do can rub off on the next person and, can get them thinking, oh, hey, I'm not doing the right thing. I'm not behaving, I have more anger. I have more tension. I am thinking only about myself. And that is not what the message of our, especially in Christianity, our religion teaches us. We have to do good unto others. We have to be respectful to the people around us and not have anger and be, just evil will. That is not the will of God. That is the will of, unfortunately, the devil. Well, human life has the highest value. I've been reading a lot about your mission, and I think it's an incredible mission. The life was given to us by God, as I said. It was a gift, and it definitely has the highest value because it's temporary. We're here for a purpose, where every one of us has something that they want to fulfill. They want a mission. Every person's life has a value, no matter their religion, their race, I mean, we have no right to judge. We have to be respectful. We have to have love. Especially, we have to teach this to the next generation. We have to educate them more. And it's so beautiful to see that your mission, I mean, your organization is filled by all these diverse people who come together, you know, with one initiative that is to spread love and to have a creative, more society of people coming together to do good upon other, you know, things in this world. So it's beautiful. I wish for humanity to be filled with peace and love, and there should be no war and no murders. People should not be dying. It breaks my heart to see little children being hostages of war. It breaks my heart to see bloodshed for no reason, for lands, for borders, that nothing belongs to us. Everything this world was not created by us. It was created by God for us. And we as humans have a responsibility to take care of our planet, the world around us. We have to look at all the gifts that there are, you know, around us, the trees, the light, the air, the beautiful surroundings that God created for us. People are ready to kill each other for land, for all sorts of things. So I just hope to see for our new generation, for our children, a new world filled with peace and with love. Everything can be conquered just with love, and that's my greatest wish. And I'm grateful to take part of this conference with you guys.
Dear friends, as you just heard from people around the globe, we are ready to value human life to its fullest. Finally, everything is clear now and in its place. Together with each of you, we have returned the truth back to the humanity. We have answered the most important question: what happens after death? We have representative of all humanity present at once, right now, on screen and behind the screen. We are live and broadcasting in 40+ languages simultaneously and thousands of online platforms. The truth is being heard around the globe, and we are ready to make the best out of our life.
In order to understand something, you should study everything. Everything that is available in all religions, because the truth is concealed from us grain by grain. This is what you should collect. Then you will understand a lot. After all, we haven't said anything new today. Everything that we've said is available. It is in the Bible, in the Quran, and in many other sources. It is everywhere. And saints who went through this, the real saints, describe it. And scientists who study this describe it as well. Why is a fuss not made about this, and why is it not discussed? Because there is a consumerist format, because we are egoists, and because we are interested in other things. What do people hype up and talk about a lot? About politics, money, and fashion. Isn't that so? What we live by? Demand begets supply. Yet do we really have a demand for the truth? Do we have a demand for spiritual salvation? We have a demand for politics, money, and fashion. Here's the answer. If we want to and if we change, everything else will change as well. It depends on us, friends. So that not only we understand, but also explain it to others. Because if we don't explain it to others, they will not understand. And without understanding, they will not do anything. And since they will not do anything, then what will we be able to do? Nothing. Why nothing? Because we haven't explained it to others, and the circle is closed. This way Satan rules. He rules the world, forcing us to run round in the wheel of consumerist format. So we only vegetate in dreams that once we will do something, we won't. If you have felt the truth, if you have come to see that little light, that little luminary, somewhere at the end of the tunnel, and if you really strive for it, go towards it with your last strength, and you will come to the light and gain life. But if you don't do this, nothing will happen. Even seeing the light, if you don't go to it, it will not come to you. Descend from your pridefulness. It is us who must come to God, but not God to us. We are nobody. If we want to become someone, and all the more if we want to become everything, while everything means part of the spiritual world, to enter the high society, then we must move, go and do. And in the course of our movement, we must do good and help others, supporting them, but not trampling them down. Then the world will change too. Everything is in our hands. Then antidepressants will not be needed either. We can do a lot, but only when we want it and when we are together. That's the way the world is arranged. This is true. So, my friends, we should start with simple things. And the simplest one is to love each other. Isn't it? It is, friends. So, let us love each other. Thank you.